Chapter 179, Pseudo-Extraordinary Attributes. Within Shifeng's memories, there was no mention of a super dark gold rank. However, if a master forger like Siliora called it such, that's what it was. Only, just what kind of attributes would this blazing meteor possess? Are you unsure of what the super dark gold rank is? Siliora was in a very good mood after forging such a masterpiece. Hence, she explained, it is utterly understandable that you have not heard of it. Matters like these are only privy to those old monsters of the Grandmaster Forger rank. Even I discovered it by chance. Indeed, in God's domain, the rank after Dark Gold is epic. However, between these two ranks, there is a humongous threshold. One could say that items undergo a massive leap in quality when upgraded from Dark Gold rank to epic rank. Don't you feel that it is strange? Shifeng nodded, deeply expressing his agreement. It was just like Siliora had said. Dark gold equipment was only somewhat stronger than fine gold equipment. However, regarding attributes, epic equipment was several tiers above dark gold equipment. Take the Mavis Guard in Blackie's hands for example. It was far superior to the Silver Lake in Shifeng's hands that possessed attributes rivaling a dark gold weapon. Simply equipping an epic weapon instantly gave Blackie a stronger damage output and attack power than Shifeng's. The power of an epic ranked item was obvious. It seems that you also understand the gap between these two ranks. Siliora revealed a smile, saying, in actuality, epic ranked items possess another name. Another name? This was the first Shifeng had heard of this. That's right. Another name. This is also something I found out after researching the book of forging you lent me, coupled with the literature I've collected over the years. Siliora nodded. During the ancient times, epic ranked items were also called extraordinary items. The owners of these items would possess an absolute strength that allowed them to surpass ordinary mortals. Thus they were known as extraordinary. Meanwhile, I did not utilize any extraordinary materials in forging the blazing meteor, so it could not become an extraordinary item. However, it can still be considered a pseudo-extraordinary item. A pseudo-extraordinary item? Shifeng started to understand a few points. He could not help but grow even more curious about the attributes of the blazing meteor, which caused Siliora so much excitement. Have a look at it yourself, then. Siliora handed the blazing meteor over to Shifeng, softly saying, a pseudo-extraordinary item is the maximum limit that mortals can achieve with their own power. While this blazing meteor can be considered a masterpiece, the closest thing to an extraordinary item. Shifeng's heart started beating quickly as he heard those words. It was an item that approached the quality of an epic-ranked item. Most likely, aside from his magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade, no other item in his possession could rival this blazing meteor. Furthermore, the blazing meteor he received in his previous life was only dark gold rank. He did not expect to obtain a pseudo-extraordinary item in this life. Shifeng immediately received the blazing meteor from Siliora, taking a look at its attributes. Blazing meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140. Attack power, player's strength 2. Strength plus 50, agility plus 65, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore targets. Defense 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect. Each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate knockback effect. 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times additional skill. Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage cooldown. 3 minutes. The blazing meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger, Siliora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The blazing meteor can be reforged into an epic-ranked item after gathering epic-ranked fire-type materials. User restriction. Yifeng. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. Shifeng was instantly dumbfounded when he saw these attributes. As expected of a pseudo-extraordinary item, it was far superior to ordinary dark gold ranked items. As long as Shifeng's attributes reached the prerequisite and he equipped the Blazing Meteor, his strength would instantly soar by several tiers. After receiving the Blazing Meteor, Shifeng finally felt that he was a true swordsman. There were two variations of the swordsman class: dual-wielding swordsman and two-handed swordsman. At the same time, a swordsman could also equip a long-range throwing weapon. However, a swordsman was still a melee class at its heart, so their ranged attacks were not particularly powerful. A majority of the swordsman players did not pay much attention to ranged throwing weapons. However, Shifeng heavily relied on his ranged attacks. After all, there were many instances when facing monsters with melee combat was troublesome. If he could switch to ranged attacks, he would have a much easier time. Moreover, there were plenty of shared skills in God's domain. Among them, there were quite a few throwing skills. If Shifeng could learn a few of them, he would not fall too far behind the other ranged classes. Now that he had the pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor, ranged attacks were no longer one of Shifeng's weaknesses. Moreover, throwing weapons were not consumable items. Due to the magical ingredients involved in its forging, the Blazing Meteor number of uses were limitless. Whenever a throwing weapon hit an enemy, it would instantly vanish and reappear in the player's hands. It was an extremely convenient function. Unfortunately, Shifeng's current attributes prevented him from equipping the Blazing Meteor. Only by replacing and upgrading the equipment he currently wore could he achieve the requirements of the Blazing Meteor. After Shifeng finished reading the Blazing Meteor's introduction, he was suddenly shocked. Celiora was originally a master forger, so why did the introduction describe her as a Grandmaster Forger? Master Celiora, could it be that you're already a Grandmaster Forger? Shifeng looked at Celiora with doubtful eyes. The system introduction could not be faked. If the system displayed it, it must be true. However, that was inconceivable. Celiora, who was not even 30 years of age, had actually become a Grandmaster Forger. There was not a single Grandmaster Forger throughout all of the Star Moon Kingdom. Grandmaster Forgers were existences that stood at the pinnacle of forging in God's domain, and even Tier 5 Apex powerhouses had to suck up to a Grandmaster Forger. Their statuses were no lower than the ruler of a country. Normally, one could only meet a Grandmaster Forger with luck in the capital city of an empire or places like Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the Celiora before him was one such existence. I didn't expect your eyesight to be so sharp. I have indeed become a Grandmaster Forger. However, this is all thanks to you. If you did not lend me the Book of Forging, allowing me to unravel the mysteries that have troubled me for the past several years, it would still be impossible for me to become a Grandmaster. As a thank you, here is my communication crystal. In the future, you can contact me at any time through this item. Celiora nodded, smiling as she spoke. System. Hidden quest, search for Celiora, completed, exceeded by aiding Celiora in becoming a Grandmaster Forger. Rewarding player with the pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor. Rewarding Celiora's communication crystal. Celiora's favorability increased by 200 points. Reputation in Star Moon Kingdom plus 50. Reputation in White River City plus 300. Obtained the title Grandmaster's Friend. Forging proficiency increased by 500 points. Rewarding 200,000 EXP instantly. Shifeng rose to level 14. Shifeng was stunned for a long time when he saw this series of rewards. Ignoring the fact that, with Celiora's communication crystal, he could often request Celiora to handle certain affairs for him, just the 300 reputation points in White River City would make the purchase of a real estate in White River City much easier. As long as he became a baron, he could purchase private territory in White River City, establishing a guild residence. However, a baron could only purchase the outermost land of White River City. As for Celiora, she had only recently become a Grandmaster Forger, so she intended to go on a journey. She wanted to commemorate her achievement by making her first epic-ranked item, so she needed to explore and search for materials soon after. Shifeng departed from the smithy, seeing that the time was just about right. Shifeng posted the White River City guidebook on the official forums, setting the post to publish in 3 hours. He then used the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting there shortly after Shifeng departed. another batch of players set foot in White River City. Immediately, White River City region system announcements rang out. Chapter 180, Anonymous Sensation. Ha! We finally arrived in White River City. This place looks spectacular. Such amazing NPCs. The moment Blackie and the others arrived in White River City, the amazing sight stunned them all. Their feelings alternated between joy, excitement, and an indescribable sense of pride. Everyone had suddenly arrived in White River City. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, who both remained relatively calm, Cola and the others were in a daze. They thought that they were in a dream. When Fire Dance and Cola regrouped with Blackie, they discovered that Blackie and Lonely Snow had actually brought them to deal with a group of level 20 monsters. At that time, they nearly had heart attacks from the shock. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game, and killing monsters of a higher level in God's Domain was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, their average levels did not even reach level 8. It was simply suicidal for them to challenge a level 20 Swamp Rhino. Yet, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately dragged their group and charged towards the Swamp Rhinos. The two acted as if the Swamp Rhinos were not level 20 monsters, but level 0 green gnomes awaiting death. However, Fire Dance and Cola could not have imagined what had actually occurred. Blackie instantly roasted the level 20 rhinos Lonely Snow had lured with a single hell flame. It was like the rhinos suffered from some weakening aura. At that time, their experience bars instantly increased by a huge chunk. Looking at this scene, Cola and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. There was a saying, after 3 days had passed, one could no longer use one's old perspective to judge others. However, that involved the prerequisite of 3 days passing. It had only been several hours since separated from each other, but the growth rate of Blackie and Lonely Snow had switched from ascending by climbing a ladder to ascending by using an elevator. It was as if their growth rates had received hormone injections, increasing by tens of times within half an hour. They had all collectively gained a level. When they asked about Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels, Cola and Fire Dance were both utterly shocked. They were both already level 13. This gap made a world of difference. How did Blackie and Lonely Snow suddenly become so powerful? The only possibility they could think of was that their team leader, Shurfeng, had power leveled the two. It was also the only logical explanation for Blackie and Lonely Snow's achievements. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both utterly shocked by Shurfeng. It would be fine if Shurfeng were the only one so powerful. However, their team even had 2 other level 13 powerhouses. Just how powerful was this team? If others discovered this, they might be less shocked by the sky falling. After several hours, Cola and the others reached level 10, one after another. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow had both risen to level 14. They acted in accordance with Shurfeng's request, entering White River City and familiarizing themselves with the city. They would then receive some of the rare and daily quests, obtaining some rare items in exchange for the quest's completion. However, shortly after they entered White River City, a system announcement entered their ears. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. After the announcement repeated thrice, all the players within the White River City region were sent into a daze. What sort of situation was this? More than 5 players have already entered White River City? How long had it been since Shurfeng accomplished that feat? Crap. What did these people eat when they grew up? I've only reached level 8, yet there is already a bunch of level 10s. Can't they play normally? It can't be, right? None of these people are guild players. How could they all be independent players? Ha! Too awesome. Didn't those guilds think they were very amazing? This will teach them that independent players like us are still the strongest. Why haven't I heard of these people before? Just who are these people? Moreover, they even entered White River City together. They can't be players of the same party, right? Players throughout the White River City region discussed Blackie and the others' entrance to White River City and the activation of the regional ranking list. The players on the ranking list were, without a doubt, everyone's focus right now. Investigate. I want to know just who these people are immediately. They are all independent players. Immediately contact them. Even if we have to give them official positions, we must recruit them into our guild. The various large guilds all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. The ranking list should have been a competition between the various large guilds, yet it now belonged to a group of independent players. Moreover, they had taken hold of the top 6 positions. This utterly embarrassed these large guilds. Right now, these guilds needed to recruit these independent players into their guilds. That way, these guilds' names would also appear on the ranking list. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow obeyed Shurfeng's previous request. The moment they entered White River City, the system asked if they wanted to place their names on the ranking list. They both immediately rejected the offer. However, it was not a big deal for Cola and the other 5 members of the team. It was a good chance to cause panic in those large guilds, and they could increase their fame while doing so. After all, Cola and the others were still level 10. It was an expected level. However, if Blackie and Lonely Snow add their names to the ranking list, it would be a double-edged sword, bringing them fame while also poisoning their lives. Right now, these large guilds could understand Cola and the others reaching level 10. However, if 2 level 14 players suddenly appeared on the ranking list, no amount of brainpower could allow these guilds to make sense of things. Just leveling up from level 9 to level 10 would require more than an entire day's grinding. It was understandable if Blackie and Lonely Snow had powerful techniques and found a good leveling spot. However, a gap of 4 levels would simply provoke these guilds. They would create unscrupulous ways to obtain this leveling secret. Right now, if Blackie and Lonely Snow displayed their names on the ranking list, they would gain the enmity of every single player in the White River City region. Why isn't Yifeng's name there? Moreover, why do these names seem so familiar? Gentle Snow opened the ranking list, discovering that the top 6 players were all uniformly level 10. However, the number 1 position did not belong to Shurfeng, but a player named Fire Dance. Moreover, Shurfeng's name was not among the top 6 level 10 players at all. This situation confused Gentle Snow greatly. Snow, aren't Cola, Drowsy Sloth, and Gluttonous Mouse Yifeng's teammates? They even left their names with ours at the Dark Moon Graveyard. I never thought that their leveling speed would be so fast. Zhao Yueru quickly recognized the names on the ranking list. This scene had shocked her. After all, she had a clear understanding of the background of these players. They were definitely noobs of God's domain, and they were not even close to being experts. The first time they met was at the Deathly Forest, and at that time, they were simply noobs that Shurfeng had randomly chosen to party with. The second time they met, though their levels had not equaled hers, the gap between them had somewhat shrunk. Now, however, they had surpassed her. It was unbelievable. After receiving Zhao Yueru's reminder, sudden realization struck Gentle Snow. As a result, the usually calm and confident Gentle Snow, at this moment, revealed a look of surprise and bewilderment. Yifeng, just who are you? Gentle Snow could not help but inwardly wonder, leading a group of noobs into becoming the focal point of the entire White River City. Just how did Shurfeng do it? Also, Shurfeng, his good friend Blackie, and Lonely Snow had actually refrained from displaying their names on the ranking list. Gentle Snow could not understand this action. After all, the noobs that Shurfeng had personally led had all risen to level 10. She did not believe that his good friend, Blackie, and Lonely Snow had not become level 10. The only possibility was that they hid their levels. But why would they want to hide their levels? Wasn't this a good chance to increase their reputation? Why would they hide them? What was there to gain? Suddenly, Gentle Snow thought of a possibility, or better yet, the only possibility. After she thought of this possibility, Gentle Snow involuntarily shuddered. Chapter 181. A Joke. One had to admit that virtual reality was extremely realistic. There was only a small change to Gentle Snow's expression, yet, Zhao Yueru immediately discovered it. Snow, what's wrong? Zhao Yueru worriedly asked. It was the first time she had seen such a surprised look on Gentle Snow. Although it was indeed unexpected that the group of noobs had become the level 10 players, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise to Gentle Snow. It's nothing. I just thought of some matters. That's all. Gentle Snow waved her hand, dismissing Zhaoyueru's concern. Gentle Snow paid no attention to Cola and the others who entered White River City, nor did she care that they had taken the top 6 spots on the ranking list. What she was truly concerned about were Shi Feng and his friends' levels. If it were really as she imagined, becoming friends with Shi Feng was a very wise decision. Elsewhere, when Unstable Devastation and Fire Dance's past companions saw the ranking list, they were all dumbfounded. This was especially true for Fire Dance's past companions. Not only had Fire Dance reached level 10, but Water Buffalo had also risen to level 10. As a result, envy and regret ate at their hearts. If they had chosen to follow Fire Dance and join Shifeng's team, they would be their team members right now. They enjoyed the envy and admiration of all players throughout the White River City region, a situation that many dreamt of experiencing. Unfortunately, they were no longer related to this matter. As they looked at the ranking list, they tried to contact Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. They all tried to apologize, and they wished that they could mend and recover their past relationships. After all, this was only a game. There was no need to be so serious, and they had only been joking. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had received their calls. However, they merely gave a single reply: there is no point crying over spilled milk. I do not wish to stay in touch in the future. Did they think that pushing off their actions as a joke would resolve everything? Now, that really was a joke. Fire Dance's and Water Buffalo's words had unquestionably shattered their final hopes, sending them spiraling into a sea of endless regrets. As for Unstable Devastation, envy nearly drove him mad. He clearly remembered that his team had killed Cola's group of 3 once before, their levels dropping to level 7. When they met in Red Leaf Town's fountain, they were still level 7. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation's level had dropped to level 8 after dying once. During these past several hours, he had frantically grinded monsters and was about to reach level 9. Yet, Cola's group had all reached level 10 during this same period. Just what sort of leveling speed was this? At first, it was Shi Feng who had reached level 10. Now, even Cola and the others had risen to level 10. There was definitely something fishy about this. There must be some sort of method that allowed them to reach level 10 quickly. Shi Feng obviously knew this method. It might even be some gigantic bug in the game. However, Unstable Devastation could do nothing against Shi Feng. He had no way to force this secret out of Shi Feng. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Unstable Devastation's head. If he published this matter on the official forums, revealing this bug, the system might punish Shi Feng for exploiting it. On the other hand, if it were not a bug, the other guilds would definitely not let go of this great chance to rise to level 10 swiftly. They would force Shi Feng to reveal this leveling method. If Shi Feng kept his lips sealed, he would make enemies out of every guild in the White River City region. Meanwhile, if he revealed this leveling method and the system fixed it, it would similarly enrage the various guilds. Regardless what Shi Feng did, he could no longer continue mingling in the White River City region. However, Unstable Devastation could not allow Shi Feng to take any of these actions. Yet Yi Feng, no man is wise all the time. I have finally grasped a hold of your weakness. Unstable Devastation grew excited. As long as he used this move to threaten Shi Feng would obediently hand over the secret immediately after. Unstable Devastation sent Shi Feng a communication request. The first time, Shi Feng did not pick up. The second time, Shi Feng did not pick up. Unstable Devastation made more than 10 consecutive calls to Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng did not answer any of them. As a result, Unstable Devastation nearly vomited blood in anger. However, when he thought of his beautiful future, he endured. Finally, after sending over 40 communication requests, the call finally connected. Yuri, annoying. Can't you learn your lesson after so many rejections? Are you a pig? Must I give you a scolding before you are satisfied? I don't have anything to say to you. Go, play around wherever you want, and don't come bothering me. Shi Feng immediately started cursing the moment he picked up the call. Originally, he had been conducting business with Aqua Rose, in a good mood. However, one after another, Unstable Devastation's calls endlessly pestered him, interrupting Shi Feng's good mood. At first, Shi Feng thought that Unstable Devastation would give up after a few rejections. However, Shifeng never thought that there would be no end to the disturbances. Hence, after telling Aqua Rose that he had some matters he needed to attend to for a moment, he looked for a place without people and gave Unstable Devastation a good scolding, soothing his mood. He then placed Unstable Devastation on his blacklist, preventing Unstable Devastation to further annoying him. Yifeng, you dare to cut my call. After making over 40 calls, Unstable Devastation burned with anger. Now that Shifeng had insulted him, his blood boiled and his face turned crimson. The blood vessels in his face had nearly burst. However, just when he was about to curse at Shifeng, the call disconnected. This thoroughly enraged Unstable Devastation, and immediately he called Shifeng again. However, this time, his calls did not even ring. He was on Shifeng's blacklist. Unstable Devastation nearly fainted in anger. He had wasted so much time trying to call Shifeng, yet, the only thing he got in return was a scolding. Shifeng had even blacklisted him. How was he supposed to threaten Shifeng now? How was he going to force Shifeng's obedience? Unstable Devastation immediately directed one of his subordinates to contact Shifeng. After attempting to contact Shifeng a few more times, the call finally connected. Unstable Devastation's subordinate then pressed the multi-party button that allowed others to participate in the conversation. Who are you? Shifeng asked. Yifeng, you finally picked up. I have in my hands your speed leveling secret. If you don't wish to become an enemy of the entire White River City region, obey my wishes. Otherwise, I'll post the evidence on the official forums. I'm thinking that many guilds would be interested in your teammates' leveling secret, and they will go all out to deal with you. This time, Unstable Devastation spoke his piece quickly, fearing that Shifeng would hang up on him again. I asked, who are you? What's the point of all this nonsense? Are you a pig? Shifeng demanded. The pig. Everyone in your whole family is a pig. I am Unstable Devastation. I know that you have some secret to your team's leveling speed. You need to understand the situation you're in right now. If you dare continue to speak to me with such a tone, I'll release this secret of yours to everyone else. All the players in the entire White River City region will start trouble, and the various large guilds will hunt you down to learn your secret. When that happens, there will no longer be any place for you in God's domain. Unstable Devastation hated being called an idiot. Now that Shifeng had repeatedly called him a pig, he could no longer endure it. So, you really are a pig. Hello, pig. Goodbye, pig. Shifeng immediately disconnected the call, blacklisting the new character ID as well. Shifeng had never been a person to feel threatened by others, and regarding Unstable Devastation's threat, he paid no mind to it at all. The only reason he did not let Blackie and Lonely Snow reveal themselves was to avoid unnecessary trouble from those various large guilds, as that would delay their development. However, if there really were a need for a battle, he would not shrink from it. In fact, they could all bring it on if they wanted. The final winner and loser had yet to be determined. Master Black Flame, it looks like you have met with some trouble? As an ally of yours, why don't you let Twilight Echo deal with it for you? The graceful Aqua Rose suddenly walked over, smiling at Shifeng as she offered her assistance. Chapter 182, Clue about the Godslayer. As Shifeng's call had been set to private, outsiders could not listen in on his conversation with Unstable Devastation. However, although Aqua Rose could not hear what Shifeng said, she could clearly feel the killing intent radiating off of his body. To become friends with Shifeng, deepening their relationship, Aqua Rose would not let this chance pass her by. Thus, she made her offer. Shifeng understood Aqua Rose's intentions. He simply smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Aqua. It isn't anything big, only an annoying fly that I can kill with a slap at any time. We should continue with our business talks." At Shifeng's immediate rejection, Aqua Rose could do nothing but relent, after which, the two returned to their private room in the restaurant. At this moment, however, another male youth had appeared in the private room. This person was a knight geared with heavy armor. Based on his appearance, this man was obviously a shield warrior. A bone shield hung at his back, coupled with an exquisite, black-colored battle axe. These two pieces of equipment looked extraordinary, and one could easily tell that they were secret silver rank. Moreover, this man was similar to Aqua Rose, in which they were both level 9. "Why are you here, Brilliant?" Aqua Rose asked, Surprised at his sudden appearance, I only worry that others will try to scam you, so I came to check up on you. Last time, you spent tens of millions of credits and returned with only a pile of worthless scrap paper. This incident invoked many elders' dissatisfaction. This time, you spent another large sum of money and manpower to purchase various ores and materials. Moreover, you didn't even notify the elders about any of your actions. They are furious right now. I'm here to tell you that, at the very least, you need their approvals in the future before you take action. Come back with me and offer them an explanation for now. Otherwise, those elders will make your life difficult in the future. The man named Brilliant War God shot Shifeng a glare. He had always treated Aqua Rose as his own woman. Meanwhile, the black-hooded Shifeng before him was a small character, beneath his notice. Yet, this small character actually dared to have a tryst with Aqua Rose. Immediately, Brilliant War God tugged on Aqua Rose's hand, intending to take her from this place. Shifeng merely shrugged at Brilliant War God's provocation. He did not mind this man with the IQ of a monkey in the least. He simply took it as watching a monkey show. Aqua Rose slapped away Brilliant War God's hand, her crescent eyebrows wrinkling slightly. She had only managed to secure her relationship with Shifeng after much difficulty and was just about to enter a proper business discussion. She did not expect Brilliant War God to find out about it and actually came running to interrupt her. If it weren't for her and Brilliant War God's families having friendly ties, she would not pay him any attention. Brilliant, I have important matters to discuss. Return by yourself for now. As for the matter of the guild elders, I'll give them an explanation when I return, Aqua Rose said impatiently. For her trades with Shifeng, she always used her own money and people. The guild elders had no right to interfere, nor did they have the ability. Not to mention, she was an honorary elder of the guild, so her station was similar to theirs. They had no right to involve themselves in her matters. They were merely envious that she had earned a lot of money, and they all wanted a share of the pie. Seeing Aqua Rose's attitude, Brilliant War God could only give up his efforts. Since you don't wish to go, I'll stay by your side to protect you. It'll destroy others' ideas of taking advantage of you. Brilliant War God glanced at Shifeng, his tone filled with ill intent as he spoke. Aqua Rose became furious at his words. She and Shifeng were going to discuss extremely confidential trade secrets. How could she allow Brilliant War God to listen in? No, you should return, Aqua Rose spoke, her tone frosty. Hearing Aqua Rose, Brilliant War God grew even more indignant. He sent a wrathful glare at Shifeng, sending a message to Shifeng secretly. I am an elder of Twilight Echo. Brat, you better know your place and scram. Aqua is my plaything, so you are not allowed to contact her again. You should know the consequences if I discover that you've done otherwise. Brilliant War God was usually a tyrant of a man, and nobody dared defy him due to his identity. Whenever he met with a situation, he simply needed to announce his identity, and others would immediately flee with their tails between their legs. Now that he had spoken, Shifeng would be no exception to this. After Shifeng saw this message, he involuntarily laughed. It seemed that this Brilliant War God had arrived to cause trouble without understanding the situation. Saying that he had the IQ of a monkey gave him too much credit. His actual IQ might not even equal a dog's. With such a wealthy prince in the guild, it was no wonder Twilight Echo could not develop itself in the early stages of the game. It was actually due to the presence of this fool. Miss Aqua, I have something that I'd like you to see. Shifeng smiled. Aqua Rose grew very curious. Just what did Shifeng have to show her this time? Since Brilliant War God dared threaten Shifeng in such a way, Shifeng would act in kind. He forwarded Brilliant War God's message to Aqua Rose. Shifeng wanted this fool to know that one should be careful with their words and messages. Otherwise, accidents could occur. Brilliant War God, get out of my sight immediately. I don't wish to see you ever again. I will definitely tell uncle and auntie about this matter. Regarding the marriage affairs between our two families, don't even think about it from this moment onwards. Aqua Rose's complexion was instantly livid the moment she read the message. She already disliked Brilliant War God. Now, not to mention publicly trying to drive Shifeng away, he even dared call her his plaything. Brilliant War God was confused. Before he could even wonder why Aqua Rose wanted to sever their relationship, she had already kicked him from the private room. I'm sorry that you had to see such a joke. Aqua Rose apologized. It's nothing. I'm used to such matters. Not minding matters at all, Shifeng said. Let's continue discussing about our trade then. At this moment, Brilliant War God started loudly cursing outside the door, saying, Black Flame, you despicable little man. You actually dare frame me. Get out here right now if you have the ability. I challenge you to a duel. The loser clears their level back to 0. Do you dare accept it? What? You can frame me, but can't accept my challenge? Just as Shifeng and Aqua Rose were about to resume their business talks, Brilliant War God finally came to a realization. It turned out that Shifeng had forwarded his message to Aqua Rose. He really did not think that such an incident would occur. His past actions, which had never failed him, were actually useless against Shifeng. However, to redeem himself, he could only insist that Shifeng had framed him. Master Black Flame, I am truly sorry about this. I'll chase him away immediately. This was the first time Aqua Rose had realized that Brilliant War God was so obnoxious. His IQ was even in the negatives. With the existence of the main god system, how could players possibly modify others' messages and IDs? No need. I have my own faults in this matter, so let me deal with it. Shifeng rose from his seat, walking out of the private room. Black Flame, you despicable little man, you finally dare to show yourself. If you are a man, accept my challenge. If you lose, you will explain to Aqua Rose that you framed me. Do you dare accept? Brilliant War God jeered. What if you lose? Shifeng laughed. Can I even lose? Brilliant War God was incomparably arrogant. He took out a map, saying disdainfully, if you really are lucky enough to win, this item will be yours to keep. I only obtained this map after I organized a team of hundreds of elites to kill a wild level 10 Lord ranked boss. This was the only item it dropped. Initially, Shifeng had little to no interest in the map Brilliant War God held. After all, he had a clear understanding of God's domain. If it were a map obtained in some other country, it held no meaning to him at all. However, the moment Shifeng spotted the symbol of an ash blade on the back of the map, it instantly roused his interest. The ash blade was the mark of the God Slayer. Normally, only items related to the God Slayer bear such mark. Master Black Flame, you can't agree to him. He is a shield warrior, so he has a massive innate advantage when dealing with physical type classes. Moreover, the diamond guard he wears is a level 9 Mysterious Iron set equipment. His weapon and shield are also level 9 Mysterious Iron ranked items, and he has over 1,400 HP. Moreover, Brilliant War God has powerful techniques himself. Even 2 to 3 physical type class experts attacking together wouldn't be his match. Aqua Rose hurriedly stopped Shifeng. It was simply a farce for a swordsman to duel a shield warrior. Moreover, Black Flame was only a forger. His battle prowess was subpar at best. What? Afraid? Brilliant War God jeered as he glared at Shifeng. All right, I'll agree, Shifeng smiled. Chapter 183, Special Condition. What did you say? Brilliant War God was stunned. Of course, I accept your challenge. Shifeng smiled after Shifeng's reaffirmation. Brilliant War God knew that he did not hear wrong. Originally, he had thought that Shifeng would immediately reject his challenge after learning how fearsome he was. He had even been in the midst of thinking of a way to provoke or anger Shifeng into accepting his challenge. However, it would seem that he had simply been wasting his time. He had actually met a fool with mental issues. Aqua Rose had explained to Shifeng how amazing he was, yet this person still happily agreed. However, this situation was fine as well. It would save him plenty of trouble. I didn't think that you would have the guts. Since you've accepted, let's take this outside. Rest assured, I'll give you a quick and painless death, and I won't embarrass you too much. Ha! Saying so, Brilliant War God laughed as he headed towards the restaurant's exit. Master Black Flame, you really shouldn't agree to him. Although he usually bullies others with his authority, his strength ranks within the top 5 amongst all the shield warriors in Echo Twilight. Moreover, the Diamond Guard set equipment he just obtained is Mysterious Iron rank, while his Giant Bear War Axe is Secret Silver rank. On the other hand, you are a swordsman. You also focus on your subclass as a forger. Dueling him would only be a farce, Aqua Rose said worriedly as she walked over to Shurfeng. Aqua Rose had a clear understanding of brilliant Wargood's strength. If he had the chance, he would humiliate Shurfeng in every way possible to take revenge for the previous incident. If Shurfeng were humiliated, how could she continue her cooperation with Shurfeng? She had already spent so much effort and purchased so many forging materials. Originally, she could have earned a big sum of money by cooperating with Shurfeng. Now, however, Brilliant Wargod ruined it all. She wished that she could chop Brilliant Wargod into pieces right this instant. Miss Aqua, thank you for informing me of this. I already understand the situation. Shurfeng, thank it, it's good that you understand. Aqua Rose sighed in relief when she heard Shurfeng. Now, everything would be fine as long as she drove Brilliant Wargod away. Originally, Aqua Rose wanted to say, let me deal with this matter, then. However, Shurfeng interrupted her, saying, you can rest assured that I will settle this battle very quickly. Finished speaking, Shurfeng exited the restaurant as well, leaving behind a dazed Aqua Rose. After wasting her breath for so long, it turned out that Shurfeng did not understand her at all. On the contrary, he even headed to the duel with confidence. Aqua Rose started to suspect that she had misspoken, causing Shurfeng to think that Brilliant Wargod was extremely weak. In a city, duels could normally be conducted on the streets. However, both parties must agree to the rules and conditions before the duel could occur. Otherwise, it was only an attack, and the guards would personally kill and jail the player initiating the attack. The moment Shurfeng set foot out of the restaurant, Brilliant Wargod sent the duel challenge. Moreover, the rewards and punishments were already set, and only Shurfeng's agreement was necessary to start the duel officially. As the rules were absolute, once both sides agreed to them, there was no escaping the rewards or punishments. Even if players were unwilling to hand over the items gambled, the system would still automatically transfer the items to the winner. The loser would similarly receive the punishment agreed upon before the duel. Shurfeng couldn't help but admit that Brilliant Wargod had a truly cruel heart. The condition set for the loser was an immediate drop to level 0, destroying their leveling efforts over the past several days. The loser would also have a huge level gap with the majority of the current players. It would be extremely difficult for the loser to catch up if there are no problems. Click the agree button. Brilliant Wargod smiled coldly. Shurfeng gave the conditions a general glance. After confirming that there were no problems, he clicked agree. Let's start this meaningless battle, then. Immediately after Shurfeng clicked agree, gigantic numbers appeared floating in midair. It was the 10-second countdown timer for the start of the duel, and players were given this time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Little brat, although this duel will be extremely boring, since you've dared slander me in front of Aqua Rose, this young master will make things a little more fun. I'll let you know what the difference in strength truly is and how it feels to painfully struggle. Brilliant Wargod retrieved his shield and one-handed axe from his back, his face revealing a sinister smile. He looked just like a hungry wolf hunting its prey, and a red glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at Shurfeng. Only at this moment did Aqua Rose exit the restaurant. Looking at Brilliant Wargod's appearance, her expression immediately sank. Finished. Aqua Rose already despaired, not mentioning the fact that Shurfeng would definitely lose. Brilliant Wargod's current condition was extremely dangerous. There might even be the possibility that he would drive Shurfeng insane, trapping Shurfeng in fear for a long time. Brilliant Wargod would very rarely display such an ability. The last time Aqua Rose saw Brilliant Wargod in such a condition, countless corpses littered around his feet. He had massacred a small guild with several hundreds of players. She did not think that Brilliant Wargod would fall into this madness today. Brilliant Wargod was extremely arrogant in his usual battles, and he would laugh madly as he fought. Only when he entered an extremely incited condition would he occasionally reveal such a sinister and cruel appearance. During such times, Brilliant Wargod was a lunatic, filled with unruliness. His battle prowess would also increase by several folds. In such a state, Brilliant Wargod was a truly bloodthirsty berserker. Even the normal Brilliant Wargod ranked within the top 5 shield warriors in Twilight Echo. It was uncertain where the current Brilliant Wargod might rank. It was possible that even the number 1 ranking shield warrior in Twilight Echo, Lonely Leaf, might not be a match for him very quickly. The 10-second preparation time ended. Little brat, I'll first cripple all 4 of your limbs. I'll turn you into a crawling worm, then toy with you slowly. Brilliant War God lifted his bone shield while his other hand wielded the giant bear war axe. His face revealed a sinister smile as he charged at Surfeng. Brilliant Wargod's current appearance did not resemble anything human. Instead, he looked more like a lunatic possessed by a demon. After entering this crazed state, Brilliant Wargod became extraordinary fast and nimble. He charged Surfeng head-on. However, when Surfeng sent a sword stabbing at him, Surfeng's sword merely penetrated the afterimage left behind by Brilliant Wargod'll first cripple your right arm. Brilliant Wargod suddenly appeared at Surfeng's right, his giant bear war axe abruptly descending and slashing at Surfeng's right arm by the side. Aqua Rose's complexion turned terrifyingly pale. After seeing Surfeng taking action, she immediately knew that Surfeng was not strong at all. Just as she had expected, however, it was an ordinary situation after all. To become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 forger, Surfeng must have spent a lot of his effort on forging. Where would he find the time to increase his battle techniques? Even if Surfeng were an expert in some other virtual reality game, it would not be the same in God's domain. After entering God's domain, even the experts of other virtual reality games would only be slightly stronger than others. A lot of time was necessary to sharpen oneself in God's domain, and one needed to constantly battle monsters to improve. However, Surfeng clearly did not possess that much time. Brilliant Wargod would torture Surfeng here and now. He would fall into mental derangement for a long period. Even if he did not go crazy, he would be in a daze for a long time. How was she supposed to continue their trade with Surfeng in such a state? It seems that I can only wait longer, Aqua Rose said helplessly as she looked at the right arm Brilliant Wargod targeted. Surprisingly, however, Surfeng did not scream in pain. Chapter 184. Absolute Suppression. At this moment, Brilliant Wargod's giant bear war axe left a deep red streak across Surfeng's arm in God's domain. Although players would not receive high damages when their limbs were attacked, they would feel a faint numbing feeling in their limbs. Moreover, the numbing effect lasted for quite some time. During this time, players' reactions would slow down, affecting their battle conditions and slightly reducing their battle prowess. However, players would rarely attack limbs when they piked others, as there was no meaning to such an action. Compared to attacking the limbs, the body was a much easier target. After all, it was much easier to defend against an attack aimed at the limbs. Moreover, the limbs were much more nimble than the body, making them harder to hit. Most importantly, however, attacking vital points on the body would cause much more damage. Normally, only when experts piked new players would experts use such an attack method to toy with the new players. Right now, Brilliant Wargod clearly intended to toy with Surfeng. However, although Surfeng had been hurt, he did not scream in pain as expected. This utterly surprised Aqua Rose. Surfeng was, after all, only a forger. In God's domain, he would be the equivalent of a civilian worker, and his pain tolerance would be very low. Even if he were a battle veteran of God's domain, his face would at least twitch, and he would suck in a light breath when he received an attack, no matter how she looked at it. With Surfeng's subclass as a forger, he should at least make a sound as he was hit. Was it possible that Surfeng had turned off his pain perception completely? Normally, experts would maintain their pain perception at 30%, and only the newcomers and noobs would turn it off as they could not endure the pain. However, a majority of the players in God's domain would maintain it around 20%. No matter how one looked at Surfeng, he was by no means a newcomer or a noob, so it was impossible that he would turn off his pain perception completely. Yet, his arm sustained the hit just now, but not the slightest hint of pain showed on his face. On the contrary, a smile filled his face right now. This was simply too abnormal. However, Brilliant Wargod paid no mind to these matters. Although he felt that something was missing, such as the screams of pain, that would not deter his continued attacks on Surfeng. Axe swing after axe swing landed on Surfeng's four limbs, and after a full 5 seconds, Brilliant Wargod nearly roared with excitement from his ceaseless attacking. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's shock grew as she stood a distance away and watched the scene before her. Black flame, which location's god are you? However, she was not shocked due to how precise Brilliant Wargod's crazy attacks were. Instead, she was shocked by the HP bar above Surfeng. Brilliant Wargod's frantic attacks barely reduced Surfeng's HP. As of this moment, Feng had only lost 10% of his total HP. On the contrary, after 5 seconds passed, Feng's HP once again rose to 95%. The most shocking thing to Aqua Rose was how little damage Brilliant War God inflicted on Feng. Although Brilliant War God was a shield warrior, and his damage was much less than a berserker with the same standards, at the end of the day, Brilliant War God still wore a set of level 9 Mysterious Iron set equipment. He also wielded the secret silver rank Giant Bear War Axe, so his attack power was no less than a normal level 9 berserker. Even though Brilliant War God did not use any skills, his normal attacks failed to cause over -15 damage with each strike. Wasn't Feng's defense a little too frightening? Why do you still have so much HP? Brilliant War God, who had attacked all this time, suddenly stilled his hands. He had wanted to see Feng's suffering expression, yet he was immediately shocked to discover that Feng did not lose much HP at all. He then looked at his damage log, discovering a series of damages that was only around -10. You have keen reactions, precise attacks, good battle techniques, above average standards, and you're capable of activating extraordinary condition. It's as expected of Twilight Echo's 5th ranking shield warrior. Feng made a general deduction of Brilliant War God standards. He then said with a smile, "Since you're done attacking, it should be my turn now." Feng was currently level 14 while Brilliant War God was only level 9. In God's domain, if players and monsters had a level gap of 3 levels, then due to the level suppression, players would have their damage reduced by around 50%. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides consisted of players, the party with the lower level would have their damage reduced by 65%. If the gap grew to 5 levels, then there would be an 80% damage reduction. For 10 levels and above, the damage reduction was 95% and above. In addition, Feng currently wore the Silver Moon set equipment, so his defense was very high to begin with. After he had risen to level 14, his endurance attribute increased just beyond 80 points, activating the hidden passive skill for endurance, basic body strengthening. With this passive skill, all attacks causing less than 50 damage were greatly weakened, his battle recovery rate would slightly increase, and his stamina recovery would slightly improve as well due to the damage Brilliant War God caused him being extremely low. His battle recovery could replenish most of his lost HP in one shot. This was the specialty of virtual reality games. Due to the gap in levels and attributes, the disparity in strength was worlds apart. Brilliant War God was obviously unaware of this. Stop bluffing. You're merely a blockhead with high defense. Watch how I'll get rid of you and send you back to level 0. Regret becoming my enemy. Brilliant War God did not and would not believe that Feng could retaliate. He raised his Giant Bear War Axe, sending a fierce slash towards Feng's chest. Brilliant War God no longer fooled around. He wanted to get rid of Feng instantly like a fierce gale, so he coupled his attack with a skill. However, standing at a distance, Aqua Rose did not think that Feng bluffed at all. Since the start of the battle, Feng had waved his sword only once, then stood without moving, allowing Brilliant War God to attack him for an entire 5 seconds continuously. 5 seconds. Even the weakest players could attack or defend many times within this amount of time. Yet, Feng chose to do nothing at all. The moment Brilliant War God's Giant Bear Axe passed through Feng's body, Brilliant War God involuntarily revealed a cold smile. His belief that Feng only bluffed was reaffirmed after image. Brilliant War God immediately noticed that sensation of his axe passing through Feng felt odd. At this moment, he realized that the Feng before him was simply an afterimage. He then spun, searching for Feng's position. At this moment, Feng had already arrived at Brilliant War God's back. His movements were silent as if he did not exist at all. Feng's right hand twitched, and the abyssal blade lightly pierced through Brilliant War God's back. A hole appeared in the hard armor that Brilliant War God wore, and the shield warrior instantly felt his heart cool to freezing temperatures. Brilliant War God felt an immense pain in his chest. Since when had a young master like himself experienced such a degree of pain? Immediately, he released an agonizing scream as a damage of over -300 appeared above his head. With a single hit, Brilliant War God lost over a fifth of his total HP. Such speed and attack power. Aqua Rose had distinctly witnessed it from a distance, and her shock-filled eyes involuntarily blinked as a result. She did not think that Shifeng, as a forger, would actually be so amazing in battle. His attack power was simply inhumane. Because of the equipment he possessed, Brilliant Wargod's defense was frightening. Yet, Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -300 damage to the warrior. Between the two of them, be it defense or attack power, Brilliant Wargod was far from Shifeng's equal. The disparity in strength was clear for all to behold. The two of them were on completely different levels. It was simply unbelievable. Even with Brilliant Wargod standards, there was still an evident gap in strength between him and Shifeng. This fight had completely renewed Aqua Rose's recognition of God's domain after stabbing Brilliant Wargod once. Shifeng did not give Brilliant Wargod any chances. He once again waved the Abyssal Blade, sending a chop at Brilliant Wargod's body. Shifeng landed a triple damage critical attack, causing over -2,400 damage and instantly killing Brilliant Wargod. Chapter 185, Ruined Mountain Range. Shifeng pulled back his sword, sliding it back into its scabbard immediately after. An agonizing wail resounded throughout the streets. Brilliant Wargod stared Shifeng with eyes filled with poisonous hatred. However, there was also a thread of fear hidden within that hatred. After all, Shifeng had only used a single swordsman's skill, chop, to kill him instantly. Brilliant Wargod's past confidence and arrogance had, at this moment, shattered. He quietly watched as his HP frantically decreased, and in the blink of an eye, he only had 1 HP remaining. Brilliant Wargod fell to his knees, his eyes filled with shock and fear as this was only a duel. Brilliant Wargod could escape death this time, however. As Brilliant Wargod regained some of his spirit, he finally understood Shifeng's comment of this would be a boring battle. At that time, Brilliant Wargod had still thought that it was Shifeng's arrogance, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. In reality, however, no! Brilliant Wargod exclaimed as he noticed his levels swiftly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen to level 0. Although duels would not allow players to die, the punishment the losing party received would not be altered in the slightest. The sinister punishment Brilliant Wargod had previously set for Shifeng had all come biting back at him. The system also transferred the map he gambled into Shifeng's inventory this time. Not only had he dug his own grave, but he also bought his own coffin, suffering twice the loss. Miss Aqua, I'm done. Let's continue our talks. Shifeng looked towards Aqua Rose with a smile as he spoke. Brilliant Wargod glared at Shifeng with a malicious expression, his teeth gnashing. Immediately after Shifeng turned his back on Brilliant Wargod, the shield warrior took out a Tier 1 magic scroll, using it on Shifeng. Black Flame, die. The Tier 1 magic scroll that Brilliant Wargod used was a flame-type spell called Flame Spear. The scroll contained a relatively strong, single-target, destructive spell. In any case, Brilliant Wargod had already fallen to level 0. He would not suffer a loss if the guards captured and jailed him. At worst, he would just have to delete his account and start all over again. It would be acceptable if he could kill Shifeng and appease his hatred. Careful. Aqua Rose warned Shifeng did not expect Brilliant Wargod to be insane enough to dare attack him in the middle of Blackwing City. However, due to the short distance between them, it was too late. By the time Shifeng realized Brilliant Wargod's actions, the flame spear instantly struck Shifeng's back, and Brilliant Wargod revealed a sinister smile as his attack landed. This flame spear was Brilliant Wargod's trump card. It was capable of causing up to 2,000 flame damage to a single target. Even if Shifeng were amazing, he was a single swordsman. How high could his HP be? It would already be heaven-defying if he had 1,200 HP. With this 2,000 damage, Shifeng would unquestionably die after the raging flames dissipated. Shifeng's HP madly fell. So what if you are amazing? Since you dared provoke this young master, only death awaits you. Brilliant Wargod laughed loudly as he watched Shifeng's full HP trickle to 0. Brilliant Wargod, you are too despicable. With this action, Aqua Rose finally saw through to Brilliant Wargod's true self. She did not think that he would be such despicable filth without even the most basic self-respect. Despicable? The victor becomes king, whereas the loser becomes a bandit. He can only blame himself for his own lack of skills. Brilliant Wargod sneered as he spoke. However, Brilliant Wargod's smile quickly faded the moment he discovered that Shurfeng's HP had stopped decreasing after reaching 20%. Why? Why aren't you dead? Looking at Shurfeng standing there, Brilliant Wargod retreated several steps. His trembling finger pointed at Shurfeng as he panicked. You don't need to know. However, since you've dared take action here, I'm guessing that you're prepared to receive your punishment, Shurfeng softly said. He chuckled as he clapped at the flames remaining on his body. Extinguishing them, the damage caused by the flame spear could indeed kill a level 14 player with one hit. However, Shurfeng was different. He possessed 20 points of fire resistance. He also had the basic body strengthening passive skill activated, which would somewhat increase some of the hidden magic resistance. In addition, Shurfeng currently had a maximum HP of 1,840 points, so a single flame spear was not enough to kill him. To put it another way, Tier 1 magic had no possibility of killing him with a single hit. At most, it would gravely injure him. Impossible! Brilliant Wargod was completely dumbfounded by this scene. After all, that was the most powerful Tier 1 magic scroll he had in his possession. It can't be, right? Aqua Rose was similarly shocked. Fire-type magic possessed the highest destructive force of all elemental magic. Yet, Shurfeng had survived after taking a direct hit from a Tier 1 fire-type spell. Just what kind of defense did he possess? Aqua Rose even started to suspect that Shurfeng was a shield warrior or a guardian knight in disguise. However, even guardian knights possessing the highest magic resistance could not forcefully survive this move. While the two suffered their shock, the Black Knights of Blackwing City had arrived. Compared to other towns and normal cities, Blackwing City's management was far more strict. The penalties it administered were even more unbearable. Hence, in Shurfeng's previous life, no players dared cause a scene while in Blackwing City. Any who did simply sought their own deaths. Not to mention, Brilliant Wargod had actually dared attack Shurfeng, who possessed the status of a demon hunter. Hence, Shurfeng did not immediately take action against Brilliant Wargod. In reality, he simply waited for the punishment Blackwing City would provide to Brilliant Wargod. Brilliant Wargod, you have committed an offense against Blackwing City's laws. Moreover, you attacked the Lord Demon Hunter. From now on, you will remain in jail in Blackwing City for 15 days. After your release, all your attributes would be decreased by 10% for a duration of 10 days, and the EXP you gain will decrease by 20%. The Black Knight captain walked up to Brilliant Wargod, stating his verdict. Hearing such a penalty, Aqua Rose sucked in a cold breath. This penalty was simply too heavy. Even if they locked Brilliant Wargod up for 15 days, as an Elder of Twilight Echo, there were other people available to help him level back up. However, now that he was level 0 with the 15-day gap and 20% EXP gain reduction, Brilliant Wargod would need to grind ceaselessly for over a month to catch up with the level of the majority of the players, not to mention catching up to the top-ranking players. Black Flame, I admit that you are amazing. However, from the moment I took action, I had already decided to delete my account and start all over again. Did you really think I would fear the system punishment? Although Brilliant Wargod trembled slightly when he heard the penalty he was to receive, giving it another thought, he planned to delete and rebuild his account. What should he be afraid of? Is that so? Then, I look forward to you deleting and rebuilding your account. Shurfeng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. Seeing Brilliant Wargod's confident smile, Shurfeng could not bear to shatter his fantasies. Brilliant Wargod thought too lightly of God's domain. If a pig-brained person like Brilliant Wargod could think of such a method to escape punishment, the main god system would certainly have a solution. In Shurfeng's previous life, plenty of players had thought of God's domain as only a virtual reality game. They thought they could do whatever they wanted. There were even some players who had done unscrupulous and condemnable things towards female NPCs. After all, these players all thought they could simply avoid punishment by deleting and rebuilding their accounts from scratch. However, the outcome spoke differently. Unless one no longer wanted to play God's domain, otherwise, any and all punishments would be meted out. No matter how many times one deleted their accounts or changed their gaming helmets, the consequences were inescapable. Although God's domain was a virtual reality game, it had its own bottom line as well. The rules of God's domain were the final bottom line. Any and all who dared go past this bottom line would do well to prepare themselves for their punishments. No exceptions. When Brilliant Wargod saw Shifeng smile, he suddenly felt uncertain about his decision. However, when he gave it more thought, it was possible that Shifeng just tried to frighten him. Immediately, Brilliant Wargod logged out of God's domain, preparing to delete and rebuild his account. Meanwhile, Shifeng no longer cared to pay any attention to this brainless princeling. He then opened his bag, examining the clue to the God Slayer that he had just obtained. There was no marked location on this map. There were also no written words to give an explanation. If any other players were to obtain this map, they would have no clue of what to do with it. After all, they would not know the location displayed on the map, nor would they know how to look for it. Moreover, the official site did not publish a world map for God's domain. That explained Brilliant Wargod's ignorant generosity of wagering this map. Fortunately, Shifeng was extremely familiar with God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, the various major guilds in God's domain made their own maps of God's domain, and Shadow was no exception. 10 years after God's domain started its operation, the world map that Shadow possessed was very thorough. Meanwhile, familiarizing oneself with the world map was one of the basic requirements of a guild leader, including Shifeng. However, the map currently in Shifeng's hands displayed very complicated terrain. Only after racking his brain for some time did Shifeng manage to recall a place with a similar terrain as shown on this map. It was the forbidden territory for humans, the ruined mountain range. Chapter 186, State A Price. Just as Shifeng recognized the location shown on the map. For level 200 black guards appeared on Light Street, each wielding a black spear in their hands and walking towards Brilliant Wargod. They intended to take him away. Don't even think of catching me. Brilliant Wargod immediately logged out of the game. However, an unbelievable situation occurred. One could describe this as an out-of-body experience. Like an empty shell, Brilliant Wargod's body suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. However, the 4 black guards did not care much about this. 2 of the knights grabbed a hold of Brilliant Wargod's body from each side, dragging him away from Light Street. Soon after, the black knights also dispersed from the scene. Master Black Flame, what is going on here? Didn't Brilliant Wargod log off? Logically, his body should also have disappeared. Aqua Rose looked at Shifeng, her shining eyes blinking as she asked. Although Aqua Rose did not know why she would ask Shifeng, her instincts told her that Shifeng might know the answer. If Shifeng knew that Aqua Rose had asked him about this matter out of instinct, the fearsomeness of a woman's intuition would certainly surprise him. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, Shifeng simply smiled and said, "It should be that the system doesn't allow players avoid punishment." Blackwing City's judgment was, without a doubt, the system's judgment. If Brilliant Wargod had properly received his punishment, he would only have to pay the smallest price. However, if Brilliant Wargod deleted and rebuilt his account, not to mention losing the money and equipment that he originally had, he would also lose all the reputation he had earned in God's domain. Reputation was not easy to gain. After all, many of the quests that rewarded players with reputation points were unique quests, so it is like that. Aqua Rose understood the truth of the matter. Otherwise, if everyone simply deleted and rebuilt their accounts the moment they did something nefarious, wouldn't that turn God's domain into a heaping mess? However, along with the passing of time, player levels would become higher, while the chances of such matters occurring would decrease as well. After all, players had dedicated a great amount of time and energy onto cultivating their God's domain accounts. There would be few people with the courage to start all over again. However, if players encountered a situation like Brilliant Wargod's, a majority of them would choose to delete and rebuild. After all, it would be much faster to start all over again, and it could be a way to take advantage of the system. Naturally, the main god system would not make such a mistake. Regarding the calamity that had befallen Brilliant Wargod, Aqua Rose did not display a hint of sympathy. On the contrary, she was very grateful for Shifeng's significant help. Her and Brilliant Wargod's families had always been friendly with each other, and both families intended to increase and widen their wealth and influence through marriage. On the other hand, Aqua Rose had, from the very beginning, opposed this notion. She intended to create a legacy for herself, increasing her right of speech within her family. To oppose this marriage, God's domain just so happened to have given her this very good chance. As long as she could further herself in God's domain, and adding in brilliant Wargod's actions, she could easily vanquish the notion of marriage between the two families. After dealing with the matter of brilliant Wargod, Shurfeng and Aqua Rose returned to the restaurant and resumed their business talks. Originally, Shurfeng wanted to investigate the Godslayer's whereabouts. However, he set it aside for now. In God's domain, the Ruin Mountain Range was an absolutely forbidden place for humans. In Shurfeng's previous life, many players did not believe this fact. In the end, all who went there found only death. From then on, nobody dared casually enter the Ruined Mountain Range. With Shurfeng's current strength, not to mention entering the Ruined Mountain Range, even the path leading to the Ruined Mountain Range presented an impossible challenge for Shurfeng. How would he reach the location marked on the map? The only choice he had right now was to increase his strength. When he had sufficient strength, he could then think of a way to go there. Master Black Flame, these are the various forging materials that you've requested. Due to limited bag space, I've only brought the rare and precious materials. This time, Master Black Flame has helped me a great deal, so I'll sell these to you at a lower price. You just need to pay me 43 gold coins for them. Aqua Rose displayed the transaction list, smiling as she spoke. The cost of purchasing all these materials came to a total of just over 37 gold. Originally, Aqua Rose intended to sell all these materials to Shurfeng for 50 gold. However, since Shurfeng had helped her out, she chose to earn a little less in this transaction. Initially, Aqua Rose had not possessed enough gold coins to purchase all these materials. However, she made a big profit from the Glimmer chestplate forging designs, which she bought from Shurfeng last time. Not only had she earned over 100 gold coins, but she also earned back all the credits she used to purchase the forging designs. She still had quite a few Glimmer chestplate forging designs remaining. If she sold all of them, she could still earn tens of gold coins and hundreds of thousands of credits. Even for an Apex first-rate guild like Twilight Echo, the entire guild's currently available fluid funds only amounted to 20 to 30 gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose had over 100 gold in her possession. Invoking the guild's elder's jealousy after having the first taste of profit, Aqua Rose greatly anticipated the surprise Shurfeng was about to create 43 gold. When Shurfeng looked at the transaction list, his heart skipped a beat. Had not expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually gathered so many materials. Taking a quick glance at the transaction list, the materials listed were all rare, required for forging mysterious iron and secret silver ranked items. There were even some extremely rare fine gold ranked materials. At this stage of the game, it was absolutely impossible for players to find any of these materials in Starmoon Kingdom. Aqua Rose had also bought a large quantity of hard stones, as Shurfeng had specially requested a lot of them. Now, Aqua Rose had close to 1,000 stacks of hard stones for Shurfeng, completely filling up her ore bags. Shurfeng could not help but admit that the ore country was aptly named. Ore bags were different from normal bags. They were specifically made for storing forging materials. Hence, these bags had extremely large storage spaces, and each one was several times, some even several tens of times, larger than a normal bag. In Aqua Rose's case, aside from her main bag having 100 slots, her remaining 6 bags were all ore bags. Every one of her ore bags had 350 slots for items, and all 6 ore bags were currently filled to the brim. The country Aqua Rose came from did not lack ores. Hence, Aqua Rose only sold each stack of hard stones to Shurfeng at a price of 80 copper coins. Aqua Rose had probably purchased all of these hard stones at an even lower price. Compared to these sold in Starmoon Kingdom, the price of these hard stones was simply too cheap. Right now, each stack of hard stones sold for 3 silver coins. Just by selling these hard stones to other players, Shurfeng could make a profit of several times his cost. Moreover, those players would fight over these hard stones. However, even Shurfeng could not afford 43 gold in a single transaction. Fortunately, Shurfeng came prepared. He removed a pile of level 8 and level 9 bronze equipment and quite a lot of mysterious iron equipment from his bag. He had personally forged a majority of the equipment, while he had obtained the remainder from the Moonlight Forest. However, the most eye-catching equipment among was the level 10 secret silver ranked one-handed swords, the Silver Dawns, that Surfeng had crafted secret silver weapons, even to a first-rate guild, they were extremely rare. Normally, only the core upper echelons of the guild would possess 2 to 3 secret silver ranked items, while the elites of the guild could not even dream of possessing one in the blink of an eye. Surfeng had filled the private room with equipment, dazzling the sight of all beholders. Making a general count, Surfeng had over 500 pieces of equipment. Aqua Rose was instantly dumbfounded by this sight. Only after tens of seconds had passed did she gradually recover her spirit, and shock filled her eyes as she looked at Surfeng. One could easily outfit a large elite team with this much equipment. Moreover, Surfeng had forged the majority. Aqua Rose was greatly confused at how Surfeng could forge so much equipment all by himself. After all, she had personally witnessed forgers create equipment before. The process could be summed up in one word: slow. These were all bronze and mysterious iron ranked equipment. If one were not careful while forging them, the result would easily fail. So, the process of forging equipment of such quality was definitely much slower than that of common equipment. Since the last time Aqua Rose met with Surfeng, only a little more than 3 days had passed. Even if Surfeng continuously forged equipment without sleep or food during this period, it should still be impossible for him to forge this much equipment. Miss Aqua, I already brought the equipment. State a price. Surfeng smiled. Aqua Rose immediately felt as if she had been cheated. Originally, she intended to make a big profit off of Surfeng. However, with 500+ pieces of high-level equipment placed before her, even if she sold herself to Surfeng, it still might not be enough. Chapter 187, Frightening Forger. The private room of the restaurant was very large. However, it was insufficient to contain all of the weapons and equipment that Surfeng had taken out. The entire room was cramped with items right now. After counting for a long while, Aqua Rose finally had a firm grasp on the number of weapons and equipment that Surfeng had brought. Among them, there were over 200 level 8 and above bronze weapons, over 300 pieces of level 8 and above bronze equipment, 70 level 9 and above mysterious iron weapons, 80 pieces of level 9 and above mysterious iron equipment, and 20 level 10 silver dawns. There was close to a total of 700 weapons and pieces of equipment. With this much equipment, Aqua Rose would have no problems gearing up even a 100-man team. The attributes of the Silver Dawns were especially frightening. Compared to the giant bear war axe that Brilliant War God had, the Silver Dawn's attributes were much stronger. Twilight Echo had sacrificed many of their elite members to obtain Brilliant War God's level 9 giant bear war axe. After all, it was only a normal occurrence to lose over 20 elite players when dealing with a chieftain-ranked field boss. Chieftain-ranked field bosses were extremely rare in God's domain, and meeting one all depended on luck. Moreover, after meeting one, sacrifices were necessary to bring it down. This was the exchange of the lives of the guild's elites for equipment, and it was a huge loss to the guild. Yet, Surfeng casually displayed 20 secret silver weapons. Aqua Rose no longer knew how to describe Surfeng. Despite having an immeasurably high strength, his standards as a forger were also at their apex, as Aqua Rose had yet to hear news of any player forging a secret silver-ranked item. Surfeng's existence simply caused others despair. At the same time, Aqua Rose had finally come to an understanding of just how frightening a forger could be. If any guild could have a forger like Surfeng, that guild would not have to worry about trying to obtain equipment. As long as they had the forging designs, they could have whatever equipment they wanted, and at any time they wanted it. There would be no need for them to waste tremendous effort to kill bosses. Moreover, killing an extremely powerful boss would only yield several pieces of equipment. On the other hand, as long as a forger had the materials, they could create as many pieces of equipment as they wanted. It was much faster and more convenient. Miss Aqua, you look a little pale. Are you all right? Surfeng looked at the dazed Aqua Rose, asking with concern. Me? As Aqua Rose regained her senses, she involuntarily wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm fine. Why would I have any problems? Is it possible that Miss Aqua can't afford this many weapons and equipment? If this is so, just pick as many as you can. Surfeng could sympathize with Aqua Rose's situation. After all, even a first-rate guild could not buy up all this equipment in one go, not to mention Aqua Rose by herself. Master Black Flame, I want all of these items. However, can we carry out the transaction with credits? Otherwise, if I give Master Black Flame all of my gold coins, I would starve. Aqua Rose smiled bitterly. There were so many good items before her eyes, and it would be a sin not to gobble all of them up right now. What did the various large guilds lack the most? The answer was obvious: high-level weapons and equipment. Level 8 and above weapons and equipment just so happened to be what guilds lacked the most. Just a single piece of level 8 bronze equipment was worth well over 20 silvers on the market right now. Level 8 bronze weapons even sold for 30 silvers or more, while level 9 mysterious iron equipment was worth 50 silvers or more, and level 9 mysterious iron weapons sold for 80 silvers or more. As for the level 10 secret silver weapons, the Silver Dawns, they were priceless treasures, and not a single person out there would willingly sell one if a price were truly to be set. With the Silver Dawn's attributes, at the very least, it would sell for 2 gold coins or more. 20 Silver Dawns would then equate 40 gold coins. That was nearly half of all the game currency Aqua Rose owned. Moreover, this was the lowest price for the Silver Dawn. That's fine as well. I'll just take these forging materials, in addition to 50 gold, to cover for a portion of the bill. You can pay the remainder using credits. Shi Feng spoke after giving it some thought. Aqua Rose hesitated for a long time. In the end, however, she gnashed her teeth as she agreed, saying, "All right, I understand." Hearing Shi Feng's words, Aqua Rose really wished that she could recruit Shi Feng. In just a few moments, Shi Feng had taken away a greater half of the gold coins she had earned after much effort. Aqua Rose felt extreme frustration in her heart. However, Aqua Rose suddenly discovered that she truly did not possess anything that could attract Shi Feng to her side. Regarding weapons and equipment, as a forger, Shi Feng did not lack any of these, to begin with. His money-earning capabilities were obvious. As for status, although he was simply a nobody right now, the moment the name of the Black Flame Forger spread, his status would become undeniably grand, earning the respect of others. The only thing remaining was a girlfriend. If Shi Feng did not have one right now, there were plenty of great beauties in Aqua Rose's elite team. Every one of them possessed beauty that could easily move one's heart, and their bodies were all curved in the right places. Plenty of men often tried to court these women. Aqua Rose would be rich if she could get one of her team's beauties to hook up Shi Feng. However, it would be unquestionably foolish if she asked Shi Feng this question right now. She could only wait until their relationship grew before digging for some hints. If Shi Feng knew the thoughts Aqua Rose had in her head right now, she would probably frighten him away. After all, who would have thought that the elegant and cheerful Aqua Rose could be so cunning? Very quickly, the two of them completed their transaction. Aside from obtaining the 43 gold's worth of materials from selling the equipment, Shi Feng also obtained an additional 50 gold coins and over 2 million credits just by striving for 3 short days. Shi Feng had instantly multiplied the 10+ gold he had initially spent by more than 10-folds. Shi Feng had made a huge profit from this trade. This time, regarding gold coins, Shi Feng had once again become the richest person in White River City. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was also greatly pleased. With this many weapons and equipment, she could greatly strengthen her own legion and very quickly turn it into the #1 legion in Twilight Echo. At that time, her right to speak would also grow, while those elders would no longer dare speak nonsense in front of her Master Black Flame. Let's schedule next trade for 4 days from now. It just so happens to coincide with the day the Blackwing auction will be held. What do you think? Without realizing it, Aqua Rose treated Shi Feng as a good friend. Now alright. I can also save the number of uses left on the pass. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. He had earned simply too much this time. He also needed quite some time to forge new weapons and equipment. Now that Aqua Rose had yet to obtain additional Blackwing City passes, it was also beneficial to have a time extension. Soon after, the two parted ways. Shi Feng then went to purchase more frost grenades. This time, he bought a full stack of 200 intermediate frost grenades for 18 gold. He also bought 5 stacks of 1,000 basic frost grenades for 13 gold, 50 silver. In just a short moment, he had spent 31 gold, 50 silver. However, Shi Feng did not feel any heartache over it, as the money he obtained from Aqua Rose just now was simply the tip of the iceberg. The true iceberg was still within his grasp with the incomparably popular hard stone. To Aqua Rose, whetstones were neither rare nor special. After all, being from the ore country, such items were available in abundance. The number of forgers there was as plentiful as the hairs on an ox, so they were not particularly desperate for such items. However, it was a different story for the Star Moon Kingdom, with the various guilds in the White River City region who were desperately trying to level up. These guilds were in desperate need of hard stones. Yet, it was just too difficult to obtain any. They might even go bald from over-worrying right now, as for after these guilds entered White River City, Shifeng did not need to worry that these guilds would suddenly halt their need for whetstones. Even after everyone entered White River City, the issue of durability would still plague them. It might even become a much more serious issue. Hence, Shifeng did not worry in the slightest that he could not sell his hard stones. He merely had to decide at what price he would sell them for. Just as Shifeng was about to return to White River City, Blackie suddenly sent news. Brother Feng, this is not good. Right now, all of the guilds within the White River City region are looking for you. They say that if you do not give an explanation on the official forums, all the guilds within the White River City region will add us to the wanted list. Chapter 188. You are digging your own grave. After reading Blackie's message, Shifeng was confused. Why would the guilds within the White River City region suddenly look for trouble with them for no reason? Moreover, they even wanted an explanation. What did they want him to explain? However, Shifeng did not pay further attention to this matter. It would be better for him to get the details after he returned to White River City. Hence, he took out the 7 Luminaries crystal, teleporting to White River City. Level 10 Monster Area, White Sand Ruins. A 40-man elite team was currently clearing level 10 desert twin-headed snakes. Every member of the team took action in an organized fashion, and very quickly, the team dispatched all of the tens of desert twin-headed snakes, turning them into an abundance of EXP. This elite team belonged to the guild, Martial Union, chased out of Red Leaf Town by Shifeng. Meanwhile, the leader of this team, none other than Unstable Devastation boss Unstable, the deed is done. I've already told them the conditions, pros and cons. At that time, we'll share the secret Shifeng used to reach level 10 quickly. Currently, there are a total of 8 unrated guilds that have agreed to enter our little alliance. An assassin came running, reporting, "Good, you've done well." Unstable Devastation laughed with a smirk on his face. He then said confidently, "Yi Feng, you are the one courting death. You actually dared ignore my words. Now, the entire White River City region has discovered the leveling secret you used to reach level 10. I've also established my own alliance. Whether you reveal that leveling secret or not, you will be finished." When Shifeng had utterly rejected him, Unstable Devastation had been sent into a daze for a long time. He did not think that Shifeng would act so decisively. However, since Unstable Devastation could not control Shifeng through threats, he could only use a more strenuous method to deal with Shifeng, publicizing the matter about this secret to all of the other guilds. Now that the competition between the various large guilds was so intense, every one of these guilds worked towards swiftly raising their members' levels to level 10. Meanwhile, Shifeng possessed a leveling secret that could allow these guilds to achieve such a feat, so these various large guilds would naturally want it. After all, while the other guilds still worried over the matter of reaching level 10, Shifeng's entire team was already level 10 and currently developed themselves further in White River City. Their situations were worlds apart. Currently, Shifeng's team occupied all of the resources available in White River City. With that access, they could increase the gap even further. By the time the majority of the players in the White River City region entered White River City, Shifeng's team may already occupy all the high-level resource areas available in the city. How were other players supposed to mingle in White River City then? That was to say, if any guild could obtain Shifeng's leveling secret, they would become a tyrant in White River City in the future. With such a temptation in sight, who could resist? Not to mention, Shifeng was merely an independent player. He did not have the protection of any major power. God's domain was still not kind enough to allow a weakling exclusive monopoly on treasures. With treasures up for grabs, how could any of these guilds let go of this chance? They would do whatever they could to snatch Idas for obtaining the leveling secret through fair trade. It was an impossible notion. After all, the initial criterion for a fair trade was that both parties had to be of equal power. How could a single independent player possibly equal a large guild? If Shi Feng did not obediently hand the leveling secret over, there would only be a single ending for him, death. However, even if he handed it over, death would still be the only thing awaiting him. This was the sorrow of weaklings at this moment. Even unstable devastation pitted Shi Feng. However, who told this fool to refuse his kind suggestion? White River City, trade area, bank. The moment Shi Feng returned to White River City, he immediately emptied all of the forging materials he had on him into the bank. Seeing over 10,000 slots of his warehouse full to the brim, Shi Feng could not help but grow emotional. After all, in his previous life, he did not possess such a rich and spectacular warehouse. He wondered just how much money he could make if he sold all of these items. At the very least, it should be enough to serve as his guild's reserve funds. In actuality, Shi Feng's current fame could allow him to establish a guild easily. However, Shi Feng chose to do it surely, but steadily. He should first deal with the welfare of the guild. After finishing that, the guild he established would shock the world, and no power out there would be able to touch them. Even if those third-rate and second-rate guilds wished to suppress his guild, they could not stop his guild's swift development. After all, his guild would already possess a sturdy foundation and huge funding at that time. A small skirmish would not easily destroy. After he finished tidying up his warehouse, Shi Feng opened his system message log, taking a look at what was actually going on previously. To prevent unstable devastation from disturbing his trade, Shi Feng had set his system communication and messages to prevent strangers from disturbing him. However, he did not think that so much would occur during the time he did so compared to when he entered White River City. The messages he now received exceeded 10,000. Independent players had sent a majority of them, while various guilds had sent the minority. After reading a few of these messages, Shi Feng managed to grasp the general gist of what these players wanted. A majority of these players wanted to privately purchase his strategy of quickly reaching to level 10, while a minority of them directly demanded that Shi Feng hand the strategy over. Naturally, this minority consisted of guild representatives. Every one of the words in their messages contained force. Although they did not use threatening words, their intent was unmistakable. They told Shi Feng to do whatever he saw fit, but he would have to take responsibility for the consequences. Meanwhile, the demand for an explanation posted on the forums was also the doing of these guilds. They were clearly trying to force him into a corner. Fortunately, however, the guilds that had directly suggested that Shi Feng hand over the leveling strategy were all unrated, without a single rated guild among them. Unstable devastation. Shi Feng's brows wrinkled. A chilling battle intent shone in his eyes. This was a scheme concocted by unstable devastation in order to push him down to a hell beyond salvation from the experiences in his past life. Shi Feng clearly understood a single matter. Hungry Ghost could never devour enough. Even Shadow is trying to have a part in this? Shi Feng found a new post on the forums. It was a declaration of alliance made by Unstable Devastation and several other guilds. They requested Shi Feng to hand over his leveling strategy to satisfy everyone. Otherwise, they would impose a sanction on him. Meanwhile, Shadow was among the several guilds that had joined this alliance. Immediately, plenty of people showed their support for Unstable Devastation. They all wanted Shi Feng to hand over his leveling strategy, benefiting everyone. Shi Feng simply smiled. Did they really take him for someone who could be easily bullied, someone they could mold in the palm of their hands? If Gentle Snow possessed this leveling secret, these guilds and players would have long since shut their mouths. Rather, they would cheer and sing her praises. Immediately after, Shi Feng created a post on the forums selling the leveling strategy to reach level 10 quickly for 10 billion credits. All insincere buyers will be ignored. Shi Feng then set aside the official forums, looking at the time. It was nearing dawn in the real world, so Shi Feng promptly logged off to rest. However, Shi Feng's post had instantly become popular. Almost everybody paid attention to it when they saw Shi Feng's asking price of 10 billion. Those who had previously wanted Shi Feng to publicly disclose the strategy for free now cursed even more fervently. 10 billion credits? Why don't you die instead? Unstable Devastation and other unknown guilds had all involuntarily cursed the moment they saw Yi Feng's post. This Yi Feng had simply gone insane for money. Which fool out there would spend 10 billion credits to buy a garbage strategy? However, anyone smart enough could easily discern Shifeng's true intentions naturally. These guilds also understood what Shifeng tried to say. This was Shifeng's way of indirectly sending them a message, saying, "Want this secret for free? Dream on." Without a doubt, Shifeng declared war with these guilds. Yifeng, you are digging your own grave. Unstable Devastation spoke in rage, though his tone carried with it a hint of gloating. He was furious due to Shifeng ridiculing him for being poor, while he was happy as there were over 30 guilds who would deal with Shifeng. Even if Shifeng were amazing, he would still be finished the moment these guilds entered White River City unless, of course, Shifeng could repeat the scene from last time, banishing all of these guilds from White River City. However, was that possible? Chapter 189, Berserked Market. Shortly after Shifeng logged off, the post Shifeng had left on the forums became instantly popular. 1 view became 10, 10 became 100. Players had strong gossiping hearts, so they would not miss out on this good show within a short 20 minutes. Almost all players within the White River City region had discovered this matter. The guilds that had demanded the leveling strategy from Shifeng were all enraged. Crap. Find all of the information about that little bastard for me. Not only am I going to kill him back to level 0, but I'm also going to kill all his friends back to level 0. Since he dares humiliate Ghost Wheel, he can forget thinking of mingling in God's domain any longer. Sleeping Bones, the guild leader of Ghost Wheel, was furious after listening to his subordinate's report. Although Ghost Wheel was an unrated guild, they were still a large guild with over 5,000 members. Yet, a lone, independent player looked down on them. How were they supposed to show their faces in public in the future if they took this lying down? Leader, I've already investigated him, an elementalist said. Speak. Since he dares look down on Ghost Wheel, I can't retain the name Sleeping Bones if I don't kill all of his friends back to level 0. Sleeping Bones bellowed that Yifeng is an independent player, and I've confirmed that he has 8 team members. Aside from them, Yifeng also has a good relationship with Stabbing Heart, the vice leader of the Assassins Alliance. Rumor also has it that he has a very close relationship with the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, as well. That elementalist answered. Sleeping Bones suddenly fell silent. Was this a joke? If they dared to actually kill Stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance and Gentle Snow of Ouroboros, then the day they entered White River City would be the day Ghost Wheel disbanded. Forget it. I, Sleeping Bones, am a magnanimous person. We'll just stick to killing Yifeng and his teammates, lest we want other people to start gossiping about us. Roger. Guild leader is the wisest. At the same time, the other guilds that did not have a clear understanding of Shifeng began their investigations about him. They were prepared to properly deal with him the moment they entered White River City. Meanwhile, on the forums, players were currently discussing this incident. They all felt that White River City's battle of the century was about to begin. This fellow brother Yifeng simply too awesome. Isn't he trying to oppose those various guilds? He is just overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? When these guilds enter White River City, it will take no effort for them to destroy him. What do you know? Yifeng is a God-ranked expert. Previously, he turned Martial Union upside down, while Martial Union could do nothing against him. They were even chased out of Red Leaf Town. Now, Yifeng is even facing off against so many strong powers. He is truly my generation's role model. What's so amazing about that? I could do it as well. Don't forget, that incident happened in a town. The various large guilds' strength scattered. How many members could they possibly have in a single town? It was only natural that they were defeated. There were many players browsing the forums. However, a majority of them did not feel optimistic about Shifeng's chances. They were especially confused about Shifeng's actions. Just how stupid could Shifeng be to actually dare taunt the guilds? Was he not afraid of these guilds taking revenge and killing him back to level 0? Along with the growing intensity of the discussions, the so-called God-ranked expert had also become a courageous fool. Many started ridiculing Shifeng just when the forums reached their zenith. Shifeng's White River City guidebook post revealed itself the moment the preset time arrived. The post's appearance caused a massive ripple effect. The White River City Guidebook was undeniably what various large guilds needed the most right now. A few level 9 independent players also urgently needed it. If these players had the White River City Guidebook, they would not have to spend a large amount of time exploring the city. They only needed to refer to the guidebook to learn what they needed to know. Compared to the heavenly price of 10 billion for a single leveling strategy, using 20,000 credits to purchase a luxury version of the White River City Guidebook was unquestionably a lot cheaper. It was practically the price of cabbage. Also, the cheaper, simplified version only sold for 300 credits. These various guilds and players could easily accept that price. However, afraid of Shurfang's trickery, a large majority of the guilds chose to purchase the simplified guidebook, taking a look at it before making further decisions. After all, they could afford a loss of 300 credits. As for the players that wished to develop themselves in God's domain, they all grew extremely curious about White River City, a fascinating city. They wished to experience it in advance. So many players had gnashed their teeth as they bought the simplified guidebook within half an hour. The simplified version of the White River City Guidebook was like a best-selling novel. Sales of the guidebook continuously increased, and before anyone knew it, over 5,000 copies had already sold. In other words, Shurfang had earned 1.5 million credits within this short time. Many players had discovered business opportunities from this. Players who originally worried about whether or not they could make money in God's domain relaxed at this sight. After all, Shurfang was their best example. As long as they could grasp a hold of the opportunity, becoming rich in a single night was not just a dream. It was just like how Shurfang became the first person to enter White River City immediately. Plenty of players outside of the White River City region grew excited. If they too could be the first to enter their own respective cities and write a city guidebook, couldn't they also become rich? This thought inspired desperation in all of the players in God's domain. As if possessed by the devil, they all started rushing to level up. They all wished to become the first person to enter their respective cities, making a huge profit and becoming rich overnight. Meanwhile, in the trade market of the entire Star Moon Kingdom, the popularity of whetstones had instantly soared. As long as a forger had at least a 30% success rate of crafting whetstones, the various large guilds would instantly target them. The guilds used all sorts of methods to recruit these forgers, continuously raising the standard of treatment. As a result, these forgers earned salaries comparable to the white-collar workers in the big cities. Such a result inspired other players to become forgers. However, forging materials were utterly necessary if one wanted to hone their forging skill. Like adding fuel to a fire, this new situation instantly ignited a blazing inferno that raged through all of the Star Moon Kingdom. The prices of forging materials soared, again and again, madly increasing the price of hard stones as well. By the time Shurfang entered God's domain that night, a stack of 20 hard stones already sold for a sky-high price of 8 silver coins. However, the supply could not keep up with the demand. Furthermore, even the most common bronze ore sold for 15 silver coins per stack, with 200 per stack. Luck can't be stopped once it comes. I would never have thought that the White River City Guidebook would so fiercely drive the materials market. Shurfang rejoiced the moment he logged in during the day. Aside from training his body, Shurfang had gone to the city center to look for suitable locations to start up his workshop. His requirements were very simple. He wanted a good environment surrounding the office building. After surveying over 10 locations, Shurfang finally found a relatively pleasing office building. It was located in the city center. Moreover, it was an entire floor being sold. The office floor had a wide space of 5,000 square meters, so it was extremely spacious. There would be no problems turning it into an office for several hundred people. Moreover, the surrounding environment and traffic were convenient. However, the most important factor was that the office was relatively close to Big Dipper, the best gym in Jean High City. The owner of the office floor only sold it to make up for issues surfacing with his business. Otherwise, he would not bear parting with such an amazing location. However, that person had set a price of 60 million credits for the place, with each square meter priced at 12,000 credits. Although such a price was not considered expensive in the city center, it was not cheap either. Shurfang only had somewhere over 20 million credits stored in his bank right now. He still needed that money for the fellowship party hosted by his school. In the end, Feng could only ask the owner for 15 days to think it over. Feng never imagined that he would be given a fright the moment he returned to God's domain. When he saw the sales of the White River City guidebook, he even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Chapter 190, Taking Precautions. Feng had already received attention since the problem of the leveling strategy cropped up. Now that he had priced the leveling strategy at a shockingly high price of 10 billion credits, he was once more pushed into the spotlight. Hence, it was only natural for the White River City guidebook to receive everyone's attention the moment it appeared. These sales had far exceeded Feng's expectations. Feng quietly called up the half-transparent display screen. When he examined the sales records displayed on the official forums, Feng involuntarily revealed a knowing smile. The simplified version of the White River City guidebook sold 25,364 copies. The luxury version of the White River City guidebook sold 367 copies in only half a day's time. The sales had already reached such numbers. Even a best-selling book could achieve such a feat. The simplified version, which was the cheapest version of the guidebook, already cost 300 credits. This was much more expensive than any ordinary book. However, over 25,000 copies still sold. Moreover, 367 copies of the 20,000 credit version of the guidebook also sold. It was obvious just how great the business opportunities were in God's domain. Just the credits Feng earned within a day exceeded 10 million. It was practically faster than robbing a bank. Of course, the main contributor to such success was Feng becoming too eye-catching and famous, even if most of it was infamy. Moreover, along with the passing of time, the sales of the White River City guidebook would still increase. Although Feng won't be earning as much as he was now, his daily earnings would still be considerable. Originally, Feng estimated his earnings from the guidebooks would be around several million credits. Moreover, he reached this conclusion after taking into consideration that every guild within the White River City region would purchase a copy of the luxury version. However, the conversation records on the forums made it clear that it wasn't just players within the White River City region paying attention to the guidebook. Players and guilds from other cities also purchased the guidebooks, which, in turn, led to such a high selling rate. Although it was a strange situation, Feng could guess the intentions of the players and guilds of other cities. The difference between cities was not particularly large. Mostly, only the quests available, leveling spots, and amount of NPCs were different. However, the main rules in a city and the ways to develop a guild in a city were the same. As long as they bought the White River City guidebook, they would understand the basic rules of their respective cities. They could also quickly adapt to the playstyle in the cities. So, naturally, they would purchase a copy of the guidebook to get a general understanding of their respective cities. Now that Feng had gained over 10 million credits for no good reason, confidence regarding his future filled his heart. He might even be able to suppress Shadow at the fellowship party in a few days, becoming the center of attention during the party. However, before he could become the focal point, he needed to make plenty of preparations. After all, his background was simply too weak compared to Shadow's. Right now, hard stones will soar in price from now on. It should reach its peak by the time the first corporation enter White River City. That time would be the best opportunity for me to sell my stock and make a killing. Feng closed the official forums as he thought. Right now, aside from credits, he needed a lot of gold coins to increase his workshop's background. However, he could not just hold on to a ton of gold coins. After all, the true way of earning money in a virtual reality game was by spending money in the first place. He currently had far too few coins to carry out such a feat. Hence, he needed to earn many more gold coins right now. Becoming enemies with that many unrated guilds had placed quite a pressure on Feng. Although these guilds were not much of a threat to him as a lone player, he still wanted to establish his own guild in the future. Such a situation would be detrimental to his guild. As the saying went, the barefooted did not fear those with shoes. Establishing your own guild was the equivalent of putting on shoes. Having a guild was the equivalent of having a house, supplying your enemies with an easy target. They could deal with you with greater ease. Hence, in Feng's previous life, plenty of small guilds were forced to disperse due to being targeted by a large guild. On the other hand, the fixed teams formed by independent players got by rather peacefully, And it went without saying that lone players could do so as well. However, there was a limit to the strength of a single individual in God's domain. It was the same in the case of a large team. If Shi Feng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he, even more, was in need of the strength of a guild. Hence, establishing a guild was his only available option to reduce the pressure on himself. Shi Feng needed to increase the pressure on these unrated guilds. That way, they couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Although there was still a long time until these guilds would search him out, it was wise to take precautions immediately. Shi Feng contacted Stabbing Heart brother Yi Feng. I am truly grateful for your help the last time. Because of your guidebook, the elite teams of our guild could prepare far more than other guilds. After we enter White River City, I believe it won't be long before our Assassins Alliance reigns supreme over the other guilds in White River City. Stabbing Heart excitedly said, however, after not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Brother Yi Feng would grow even more famous. I am truly envious. If I become as famous as Brother Yi Feng, I might even be promoted to an elder position during the next guild meeting. I'd rather be more ordinary. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Although Shi Feng had long since been prepared for this in his heart, he did not think that the actual situation would be so intense. Brother Yi Feng, since you are looking for me, do you need help for something? Stabbing Heart asked. Normally, Shi Feng would not take the initiative to contact him unless there was something going on, of course. Moreover, it is good news for you. Shi Feng laughed. Good news? Stabbing Heart grew slightly excited. He had received plenty of praises from the guild leader due to the help he received from Shi Feng the past several times. As a result, his position in Assassins Alliance had risen by quite a bit. Meanwhile, the matter of the White River City guidebook even earned him the good graces of the guild elders. They had already labeled him as one of the reserve elders of the guild. Such a promotion was rare in the Assassins Alliance, and it displayed how highly the guild leader and elders thought of him. Do you lack hard stones right now? Shi Feng asked. Lack. My subordinates and I have a headache over this matter right now. Even though I'd sent many people out to grind, the amount of hard stones we obtained is merely a drop in the bucket. Does Brother Yi Feng need some hard stones right now? Stabbing Heart breathed out a tired sigh when he heard the words, hard stone. He then immediately said, if Brother Yi Feng needs them, I should be able to gather 3 to 4 stacks for you. I truly can't spare any more than that. Stabbing Heart only spoke the truth. After all, he had prepared these hard stones for the forgers in his guild to craft whetstones. Brother Stabbing Heart, you're overthinking things. I'm not calling to buy but to sell. Shi Feng laughed. Sell? Stabbing Heart was awe-stricken. Hard stones were extremely rare right now, and it was insanely difficult for average players to obtain them. Not to mention selling them, players would normally choose to keep them for their own use. After all, if one wanted to level up quickly, whetstones were a must. How many do you have? Be it 2 or 3 stacks, I want all of them. I'll even buy them at above market price. What do you think about 9 silver coins per stack? In Stabbing Heart's mind, Shi Feng was only an independent player. It was already heaven-defying for him to have 2 to 3 stacks. After all, Stabbing Heart's own team, which consisted of hundreds of players, had only managed to obtain 3 to 4 stacks after a long time. No, I have 50 stacks. However, I'm only taking coins for them, Shi Feng casually responded, extended 5 fingers. Chapter 191, Star Moon's Big 10. Stabbing Heart immediately froze in shock when he heard that Shi Feng had 50 stacks of hard stones. The entire Assassins Alliance could not even manage to gather up 5 full stacks. Yet, Shi Feng said he had 50. If 50 stacks of hard stones were used to craft whetstones, even if the forgers crafting them had slightly lower success rates, it could allow all the elite players in the Assassins Alliance to reach level 10, entering White River City. Brother Yi Feng, you're not tricking me, right? Do you really have 50 stacks? Stabbing Heart asked doubtfully. It was not that he did not trust Shi Feng, but this number was simply too huge. Even a first-rate guild in a town could not offer up that many. It would be impressive if they could even gather 6 to 7 stacks naturally. Since when have I joked around before? Shi Feng shook his head, laughing. The reason Shi Feng offered Stabbing Heart this many hard stones was not purely to earn coins. A large part of the reason was to assist the Assassins Alliance in entering White River City and starting their development at an earlier date. After all, the Assassins Alliance's main forces were all stationed around the few cities near White River City. As long as the Assassins Alliance grew stronger, with his relationship with Stabbing Heart could help him suppress and stamp out those unrated guilds. That way, these guilds would be too busy dealing with the Assassins Alliance to pay any attention to him originally. Shifeng had wanted to sell some hard stones to Gentle Snow as well. However, Gentle Snow's team was simply developing too quickly. They had managed to reach level 10 in only half a day's time, and at this time, all the elite members of Ouroboros had already arrived at White River City. Naturally, they would not need his help anymore. The most important point was that Gentle Snow possessed the super luxury version of the White River City guidebook that Shifeng had sold to her. With it, she could easily widen the gap between herself and the other guilds, standing out from the crowd. Now that Shifeng had protective umbrellas like Gentle Snow and Stabbing Heart, would those unrated guilds possibly dare do anything to him? He could progress with his own development with a peace of mind. Brother Yifeng, I don't know how to thank you for this. If you have anything you need help with in the future, just mention it. If it is something that I can help with, I will give it my all. Stabbing Heart was extremely touched right now. In his heart, he had already taken Shifeng as his good brother. However, for gold, 50 silver was not easy to obtain. He needed some time to gather the liquid funds from the other towns and collect some from the money farming team. Although it was a large expenditure, with 50 stacks of hard stones, Stabbing Heart could allow the team in Red Leaf Town to be the first team, out of all the other team in the Assassins Alliance, to enter White River City. At that time, he would receive a promotion in the guild once more. He might even become an elder of the Assassins Alliance. Meanwhile, such an achievement was only possible due to Shifeng's help. Although Stabbing Heart felt slightly ashamed of himself for not being of great help to Shifeng, he had already decided that, once he entered White River City, he would fully support Shifeng. Whoever dared to go against Shifeng would go against him as well. When will you can send someone over to Red Leaf Town to conduct the trade? Shifeng asked. As long as you are free, any time is good. Stabbing Heart answered. Alright. I have something I need to ask you. Do you know the current whereabouts of the team from Martial Union led by Unstable Devastation? Shifeng felt that, since he was going to make a trip back to Red Leaf Town, he might as well look for Unstable Devastation to extract his revenge. I know. They're currently at the White Sand Ruins. Are you planning on taking revenge on them? I'll call some men over to go with you. They have quite a few of players on their side, so it would be dangerous for you hunt them by yourself. Stabbing Heart was slightly surprised. He did not think that Shifeng would take revenge so quickly. Moreover, he was even going to deal with the elite team led by Unstable Devastation directly. After all, that elite team formed after Unstable Devastation merged the elite teams from 5 different towns. The number of elites in that team even far exceeded that of Stabbing Heart's own elite team, so it would not be easy to deal with them. Thanks, but I wish to deal with my own matters by myself. Let's meet up in front of Red Leaf Town's bank in 20 minutes. Shifeng thanked him. Alright. I'll send some men to investigate Martial Union's exact location. At that time, I'll pass on their exact whereabouts to you along with the 4 gold, 50 silver. Stabbing Heart naturally knew of the arrogance of an expert, so he did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, if he were to find trouble with Martial Union without Shifeng's agreement, he might even incur Shifeng's ire. 20 minutes later, Shifeng arrived in front of the bank in Red Leaf Town. Hello, Big Brother Yifeng. I am Coco from the Assassins Alliance. Big Brother Stabbing Heart sent me here. Here is the grinding location of Martial Union's elite team. A pure and pleasant-looking female elementalist walked over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shifeng. After all, the Shifeng before her was the god-ranked expert of Red Leaf Town that everybody knew about. He was a person that even team leader Stabbing Heart of Red Leaf Town treated with respect. Most importantly, Shifeng was good friends with the snow goddess that she admired greatly. There was absolutely no chance for a normal lifestyle player like herself to come into contact with such a legendary figure. She was only here today to conduct a trade because the other forgers in the guild were too busy, while she was a newly recruited forger in the guild. Only, She did not think that she could meet such a great character. Sure Feng glanced at this girl, and his expression immediately froze. Cream Cocoa, wasn't she that famous master forger of Star Moon Kingdom? As one of the 10 great master forgers in Star Moon Kingdom, Cream Cocoa was a forging genius who was the closest to becoming a grandmaster forger. Her talent was almost comparable to that of Celiora of White River City. She was both a beauty and a forging genius. Plenty of first-rate guilds had willingly offered her an annual salary of hundreds of millions to recruit her. Unfortunately, she rejected them all, one after another, as she wanted to stay in the third-rate guild, Prayer Temple. Rumor had it that she had done so to repay a debt of gratitude, as Cream Cocoa was relatively clumsy during her early days, causing her success rate to be abysmally low. Due to her clumsiness, plenty of guilds had refused to accept her. In the end, Prayer Temple was the only guild that had accepted and nurtured her, so she did not wish to leave them. Unfortunately, even with such a genius master forger in their guild, Ouroboros still destroyed Prayer Temple in the end. As a result, Cream Cocoa chose to join World Dominators, a first-rate guild in direct opposition of Ouroboros, to take revenge on the first-rate guild. However, why was Cream Cocoa in the Assassins' Alliance right now? Sure Feng was slightly confused, as Prayer Temple's main force was not located in White River City, but in the capital city, Star Moon City. It was also the reason why Ouroboros destroyed them. Could it be that, after being ignored by the Assassins' Alliance, she chose to head to Star Moon City to develop herself after she reached a higher level, which then led her to Prayer Temple? Sure Feng could only make guesses. If the Assassins' Alliance found out that they had chased away a master forger during their early days in God's domain, they might even kill themselves in regret. Big Brother Yi Feng? When Cream Cocoa discovered that Sure Feng stared at her sternly, she couldn't help but panic. Only now did Sure Feng regain his senses. His actions could not be considered overreacting, as a top-tier master forger was simply too important to a guild. However, he couldn't just try to recruit Cream Cocoa to his group. After all, Cream Cocoa was still a member of the Assassins' Alliance right now. His only option at the moment was to wait for Cream Cocoa to leave the Assassins' Alliance before trying to recruit her. Oh, it's nothing. Here are the 50 stacks of hard stones. Sure Feng immediately traded the 50 stacks of hard stones to Cream Cocoa. When Cream Cocoa saw the 50 stacks of hard stones in her trade window, her eyes widened in shock. She did not even dare believe her own eyes. Right now, it was hard to even purchase 1 or 2 hard stones. Yet, Sure Feng had easily managed to bring out 50 stacks. It was no wonder why team leader Stabbing Heart was so respectful to Yi Feng. As expected, he was a figure that average players like her could only look up to. Soon after the trade completed, Sure Feng departed from Red Leaf Town, heading towards the White Sand Ruins. However, he did not add Cream Cocoa as a friend, as such an action might cause a change to the track of history, causing Cream Cocoa to instead stay with the Assassins' Alliance. If that happened, he would definitely cry with regret. Hence, he would let history repeat itself without his interference. Now that he knew Martial Union's precise location, he would immediately teach Unstable Devastation the consequences of becoming his enemy. Chapter 192, Wild and Domineering. White Sand Ruins, as a key location for players to reach level 10, the level 9 players from the surrounding towns would naturally come here to level up. Not only did this place possess level 10 monsters, which were a better source of EXP, there were also plenty of quests in this region. Moreover, a majority of them rewarded high amounts of EXP, and some high-level quests even gave out bronze-ranked or above equipment. It was especially true for the newly discovered Stonehammer town. It was practically a heaven for players. As long as one's reputation in Stonehammer town reached a certain degree, they could purchase level 10 bronze and mysterious iron equipment at extremely low prices. It was impossible to find such treatment in other towns. Thus, White Sand Ruins became the mainstream leveling location for level 9 players. Naturally, guilds like Martial Union would not miss out on such a great location ever. Since Sure Feng had killed Unstable Devastation in Red Leaf Town, Unstable Devastation had immediately escaped to this place to level up. After a period of hard work, Unstable Devastation had finally managed to get back to level 9. He was also not far from reaching level 10. Yi Feng, just you wait. The day our alliance of guilds enter White River City will be the day of your funeral. Unstable Devastation silently cursed as he killed a level 10 three-tailed scorpion. Although he had exposed Shifeng's secret, and Shifeng provoked and angered the other guilds, there had yet to be a person that could do a thing to Shifeng. Moreover, not only was Shifeng living comfortably, he was even earning a large sum of money right now. This envious situation of Shifeng's had driven Unstable Devastation to near insanity, and he silently questioned why he couldn't enjoy such fortune. Martial Union was originally a guild that had migrated to God's domain from another virtual reality game, so they did not possess the investment of any large corporation. There were only a few wealthy young masters spending money to support the guild. While Martial Union still played that other virtual reality game, these wealthy young masters were considered rich tycoons. They could casually spend up to several 100,000 credits, allowing the Martial Union of those days to take the gaming world by storm easily. Such a situation had allowed these wealthy young masters great pleasure, hence they went on to establish Martial Union in God's domain. They wanted to continue taking the world by storm as Unstable Devastation was one of the upper echelons of Martial Union. His monthly salary was over 10,000 credits. It was a relatively high salary even within the big city. He was even extremely elated about this matter, often bragging in front of his friends about how he was a God-ranked player. When he treated his friends to a normal restaurant, he would always foot the bill with a casual wave of his hand, appearing domineering and earning the envy of others. However, after Unstable Devastation witnessed the sales of the White River City guidebook, his mind turned into a complete mess. With a rough calculation, Unstable Devastation guessed that Shifeng's earnings in a single day had exceeded 10 million credits. Considering the follow-up earnings, Shifeng's assets might have surpassed even that of the wealthy young masters in Martial Union. If Shifeng took a step further and sold his leveling strategy at a low price, he might truly be able to live his remaining years without worry. Wealth and beauties would be within Shifeng's grasp. His life might become even more comfortable than those young masters. Thinking up to this point, bitterness and envy filled Unstable Devastation's heart. However, the only fortunate thing was that Shifeng had not offered the leveling strategy at a low price. As long as he could snatch it, becoming the first one to sell it on the official forums, he wouldn't need to remain a professional player any longer. He could immediately live a rich life in the real world. Boss Unstable, I discovered a location with an extraordinarily high amount of monsters. The respawn rate is also quite fast. Our leveling efficiency could probably rise by 60% or more there, an assassin said in the team chat. Report the location. We'll head there right away. Unstable Devastation grew excited upon hearing this. Right now, there were simply too many players in the White Sand Ruins, while the number of monsters was far from enough for them to grind. If there were such a valuable location available, they might make it to White River City today. These are the coordinates. That assassin immediately transmitted the coordinates into the team chat. Good. We'll head over there after we get rid of these monsters. Unstable Devastation laughed. His luck had finally arrived. In a moment, Unstable Devastation led his team of elite players to that location. Just like that assassin had reported, this place was extremely secluded. There were plenty of monsters here as well. There were almost more than 50 three-tailed scorpions respawning every interval. To a large elite team like theirs with over 100 players, this place was certainly a worthwhile grinding spot. The only problem was that there were already quite a few players grinding here as well. Boss Unstable, what are we going to do? A shield warrior looked towards the 60 to 70 players grinding ahead, his eyebrows scrunching as he spoke. Can't you see that they're all independent players? Unstable Devastation said disdainfully. They're merely temporary parties grinding here. How can we let them occupy such a good location? Go, get rid of them. From now on, this place will be Martial Union's grinding spot. Indeed, just as Unstable Devastation said, the players here were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. They had simply teamed up temporarily to grind. If a normal guild were to see this many players, they would not dare attempt to steal this territory. However, it was a different story for Unstable Devastation and the bunch from Martial Union. Unstable Devastation's team consisted of the elite players of 5 different towns, and even the elite team Stabbing Heart led could not outnumber them. Clear out the place. All those not from Martial Union, leave. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your own risk. Unstable Devastation glared at the group of independent players with contempt as he yelled his warning. Meanwhile, the 100-plus elite players from Martial Union all wore sneers as they surrounded the location. As long as anybody dared resist, they would extinguish them without hesitation. The equipment of independent players had always been of poor quality. Even if these players had reached level 9, their equipment was still far from comparing with Martial Union's. Martial Union even had the advantage of numbers, up to 132 players, while these independent players only numbered around 60 to 70. Not to mention, these independent players were not unified in heart, so they were even less of a challenge to Martial Union at this moment. The representative sent out by these independent players said, "Brothers from Martial Union, shouldn't we do things properly? It isn't easy for everyone to level up. Why don't we do this? We'll each take half of these monsters. Scram. I'll count to 10. If all of you don't get lost by then, I don't mind letting you stay here forever." Unstable Devastation bellowed, "You guys are too arrogant. We've only managed to discover this place after much difficulty, so what right do you have to chase us away? Listen to me, everyone. Why don't we team up and fight it out against Martial Union? At most, both sides will suffer losses. I don't believe that these players from Martial Union are really so fearless as fight it out with us." Just as one of the parties tried to organize everyone else into a team to go against Martial Union, tens of fireballs blasted on the players of said party, instantly killing them all. This situation had frightened these independent players. However, they did not dare utter a word, only silently glare at Unstable Devastation. "What? Do you have something to say?" Unstable Devastation laughed coldly, waving his hand once again. Suddenly, another dozen spells fell upon them, and several more players glaring at Unstable Devastation perished. "Let's go." Unable to endure the pressure, one of the parties took the lead. Soon after, the several remaining parties looked at each other. They all shook their heads as they departed. As for the two parties that died, nobody cared about them any longer. They are merely a bunch of trash, yet they dare compete with us, Martial Union? Unstable Devastation watched the departing independent players, jeering. Meanwhile, the other members of Martial Union also started laughing, exhilarated at this moment. Shifeng arrived at the White Sand Ruins after running without rest. Martial Union should not be far ahead. Shifeng compared his current location to the marked location on the map, increasing his pace as he headed onward. Chapter 193, Holy Grail Knights. When Shifeng arrived at the location Stabbing Heart had provided, he couldn't even find a shadow of Martial Union. "Where are they?" Shifeng surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a dozen or so three-tailed scorpions, not a single player occupied this flat, sandy area. Was there an error in the information Stabbing Heart gave me? Shifeng thought the possibility of such an error was low. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was a top-tier, second-rate guild. There shouldn't be any significant errors in their information gathering. Moreover, Stabbing Heart had been so confident in providing the information, so he must have had a basis for his confidence. Forget it. I didn't have much hope of finding them immediately in any case. Since Shifeng was not in a hurry, he started searching around the surrounding area. If Martial Union had already entered White River City, Stabbing Heart would have notified him at the first notice. However, there was not a huge possibility for Martial Union to enter White River City right now, as even Stabbing Heart's team had yet to enter the city. Time passed. Little by little, more and more players reached level 10, each of them entering White River City, one after another. Right now, the majority of the players who entered White River City were the elites and upper echelons of guilds. There was only a small amount of teams consisting of independent players. Most of these independent players had purchased the White River City guidebook, and they all admired its creator leader. "This Shifeng is truly amazing. The information he wrote in this guidebook is so detailed. Fortunately, we bought the luxury version. The introductions in the simplified version were overly brief, and it only helps one get a general understanding of White River City. Meanwhile, the luxury version mentioned plenty of locations with good quests meant for specific classes. Thanks to it, I've accepted plenty of valuable quests. I know, right? It is all thanks to team leader's wisdom for buying the luxury version. If I didn't know that Shifeng had personally penned this guidebook, I would even think that the game officials had published it. I really wonder what Yifeng's previous profession was to possess such powerful observation skills. That Yifeng indeed has some skills. Originally, I had simply intended to purchase the guidebook as a reference. I never thought that the information was all true. I was shocked after we arrived at White River City. It was worth the 20,000 credits. If it were up to me, I wouldn't willingly sell this information even for 50,000 credits. Not only does the information require time to arrange, but this is also first-hand information. I can't imagine why Yifeng would willingly sell all of this for only 20,000 credits. In front of the teleportation hall of White River City, a non-guild team consisting of 10+ elite players happily chatted while waiting for their other companions. An independent team? At this moment, Gentle Snow emerged from a teleportation gate, spotting this merry team of players. She felt slightly surprised by the sight. At this time, aside from those elite teams of large guilds, there was even an independent team who had reached White River City. This was an extremely rare sight, and it illustrated this team's strength. I know who they are. 5 years ago, these players were very famous in a relatively sizable virtual reality game. They were known as the Holy Grail Knights at that time, although they aren't a guild, and their numbers never exceeded 100 players. Every member of their team was extremely skilled. Their battle prowess was extremely frightening. Their leader, Warwolf, even had the reputation as the strongest warrior in the game. During those days, not a single guild in the game that dared provoke them. However, for reasons unknown, their team disbanded, and plenty of their members stopped playing the game. The remaining players then went on to become the upper echelons or core members of first-rate and second-rate guilds. The Holy Grail Knights is a legend of sorts in the virtual gaming world now. When the shield warrior, Ghost Chop, who was knowledgeable about these independent players, saw the average-looking shield warrior standing amidst those players, his expression suddenly turned solemn. This person was indeed Warwolf, the past team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. Back in those days, Ghost Chop had admired and respected this man. Thus, he chose to play as a shield warrior as well. He then turned to Gentle Snow, slowly starting his recollection. I see. Gentle Snow could not help but notice Warwolf 5 years ago. She had yet to experience virtual reality games. Hence, she did not know that such a person had existed. Snow, are you thinking of recruiting him into Ouroboros? Zhao Yueru asked with a smile when she noticed Gentle Snow's moved expression. Although this person seemed to lack spirit at first glance, he seemed as deep and profound as an ocean at the same time. Moreover, the equipment he's wearing is all mysterious iron rank, though his weapon slightly lacks as it is not secret silver rank. However, it should be extremely difficult for an independent team to have such a geared shield warrior, so it clearly displays how powerful the members of this team are. Meanwhile, a team leader capable of leading such a team is not a simple character. If we can recruit him, it should be of great help to our future dungeon raids. Gentle Snow did not directly deny Zhao Yueru's question. Her previous intentions of recruiting Shifeng as a subordinate were already dashed. Unfortunately, she could not see through Shifeng, as Shifeng's entire being was shrouded in mystery. The guidebook he had sold her further solidified this fact. She was greatly shocked when she arrived at White River City. Using the luxury version of the guidebook as a comparison, Gentle Snow came to fully understand the value of the exclusive guidebook Shifeng had sold to her. If the other first-rate guilds discovered this guidebook, they might even start an all-out war with Ouroboros to snatch it away. Gentle Snow had estimated the true value of this guidebook to be 5 million credits or more. After all, within the super luxury guidebook, there was information pertaining to the problems one would usually face when developing a guild. The guidebook also touched on the topic of how to develop and strengthen a guild. Moreover, it mentioned the daily quests available that could raise a person's reputation in White River City. Such information could allow them to surpass the other guilds greatly, and that was not something that could be purchased with a measly 5 million credits. Even now, Gentle Snow did not dare reveal this information to any other person. She did not wish to bring a calamity upon herself. Due to this reason, Gentle Snow had become fully aware of just how much of a danger Shifeng was. If she was already in so much danger just by becoming friends with him, what kind of consequences would she have to face if she accepted him as her subordinate? Gentle Snow no longer dared dwell on the consequences. Shurfeng's provocation of tens of guilds presented a prime example. Fortunately, they were all unrated guilds, as the leveling secret did not hold much attraction to the true major guilds. After all, the upper echelons of these guilds knew many secrets, and they had a great understanding of God's domain. These guilds were much stronger than those half-assed, unrated guilds. There were no bugs in God's domain. Even if there were one, the system would discover and correct it immediately. If there truly were a leveling secret, the only possibility was killing monsters of a higher level or carrying out high-level quests to obtain massive amounts of EXP. Only experts or players with exceptional equipment could achieve the former. As for the latter, it was clearly an unrepeatable situation because such high-level quests would have great limitations and rarity. Not everybody could receive such quests. They might even be rare or unique quests. Thus, all of the rated guilds did not have a particular interest in this secret that was not really a secret. On the contrary, they were much more interested in the White River City guidebook. However, since Shurfeng had wisely offered the information for sale, these rated guilds would naturally not look for trouble with Shurfeng. They also did not have so much time on their hands. Unlike those half-assed guilds, Shurfeng belonged to a category of people so intimidating that they possessed few friends. To put it another way, without sufficient strength, friendship with Shurfeng was an extremely dangerous endeavor. As for the werewolf before her, there was not much danger in building a friendship with such a person. Moreover, with such great strength, it would be an utter loss not to recruit him. Go. Let's go and strike up a conversation with them. Then, seeing that all the members of her team were already present, she opened her mouth and spoke. Chapter 194, Flame Demon. White Sand Ruins. Martial Union is simply too much. They don't respect any of us independent players at all. When I grow stronger, I'll take revenge on those bastards. Shut up. Didn't you see Martial Union kill those other two parties simply for speaking up? We can't do anything about this. We aren't as powerful as they are, so we can only give way and take a step back. If I was a member of a third-rate guild, I don't believe that Martial Union would dare kick us around like they just did. Leader, why don't we just join a large guild? With our current technique standards, we should be able to join a large guild. A guild, is it? Indeed, we should consider it. However, let's talk about this after we enter White River City. The Assassins Alliance is currently the strongest guild in Red Leaf Town, but when we get to White River City, the Assassins Alliance would only rank above average at best. There are still a bunch of first-rate guilds we can choose from. One of the six-man party's Martial Union had chased away started a discussion as they searched for a new grinding location. They had experienced, firsthand, the strength and usefulness of a guild. If they did not join a guild, they could only compete with other independent players over locations with scarce resources when these guilds occupied all the valuable leveling locations. Excuse me, but do you know where Martial Union is? Shurfeng had been searching the White Sand Ruins for quite some time, having no luck of finding any traces of Martial Union. At this moment, however, he had overheard these passing players discussing Martial Union, so he asked them, "Yeah, we know it. What business do you have with them? Don't tell me you're not trying to join Martial Union, are you?" The leader of this party nodded. However, when he noticed that Shurfeng was an independent player with both his name and level hidden, aside from trying to join Martial Union, what other reason could a player like Shurfeng have to look for Martial Union? Hearing that the player in front of them intended to join Martial Union, the other members of the party instantly shot glares filled with killing intent at Shurfeng. The rage they had from Martial Union's oppression had yet to subside. If it were not for Martial Union having the advantage of numbers, they would have long since started a fight with Martial Union. From the conversation Shurfeng had eavesdropped on before, he knew that Martial Union had bullied these players. Hence, their hatred towards Martial Union should be intense. In addition to their party leader's words about Shurfeng wanting to join Martial Union, the other party members' moods would naturally sour if he dared claim that he intended to join Martial Union. These players might charge at him without hesitation. "I'm not trying to join Martial Union. I'm looking for Martial Union because I have some business with them. I wonder if you can tell me their current whereabouts? Here's an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin. Shurfeng smiled, taking out a silver coin to average players. their daily income would, at most, range around several tens of copper coins. Even if these veteran players banded together to form a party, their total earnings would be around 1 to 2 silver coins. Hence, an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin was not a small amount to them. What a rich fellow. The party leader's eyes shone when he saw Shifeng offer a silver coin as an inquiry fee. He then spoke in the party chat, "Brothers, this is a fat sheep. If we harvest him and earn some money, we might be able to cover the repair fees for all our weapons and equipment. Do we kill him or not?" "Kill him? Why shouldn't we kill him? This bastard is obviously related to Martial Union. As long as it's someone related, we can't let them off. We'll follow leader's decision." The other party members all voiced their support. It seems that this fellow has a deep connection with Martial Union. Martial Union had badly tormented us few brothers, and rage still fills our bellies. Since you have some connections with Martial Union, and you are so rich, shouldn't you pay us some compensation in place of Martial Union? We don't want a lot. Just leave behind 20 silver coins and all of your equipment, then I'll tell you Martial Union's location. How about it? The Guardian Knight party leader said with a cold laugh. With that said, the other party members also started moving forward, their faces carrying cold smiles as they closed in on Shifeng. I said, "I don't have any connections with Martial Union. I'm only looking for them for some business. Whatever has happened between you and Martial Union has nothing to do with me. If you guys aren't going to tell me where they are, so be it. Please move aside." Shifeng said, "I understand. However, it is still your fault for mentioning Martial Union to us. If you don't agree to our demands, we can only use you to relieve some stress. Although we don't know your level, it should still be around level 8 or level 9. If you lose a level right now, you will probably lose 1 to 2 days worth of effort. You should think through your options." The party leader jeered, his hands retrieving the gladius and shield from his back. Shifeng couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. Pitiful people were bound to have a hateful side to them. Although these players endured Martial Union's bullying and oppression, when the tables turned, didn't they act just as Martial Union had? "Little fool, what are you laughing at? I'll smash your face into a pulp if you keep laughing." An assassin bellowed, "Didn't you guys want money? I'll pay the fare for your trip down to hell." Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade as he said so. Immediately, clear blue flames covered the body of the abyssal blade. Shifeng had no room for pity for players like these. Shifeng brandished his 2 swords, and instantly, countless sword images filled the sky, surrounding these players. Although these independent players had good techniques and were also relatively powerful in terms of strength, they were simply too weak compared to Shifeng. Before any of them could react, the sword images made pincushions of their bodies. Aside from the Guardian Knight party leader, the remaining 5 party members died within an instant. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame destroyed all of their equipment. Even though these players had relatively high levels, the equipment they wore was of very poor quality. They only had 6 or 7 pieces of bronze equipment each, and none had even a single piece of mysterious iron equipment. Under the ice blue devil flame's might, none of their equipment could survive even 1 hit, and it all immediately became nothing more than scrap. "So? Are you willing to tell me Martial Union's whereabouts now?" Shifeng looked towards the party leader, smiling calmly as he spoke. That party leader was dumbfounded. The person before him could actually produce fire all over his body, and his attacks were so fast that none of them could even react at this moment. The party leader only had one thought about his situation. He had met a demon. Moreover, it was a fire demon capable of controlling flames. I'll speak. Martial Union is at a nearby sunken land to the southwest. There are also plenty of cavities around the area." "Very good. You may go now." Shifeng immediately extinguished this party leader's life. He then advanced towards Martial Union's location. By the time these independent players revived back at Red Leaf Town, they immediately filled the skies with their screams of anguish. Not only did they lose a level from dying, but all their equipment had also been destroyed. Not to mention leveling up, they could not even go out into the fields to kill monsters. Now suddenly, a rumor about a flame demon in the White Sand Ruin spread. The rumor stated that the flame demon wore a black hooded cloak, and he revealed no personal information. The demon also had 2 sharp swords hanging from his waist. One was black and the other, white. The rumor also mentioned that if players did not quickly answer this Flame Demon's question, they would die and lose all their equipment. One wouldn't even have the chance to shed tears of regret when that time came. However, Shifeng, the origin of this rumor, was not aware of any of this. "I finally found you, Unstable Devastation." At this moment, Shifeng stood atop a tall slope, looking down at the 100+ players currently butchering several dozen three-tailed scorpions. These players were all level 9, and they were not far from reaching level 10. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation, who currently commanded from the rear of the team, had already reached level 10. The reason why he had reached level 10 with such speed was that he was not in a party with these elite players. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation killed the monsters that had their HP lowered to a critical point. Due to the rules of God's domain, Unstable Devastation would receive 60% of the total EXP from the kill. Thus, he reached level 10 ahead of the other elite players. Chapter 195, 1 against 100. You lure some more monsters over. With such a good leveling spot, I want to charge to number 1 on the ranking list and teach the other guilds in the alliance the strength of martial union. Unstable Devastation spoke in the team chat. Yes. The several assassins replied right now. Fire Dance still occupied the first place on the ranking list. However, the second place had already changed. However, it wasn't because Fire Dance and the others' leveling speed was slower than the other players. They were simply busy doing quests. These quests were all rare reputation quests, and they could obtain relatively large amounts of White River City reputation by completing them in God's domain. If players wished to have an official class when they reached level 20, they could only apply at the class association in the various large cities. However, players required a certain amount of reputation before doing so. Hence, the first task Shifeng wanted Blackie and the others to accomplish after they entered White River City was to do these rare quests and quickly raise their reputation. By the time they reached level 20, they would be able to change into their basic classes immediately. If they discovered this fact only after they reached level 20, they would have to waste a lot of time earning sufficient reputation, which, in turn, would delay their progress. Just as Unstable Devastation excitedly hunted three-tailed scorpions, Shifeng had also arrived at Martial Union's healer's position using the Ring of Nothingness. Nobody would ever think that a single independent player would take the initiative to seek vengeance upon a guild's elite team. After all, this was simply an overestimation of one's own abilities. However, Shifeng dared to do just that because of his sufficient strength. Unstable Devastation was level 10, and the others present were all level 9. There was a 5-level gap between them and Shifeng. Moreover, equipment that could ignore an opponent's levels were extremely rare at this stage of the game. These conditions allowed Shifeng to easily sweep the floor with this group of level 9 players. Just as the healers of Martial Union were about to replenish the HP of the frontline players, Shifeng suddenly appeared before them. Shifeng cast Thundering Flash, the skill instantly devouring the group of panicked healers. Frightening damages of over -500 appeared on every healer's head, and some even received critical hits of over -1000 damage. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the healers died. However, due to the healers standing relatively spread apart, there were 3 who managed to remain unscathed after Shifeng's attack. Shifeng immediately used Wind Blade and charged over. He used Chop on one of the shocked healers, killing them instantly. Shifeng then continued to brandish his sword at the 2 remaining healers, reaping their lives with a few sword strokes. Shifeng. Unstable Devastation bellowed, countless veins surfacing on his forehead. Unstable Devastation, haven't you been trying to find me all this time? Shifeng faintly smiled as he looked at Unstable Devastation. Regarding the 100+ players standing around Unstable Devastation, glaring at him, Shifeng paid no attention to them at all. Now that I've arrived, I wonder if you've prepared to die yet? Kill me? I'm afraid that you're the one who won't leave this place alive. I lost to you the previous time because you had a higher level. This time, however, I am level 10 as well. Do you think that I'm still afraid of you? Everyone, get him. Kill him. Unstable Devastation smiled disdainfully, immediately commanding all of his subordinates to get rid of Shifeng. Unstable Devastation did not believe that Shifeng could leave alive when faced with his team of over 100 elite players, Not to mention, managed to kill him. The players from Martial Union revealed sneers as they looked at Shifeng. They all thought that there was a problem with Shifeng's head. However, they didn't mind teaching Shifeng a lesson 1 against 100. Did he really think he was Superman? In the past, the players from Martial Union that surrounded Shifeng were mostly normal members. There were only a few elite members of the guild present at the time. Hence, Shifeng caused such a massacre. This time, however, they were all Martial Union's elites, and they were all level 9 players. Yifeng would only meet one end today. Suddenly, tens of spells launched at Shifeng. The other remaining tens of shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, and swordsmen charged towards Shifeng. Meanwhile, the assassins entered stealth, waiting for their chance to strike. Faced with the attacks of dozens of mages, Shifeng dared not be careless. He immediately activated Windwalk and the Tier 2 life shield before proceeding to charge at the incoming wave of players. As Shifeng's speed was extremely fast, very few of the tens of spells hit Shifeng. In the end, only 3 or 4 spells actually managed to deal damage to Shifeng. Unfortunately, these spells were all fire-type and ice-type spells such as Fireball and Frost Arrows. With Shifeng's resistances, these spells managed to cause less than -10 damage each. In addition to the life shield absorbing a portion of the damage, the actual damage these spells caused was less than -6 points. All of the mages were shocked. Even if it is a tiny amount of damage, beat him with all you've got. There has to be a limit to his HP. Without any healers, he won't last long. Melee classes, spread out and be careful of his AoE skills. Unstable Devastation was similarly shocked. However, after giving it some thought, even if Shifeng had an insanely high defense, he still wasn't a boss. There was bound to be a limit to his HP. Even if they only dealt damage in the single digits, with tens of them continuously attacking, how long could Shifeng last? Watching his HP fall continuously, Shifeng clearly understood that he could not hold on for much longer. The difference in attributes was simply not enough to overcome the strength of over 100 elite players almost. When the distance between Shifeng and the crowd from Martial Union shrunk to less than 20 yards, Shifeng took out an intermediate frost grenade. Tossing it at the Martial Union noticed Shifeng throwing an item. However, since it was not a skill, they did not pay it any heed. Instantly, the intermediate frost grenade exploded, releasing a shroud of cold air, covering a 12-yard radius. The cold air froze the players for 3 seconds and dealt -400 damage to every one of them. The shroud of cold air swallowed more than half of the melee players' MTs. Activate your life-saving skills. Mages, increase your firepower and controlling skills. We must not let him get near the frozen players. Unstable Devastation hurriedly shouted. The shield warriors and guardian knights immediately activated their shield walls and protection blessings respectively after receiving the command. However, deep in their hearts, they were extremely clear that these skills were absolutely useless in front of Shifeng. They merely used these skills in the hopes that, with their increased durability, Shifeng would instead choose to go for the other players first. Meanwhile, the mages standing at the rear lines started casting controlling spells, one after another. They used spells such as ice walls and ice spheres to prevent Shifeng from closing in on the frozen players. Shifeng simply smiled. Using silent steps, he instantly arrived behind these mages. With the ice blue devil flame covering his entire body, he sent thunder flame explosion blasting down on these mages. The elementalists and cursemancers who were within the range of thunder flame explosion were instantly wiped out of existence. Moreover, those who received critical hits of over -2000 damage also had their equipment destroyed. A few elementalists with quick reactions had immediately activated Frozen Circle, coupled with a blink. They intended to slow Shifeng down as they fled for their lives. Unfortunately, Shifeng reacted even faster than they did. He activated Defensive Blade and Dark Violent Dance. Gaining immunity to the frozen circles, Shifeng waved the flaming abyssal blade in his hand. A streak of deep blue flaming sword aura landed on one of the escaping elementalists 10 yards away, dealing over -1000 damage and instantly killing him. Simultaneously, the 2 summoners in front of him also received damage from the attack, instantly losing over 400 HP. Shifeng then continued with a barrage of attacks. As a result, Deep blue flames annihilated the mages within a 15-yard radius. Kill him. Don't be afraid, we have more men on our side. He only has half of his HP remaining. Although Shifeng only had half of his HP remaining right now, Unstable Devastation had lost much of his confidence. Even so, he did not stop sending out streak after streak of frost arrows and fatal shots. However, Shifeng had dodged every one of them. In addition to the sudden appearance of Shifeng's flame transformation and terrifying AoE damage, Unstable Devastation already had the notion of escaping for his life. However, he needed to observe the situation further before he made his decision. Half HP, is it? Shifeng calmly smiled. He then proceeded to take out his next trump card from his bag. Intermediate Recovery Potion. Instantly recovers 800 HP after use. Cooldown, 1 minute. In White River City, players were only allowed to purchase 5 intermediate recovery potions each day, and each bottle cost 3 silver coins. It was an item meant for a crucial time. Shifeng down the bottle, his HP instantly recovering to full. At this sight, Martial Union's players were instantly afraid they had sacrificed dozens of players to take away close to half of Shifeng's HP. Yet, Shifeng's HP was full once again. Moreover, the scorching flame that surrounded his body greatly increased his battle prowess. Just by closing in on him, the durability of their equipment constantly fell. Faced with such a situation, their confidence instantly sunk into a bottomless pit. Chapter 196, Devastating Strike. The elites of Martial Union, who had originally looked down on Shifeng, had started to panic now. What did a full HP Shifeng mean? Martial Union's elites already had the experience deeply ingrained into their bodies, so they understood what it meant. Compared to only losing a level after dying, their current situation was far graver. As they had spent all this time grinding monsters, their equipment and weapons durability was almost depleted. If they received an attack from Shifeng right now, that little durability would decrease even further, and their equipment and weapons might even be destroyed. This was much more frightening than simply losing a level. If they lost a level, they could recover it through grinding. However, it would be a different story if they lost the equipment and weapons they currently relied on. They had only managed to collect all these items after much difficulty, and compared to regaining a single level, it would be much more troublesome to recover these items. There was even the possibility that they could not recover these items at all. Yifeng, don't go overboard. It won't be beneficial to either of us if you continue your actions. It is not too late for you to leave this place right now. In the future, we will mind our own business, and we will each walk our separate paths. Although Unstable Devastation felt dissatisfied, Shifeng's strength was simply too frightening. He could only grit his teeth and take a step back in this matter. If he lost everything he had right now, his dreams of rising in Martial Union would also vanish overboard? These are your last words? Shifeng laughed at the absurdity. He truly could not understand Unstable Devastation's thought process. Did he think that, after slapping someone across the face, everything could be settled just with a simple apology? Hearing Shifeng's contempt, Unstable Devastation felt humiliation for the first time. He had already taken a step back, yet Shifeng reacted so aggressively. However, he could do nothing to Shifeng right now, so he could only watch as his subordinates were butchered, one after another. This sort of helplessness had driven him close to insanity. Unstable Devastation never thought that such a day would befall him. In the beginning, he had a 100% certainty of crushing Shifeng. Now, however, due to a mystical exploding object and an intermediate recovery potion, that confidence shattered. Even if they managed to kill Shifeng today, the elites of Martial Union would receive insufferable losses. Yifeng, you have forced my hand. Let's see which one of us will die first, then. Everyone attack him together. He already has a super red name. As long as we can kill him, he will drop all of his equipment, and it will be enough to make up for all our losses. Don't be afraid. His HP potion's cooldown is definitely very long. We can exhaust him to death. Upon receiving Unstable Devastation's command, the members of Martial Union went into a frenzy. They used all their skills and techniques to restrict Shifeng while slowly depleting his HP. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation also reluctantly retrieved a flame-red arrow from his back, aiming and firing it at Shifeng. This was Unstable Devastation's strongest treasure. Originally, he had intended to use this arrow to deal with a Lord-ranked boss. Now, however, he could only use it to get rid of Shifeng Xiao. The flame-red arrow soared through the air, leaving behind a sonic boom as it shot towards Shifeng's heart. Extremely complicated incantations were carved on the flame-red arrow's body, causing the surrounding fire-type mana to gather around the arrow. It seemed like a consumable item. Shifeng had also noticed this flame-red arrow flying at him. He stopped paying attention to the spells attacking him and immediately used parry to block this flame-red arrow. Boom. 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 The moment the arrow collided with Shifeng's swords, it exploded. The force of the explosion instantly sent Shifeng flying. Fortunately, parry had managed to block the attack fully, and Shifeng received no damage from the arrow. Shortly after, Shifeng landed, unscathed. Immediately he charged towards the mages, resuming his massacre of Martial Union's elites. Just like slapping at flies, Shifeng killed one player from Martial Union with each of his attacks. Within a short moment, 4 elites had died. Watching this scene play out, Unstable Devastation's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even after he used his final trump card, Shifeng had taken not a thread of damage from it. On the contrary, his attack aided Shifeng in closing in on the mages and continuing his slaughter. To begin with, Shifeng's movement speed was extremely quick. These mages had no chances of escaping him at all. Furthermore, due to the level suppression and Shifeng's magic resistance, these mages were rendered utterly helpless. They could only watch as they were slaughtered. Noticing that the frozen effect on the melee players was about to dissipate, the mages of Martial Union released a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. Unfortunately, Shifeng took out another intermediate frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the melee players again. The frost grenade landed precisely on the same location as before, and in the blink of an eye, these melee players froze solid once more. A damage of -400 also appeared on every one of their heads, and the assassins and swordsmen who had low HP fell into critical conditions. Shifeng then made a slashing motion with his sword, sending a flame blade flying at the assassins and swordsmen, ending their lives. This attack even destroyed the equipment they wore. At this stage of the game, where everyone's levels were still low, there were plenty of skills that players had yet to learn. It was especially true for high-level skills that could remove controlling effects. Thus, the elites had no defenses against Shifeng's frost grenades. They had no ways of dealing with them at all. With the melee players frozen once again, and Shifeng killing so many of their allies, these mages truly felt despair. They no longer cared about Unstable Devastation's command. They all ran, escaping in any direction they could. Nobody would have thought that Shifeng would still have a weapon of mass destruction like that. If they had known about this earlier, they would have long since fled and not remained here for slaughter. Everyone's escaping now? Shifeng immediately felt his head ache. If he hunted them down, one by one, he might let even more players escape. After all, although the frost grenades had frightening might, nobody would be foolish enough to stand still and wait for their deaths helpless. Shifeng could only start throwing out basic frost grenades without stop. Although there was a 1-second cooldown, it could freeze a player for 3 seconds. With this, Shifeng could get rid of all these scattered players with basic frost grenades tossed out, one after another. The sandy grounds turned into a world of ice, while all of the members of Martial Union turned into ice sculptures. Shifeng then used the blazingly hot abyssal blade to end each of their lives. Watching as his teammates died and their equipment destroyed, the remaining players trembled in fear as they were driven to insanity. Some of the players who could not endure the sight even tried to log off from the game immediately. However, players were not allowed to log off during combat. So, they could only helplessly wait as Shifeng walked, step by step, closing in on them very quickly. Shifeng had reaped the lives of 100+ elite members of Martial Union, and only Unstable Devastation remained alive now. Unstable Devastation quietly stood still, his mind in a daze. He had even forgotten to resist. Over 100 elite players had died, and all of their equipment was destroyed. These were all of his assets, and right now, it was impossible for him to climb back up in Martial Union even if he wanted to. He no longer had any means to compete with his rivals in the guild at this moment. Unstable devastation only had regret filling his heart. All of this had stemmed from his own arrogance. If he had known that Surpassing was so frightening from the very beginning, he wouldn't have dared to become enemies with Surpassing, even if he were beaten to death. Even if he had to become enemies with Surpassing, at the very least, he would have waited until all members of Martial Union had entered White River City. However, it was too late now. Soon after, Surpassing killed Unstable Devastation with 2 sword slashes as well. I'm finally done cleaning up. It should also be about time to bring Blackie and the others down to a dungeon for some equipment upgrades. Surpassing took a look at his surroundings. After confirming that there weren't any members from Martial Union remaining, he used the demon mask to wipe clean his name. He then took out a return scroll, chanting the incantation and returning to White River City after killing Unstable Devastation and the elite players under him. Even if Unstable Devastation wanted to do anything to Surpassing in the future, he would need to wait until these elite members recovered before he could. However, there was no need to concern himself over a matter that couldn't happen for quite a while. Shortly after Surpassing wiped out Unstable Devastation's entire elite team, a large commotion occurred among the alliance of guilds that wished to carry out a crusade against Surpassing. This commotion was a result of Unstable Devastation suddenly declaring his retirement from this small alliance. Unstable Devastation's actions had confused these other guilds. He also refused to speak of anything in the alliance's chat before leaving it. After witnessing Surpassing's fearsomeness, Unstable Devastation didn't dare battle Surpassing any longer. Since Surpassing could kill him at the White Sand Ruins, then he could similarly kill him again and again out in the field. The same went for his team. Unstable Devastation no longer dared think of this matter. He still wished to make a living through God's domain. He was truly afraid of Surpassing now. Hence, Unstable Devastation also expressed his apologies on the official forums. In the future, he swore to no longer participate in any matters relating to Surpassing. As long as he met Surpassing, he would make a circle and do his best to avoid Surpassing immediately. Unstable Devastation's actions had sent shockwaves through the White River City region. Chapter 197, Crazy Stone. Although Unstable Devastation was not considerably well known, he was still one of the upper echelons of Martial Union. He was also archenemies with Surpassing, and he had recently revealed one of Surpassing's big secrets. So, there were quite a number of people who knew about him. Nobody would have thought that Unstable Devastation would publicly apologize to Surpassing. Many people were stunned when they read Unstable Devastation's message. Martial Union was obviously a large guild, yet they had actually submitted to a lone independent player. Although such incidents had occurred before in past virtual reality games, the total occurrences could definitely be counted on one hand. Above all, God's Domain was a game that had just recently released. At this stage of the game, the difference in strength between players would mainly display itself in terms of techniques, and this difference could easily be overcome using the advantage in numbers. Yet, Unstable Devastation had succumbed to Surpassing. It was simply unbelievable. Can someone tell me just what is going on here? What? Is this going to be the uprising of independent players? As expected of my idol, Yi-Feng. What's so great about guilds? Haven't they succumbed to strength all the same? Chaos ensued in the official forums of the White River City region. Unstable Devastation's message was like a small pebble thrown into a tranquil pond, generating ripples that spread out in all directions. As a result, players on the forum posted their own opinions, especially the independent players. No matter which virtual reality game they were in, guild players and independent players would frequently conflict with each other. However, this could not be helped. After all, to surpass others, one must obtain more resources. Naturally, guilds would occupy these resources. Meanwhile, the independent players who lacked strength could only retreat in the face of these guilds. Thus, it created conflicts. Now that an independent player like Surpassing had made a large guild submit to him, this incident received an unquestionably huge response from many independent players. However, to the alliance of guilds that planned a crusade against Surpassing, this matter was just like a bomb filled with peril. Unstable Devastation, the leader who started this alliance and planned this crusade, had actually chosen to withdraw from the alliance. Moreover, he did not even speak a word about this incident. Just what sort of power could cause unstable devastation to react in such a way? This incident struck panic into the other guilds of this small alliance. Brother Zhang, what should we do? Flaming Tiger quietly asked. Due to unstable devastation's shocking actions, the various guilds in the small alliance started feeling insecure. Zhang Luowei fell deep into thought for some time before saying, let's not involve ourselves just yet. We'll wait until we are all in White River City before we deal with this matter. However, for him to force a person like unstable devastation to submit, I have truly underestimated this Yifeng. Tell Ling Feilong to get in touch with Yifeng, see if he can get Yifeng to join Shadow. Although Shadow has only recently started its development, our resources are plenty. Tell Ling Feilong this, as long as Yifeng agrees, I can give Yifeng an elder position, an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits, and 10% of the workshop's shares. Flaming Tiger was stunned. He admitted that he was not Shifeng's opponent and that Shifeng's skills were a level higher than his, but wasn't this promise a little too great? Not only could an elder of the guild live leisurely, but the authority they wielded was also great. Aside from Brother Lan and Zhang Luowei, Shifeng would have the highest authority in Shadow, not to mention an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits and 10% of the workshop's shares. Even Flaming Tiger only had a minimum monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Flaming Tiger simply could not understand why they had to pay such a huge price to recruit Shifeng. However, he did not have a say in this matter, so he could only do as he was told. White River City, trade area. After returning to White River City, Shifeng first headed towards the bank. He retrieved 500 stacks of hard stones, intending to sell only a portion of his stock for now. Due to the great increase in the hard stones demand, the price had already reached Shifeng's estimation of 10 silver coins per stack. Although this price would still rise later, it was already close to the limit. Players could handle these 500 stacks of hard stones were only a small portion of the hard stones Shifeng owned. Just based on the amount of hard stones that Shifeng had constantly purchased before, his stock exceeded 10,000 stacks. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds in White River City could not purchase any hard stones. Shifeng had purchased all of these hard stones when the prices were at their lowest, and he only paid around 30 gold coins for them. However, their current value far exceeded their initial cost. After selling these 500 stacks, it should be about time to bring Blackie and the others to raid the level 10 team dungeon, the Goblin Factory. Shifeng inwardly planned. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels were high, the overall equipment they had was subpar at best. The same went for Shifeng's equipment. However, at least his was the best swordsman set equipment for players level 10 and below. His teammates' equipment, on the other hand, could only be described as miserable. As of this moment, there were already more than 500 players who had reached level 10 and had their names etched on the ranking list of the White River City region. Which was to say, there were already more than 500 players who had entered White River City. A majority of these players were members of well-known guilds. Aside from doing some quests in White River City right now, these players' main objective remained dungeon raiding, as dungeons were the best source for good equipment. Only with good equipment would these players level up with greater efficiency. Hence, plenty of guilds had already started diving into dungeons. White River City was different from towns. God's Domain only truly began after players reached level 10 and the city. As for the town life players experienced at the start of the game, it was merely an introduction to life in God's Domain. There were plenty of level 10 dungeons throughout the White River City region. The number of level 10 to level 12 party dungeons exceeded 20, and their raiding difficulty varied greatly. Meanwhile, 10-man level 10 team dungeons numbered slightly lower, but there were still 12 such dungeons available. As for level 10 large-scale dungeons, there were 3 within the White River City region. As long as one successfully raided one of these 3 large dungeons, they could activate the card set exchange system. The value of card sets would also be at their highest when that time came. Meanwhile, after entering White River City, the normal raiding procedure for players began with the party dungeons to upgrade their equipment. They would then proceed to small-scale team dungeons and finally, the level 10 large-scale dungeons. Right now, many guilds had already started raiding small dungeons and were continuously upgrading their equipment. Eventually, all the guilds in White River City would have only one goal: Obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. A team could only obtain the first clear by clearing the Hell mode of the dungeon. Moreover, the first clear of large-scale team dungeons was slightly different from that of small-scale team dungeons. The achievement would not only be announced throughout the White River City region, but it would also be announced throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was one of the best ways to increase one's fame throughout the Star Moon Kingdom, and it was also a display of a guild's strength. Hence, large-scale dungeons were considered the true battlegrounds for the various large guilds. Meanwhile, for these guilds who frequently battled inside dungeons, whetstones would become one of their strategic supplies. This situation would further increase these guilds' need for hard stones, causing the price of hard stones to soar once again. Thus, Shifeng chose to sell his stock of hard stones at this time. Right now, Shifeng was not focused on conquering the large-scale team dungeons. He knew his own limits, and he would not try to compete with those well-known guilds. His goal right now was only to conquer the level 15 small-scale team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. However, regarding strength or numbers, his team was still far from capable of raiding the Demon's Castle. They needed some upgrades before they could rise to that challenge. Arriving at the auction house of White River City, Shifeng casually took a seat in the corner and opened the auction house's system interface. He then selected to sell his wares within the White River City region. That way, he would not need to foot such a large fee. Similar to selling at a town's auction house, only players within the White River City region could see the items he placed on auction. As for selling the hard stones to the other cities, Shifeng had never intended to do so. Just the expensive handling fee alone would greatly reduce his profits. Not to mention, the other cities were not as much in need of hard stones as White River City, so the prices the stones would sell for much less. Shifeng first placed 10 stacks of hard stones on auction with a minimum price of 10 silver coins per stack and a buyout price of 12 silver coins. He did so to take a look at the results. If he placed all 500 stacks up for auction at once, it could drastically affect the market. Hard stones prices would plummet. Hence, he would slowly sell off his stock, carrying out hunger marketing as expected. Before even a minute had passed, all 10 stacks of hard stones sold. Moreover, they had been purchased at the buyout price of 12 silvers. There wasn't even a competition to speak of. It can't be, right? Shifeng was stunned when he received the notification from the auction house. Such a great demand had far exceeded his expectations. Although he knew that there was a shortage of hard stones right now, he never thought that someone would pay 12 silvers without hesitation. This was simply insane. Did these people not know that 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 107 credits right now? Spending an additional 2 silver coins would be the equivalent of spending 214 credits. To a fresh university graduate, that would be a tenth of their monthly salary. Chapter 198, Trial of God. Shifeng had only sold 10 stacks of hard stones. When compared to the demand of the entire White River City region, it was a drop in the ocean. Seeing such burning demand, Shifeng placed another 10 stacks of hard stones up for auction. This time, he changed the minimum price to 12 silver coins and the buyout price at 15 silver coins. By doing so, he tried to find out the highest price hard stones could currently sell for, and the bottom line of these desperate players. As expected, nobody paid the buyout price immediately this time. Instead, they bid over the hard stones. However, the numbers rose very slowly, and there was only a small increase of several coppers with each consecutive bid. 1 minute later, the price of the 10 stacks of hard stones finally displayed a significant increase. The bidding had gone from 12 silver coins to 13 silver coins, and it continued to rise to 13 silver, 30 coppers before finally stopping. Obviously, this was the final price. These desperate players were willing to fork out. Their bottom line should be around 13 silver coins. Still, this has surpassed my expectations. In the future, I can simply sit tight and wait for the money to roll in. Shifeng also felt that 13 silver coins was the limit for hard stones. If the prices further increased, then aside from guilds, average players could not endure such an expense. Moreover, Shifeng had only paid around 30 coppers for each stack of hard stones when he purchased them in bulk. Now, he sold them for 13 silver coins per stack. Their value had increased over 30 folds. One could not be too greedy. Feng was currently satisfied with the results. Feng then continued removing hard stones from his bag, setting them up for auction. He sold 20 stacks per batch, and each batch would be available every 10 minutes or so. Considering the consumption rate and finances of the players in the White River City region, 1,600 to 1,700 stacks should sell each day. If Feng sold 1,000 stacks per day, not only could the entire White River City region fully deplete his stock, it also would not cause any adverse effects on the price of hard stones. If Feng could sell 1,000 stacks each day, he could earn over 100 gold every day by selling the hard stones at 13 silvers per stack. Moreover, these were genuine gold coins and not credits. Such a daily income was more than 10 times higher than the daily income of first-rate guilds. With such funds in his hands, Feng would not have to worry about financial issues when he developed his guild in the future. With the sales system all set and done, Feng's finger tapped and slid, calling out the half-transparent communication interface. His finger then moved and tapped on his good friend Blackie's call button. Blackie, are you guys done with the reputation quests? If you are, then gather in front of the teleportation gate. We'll go dungeon diving together. Feng asked. We're already done with our quests. However, it seems that we've been trapped inside a sealed map. We need to go through a trial if we wish to leave. Blackie grew excited when he heard about dungeon diving, and he wished he could immediately go to display his prowess. Ever since he obtained Mavis Guard, he had started browsing the internet and watching videos of experts displaying their skills. He had also frequently sparred with his team members, and his techniques had greatly improved. He would definitely shock Feng with his new techniques. Unfortunate, he couldn't do any of that right now. A sealed map? Feng's eyebrows wrinkled, his mind entering a deep thought. He did not know how Blackie and the others managed to enter a sealed map. Logically, the quests he sent them on had no such locations. However, after recalling Blackie's description of the place, he suddenly understood the situation Blackie and the others were in. He could not help but admit that their luck was truly impressive. There were various miraculous opportunities available in God's domain, and players most frequently discovered the Trial of God. Players also called it the Trial of Heroes, and it was a test given by gods for mortals to become heroes. As long as it was a level 10 map or above, there was a chance for this trial to appear. Players would occasionally encounter this trial out in the fields, questing or grinding. However, less than 1 out of 10,000 players would have a chance of meeting this trial. Blackie and the others were definitely lucky for encountering this trial. Every Trial of Heroes was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as players could clear it, they would receive a bountiful reward. In this trial, equipment and EXP were considered the lowest form of reward. If players could perform exceedingly well in the Trial of Heroes, they could receive permanent attribute increases, super rare or improved skills, an abundant amount of weapon mastery, and many more super rare rewards. Weapons and equipment could only be used for a period of time. They were like foreign objects. They were not truly part of one's strength. However, it would be a different story if players could receive things like permanent attribute increases and super rare skills. The value of such things far surpassed that of weapons and equipment, and they would be of immense help towards one's future development. How many colors were on the trial door that you guys entered? Feng asked. Feng's question confused Blackie. However, since Feng had asked, Blackie tried to recall the number of different colors on the large double doors they had entered. He then said unconfidently, I think there were 4 colors. 4. Are you guys trying to get yourselves killed? Feng immediately wanted to scold Blackie. The Trial of God did not only possess rewards, but it would also mete out punishments. The punishments and rewards given were also equal in God's domain. With opportunity came danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in God's domain, and even if there were, it might very well poison you to death. The Trial of Heroes was normally categorized into 7 tiers. If there were only 1 color on the teleportation gate, then the trial would be Tier 1. It was also the easiest trial to clear. Along with the increase in number of colors, the difficulty would increase exponentially. If there were 4 colors on the door of trials, then it would be a Tier 4 trial. Its difficulty would be around 8 times or above that of a Tier 1 trial. If Blackie and the others could clear it, the minimum rewards they could obtain would be fine gold rank or above weapons and equipment. Normally, it would be a dark gold ranked item. If they could finish the trial with a sufficiently high completion rate, there was a possibility they could receive permanent attribute increases or have one of their skills upgraded to a stronger version. However, the punishment for a Tier 4 trial was no joking matter. If Blackie and the others failed to complete the trial, the lightest punishment they might receive was a massive loss in EXP. They could very well lose several levels. Blackie and the others might even lose a portion of their attributes or skill mastery permanently, possibly entering a weakened state for a long period of time. Such severe punishments were also one of the reasons why most players would avoid entering the door of trials after finding one. They would instead choose to sell the information to a large guild, making a huge profit. Brother Feng, are we in a very dangerous situation? Hearing Shifeng's panic, Blackie could not help but swallow nervously, his heartbeat increasing in pace. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others who stood beside Blackie also became extraordinarily serious after hearing Shifeng's words. They no longer dared belittle this trial. I can only give you guys advice. Act within your capabilities. Do not attempt meritorious deeds, only try to leave in one piece. Don't forget to pass on my advice to everyone in the team. However, Blackie, since you have Mavis Guard, logically, you guys should have a very high possibility of clearing the trial. However, remember not to rush things. Even if you have to waste a lot of time, you must never hurry. The rest will depend on your battle techniques, intelligence, and wisdom. Shifeng then continued to pass on all his knowledge about the trials onto Blackie. As for whether or not they could clear the trial, it would depend solely on Blackie and the others. The tests of the Trial of Heroes had never repeated, so there were no known strategies to conquering one. However, in Shifeng's previous life, after collecting the knowledge and wisdom of many predecessors, he managed to form a strategy that was not an actual strategy, which was to act within one's own capabilities and plan before taking action. One must not rush when carrying out the Trial of Heroes. Other than that, there was no true strategy for conquering the Trial of Heroes with Fire Dance, Cola, and Blackie's Mavis Guard. They should be able to clear a 4-colored trial. However, they should not be able to leave the trial in a short time. Shifeng felt a headache building. He originally intended to upgrade their equipment by raiding a dungeon. However, that plan had gone down the drain now. He did not even know if Blackie and the others could manage to leave the trial within a week. The Trial of Heroes was never simple, and it was an extremely time-consuming trial. In Shifeng's previous life, it wasn't unusual if players spent more than a month clearing a trial in the past. A top-tier expert had once made a fair evaluation of the trials. A 5-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling an epic quest. A 6-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling a legendary quest. As for a 7-colored trial, it had the difficulty rivaling a top-tier legendary quest. In Shifeng's previous life, even after God's Domain had been in operation for over a decade, there had yet to be a player that could clear a 7-colored trial. Of course, part of the reason was that no true Apex expert had encountered a 7-colored trial in the past. The highest tiered trial cleared was a 6-colored trial. Meanwhile, one of the conquerors of a 6-colored trial was the cleric god, Violet Cloud, one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 cleric gods in God's Domain. Thinking that Violet Cloud was currently with Blackie and the others, Shifeng hesitantly released a sigh of relief. Although Violet Cloud had yet to grow into her prime, her potential could not be ignored. For a 4-colored trial, Blackie and the others might, possibly, be able to clear it. Forget it. No point worrying about it too much. It seems that I can only upgrade my own equipment for now, Shifeng sighed. Habitually, he opened up the auction house interface, searching for items under the miscellaneous section. The miscellaneous section of the auction house was just like Taobao. Oftentimes, players would auction some good things without realizing their actual value or things that they felt were not valuable at all. Hence, Shifeng often browsed through this section, hoping to find a lucky catch. Just as Shifeng casually flipped through the pages. Flaming Sun Scripture. Shifeng incidentally discovered a flame-red book displayed on the item interface of the auction house. Shifeng's expression trembled at the sight of this book, and he could not help but wish he could immediately snatch this book into his hands. Someone dared to sell even this item? This is simply ludicrous. Shifeng's sight then shifted towards the price tag displayed on the upper left corner. The ancient book. Chapter 199, Flaming Sun Scripture. Displayed on the half-transparent pale blue screen, the price of the Flaming Sun scripture was similarly striking crap. This seller must have been dropped on his head as a child. Shifeng loudly cursed the moment he saw the price. In actuality, Shifeng wasn't the only person who loudly cursed when they saw the price for this Flaming Sun scripture. Some players would even couple their curses with a few finger motions. 1,000 gold coins. This person was simply insane. Shifeng then took a look at the seller's name, Sinfully Handsome. Shifeng could only look at this person with respect when seeing this exotic name. Just how much of a narcissist was this person? Looking at this name, Shifeng could also vaguely guess the reason why the price of this Flaming Sun scripture was so high. However, since he had seen the Flaming Sun scripture, he could not easily give it up. Hence, he sent out a communication request to this person called Sinfully Handsome. However, Shifeng hid his name when he made the call, preventing this Sinfully Handsome from discovering his identity. After waiting for 10 seconds or so, Sinfully Handsome picked up the call. Who are you? What business do you have with me? You can't be asking me to power level you, right? If you're a pretty girl, this brother can carry you to victory with me. Narcissism filled Sinfully Handsome's voice when he spoke, and he gave others the hint of being a hooligan. Shifeng was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Sinfully Handsome's words. Girl. Carry you to victory. Just who was this person? Even a person like this could obtain the Flaming Sun scripture? Was this world already in such a mess? Hey, speak a few words, why don't you? Are you dead? Don't tell me you're a tranny, right? This brother doesn't have that kind of taste. Sinfully Handsome suddenly started panicking. Hello, I'm interested in buying the Flaming Sun scripture that you've placed on the auction house. I wonder if you can sell it to me at a lower price? Shifeng asked. So you want to buy that item? Of course I can. Sinfully Handsome smiled in realization. I'll slightly reduce the price for you then. How does 900 gold sound? This is a very justifiable price. Shifeng faintly smiled at Sinfully Handsome's asking price. He then calmly stated his own price, 20 silver coins. Shifeng did not believe Sinfully Handsome knew the Flaming Sun scripture's true value. Only fire-type humanoids level 10 or higher would drop the Flaming Sun scripture. However, its drop rate was somewhat low, so its selling price was very high. The average person usually couldn't afford it. Even so, it was still not worth an insane 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, players could even purchase an epic ranked item. Why would they bother buying an item like the Flaming Sun scripture if they had that kind of money? Hey, fellow brother, you're not being sincere here. You are the one who took the initiative to contact me, yet, you're offering such a price? Do you know which guild I belong to? Sinfully Handsome beamed a smile, proudly saying, have you heard of Dark Star before? It's an apex third-rate guild in White River City. With this name alone, shouldn't you at least offer 100 gold? Dark Star, it was indeed a powerful guild in White River City. However, what did that have to do with Shifeng? 1 gold coin. If you don't wish to sell, then forget it. Shifeng understood that Sinfully Handsome took him for a fool. However, he was also in quite a need for the Flaming Sun scripture, so he decided to offer such a high price. Unfortunately, Sinfully Handsome misunderstood Shifeng's intentions. You have to think through this clearly. In the entire White River City, only I possess this Flaming Sun scripture. Seeing that you're an honest person, I'll make a large sacrifice and sell it to you for 10 gold with an additional 100,000 credits. If you still don't want it, I can only look for another buyer. Sinfully Handsome confidently said goodbye. Shifeng immediately disconnected the call. Sinfully Handsome suddenly panicked when Shifeng disconnected the call. He did not think that Shifeng would be so decisive. At least try to bargain. Watching his 1 gold coin fly out of his grasp, Sinfully Handsome's heart bled with regret. However, he was too embarrassed to contact Shifeng again. Humph! I don't believe that you can so easily give up on this Flaming Sun scripture. Sinfully Handsome snorted. Although he did not know the use of the Flaming Sun scripture, based on its powerful and tyrannical name, it was not an ordinary item. Sinfully Handsome was very sure that Shifeng knew this item's value. However, he did not wish to pay too high a price, so he retreated for the sake of advancing. With this thought, Sinfully Handsome was further assured of the Flaming Sun scripture's value. It was definitely worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Hence, Sinfully Handsome ran towards the auction house, changing the price of the Flaming Sun scripture from 1,000 gold coins to 10,000 gold coins. He wanted to see if Shurfeng was willing to beg him for this item. However, when Sinfully Handsome arrived at the auction house, he discovered that there was not only a single Flaming Sun scripture on auction anymore, there were 5 of these books now. Aside from his copy, priced at 10,000 gold coins, the other 4 books were all priced at 15 silver coins. The most inconceivable thing was that the number of Flaming Sun scriptures up for auction continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were already 10 copies of the book up for sale. Just what sort of situation is this? Sinfully Handsome's eyes widened. He thought he was dreaming right now. How could there be so many Flaming Sun scriptures? While the quantity of these Flaming Sun scriptures increased, someone else bought them, one after another. There were a total of 32 copies of the Flaming Sun scripture offered in the auction house. Among them, Shurfeng had bought 30 of them. Only Sinfully Handsome's copy and another copy sold by Nobody Cares for 20 silver coins remained. Sinfully Handsome suddenly thought of something. He then hurriedly opened the trade section under White River City's official forums. As expected, there was an anonymous post stating, buying Flaming Sun scriptures at 14 silver coins per book. Willing to purchase it at 15 silver coins if placed in the auction house. One could often find such purchasing methods in virtual reality games. After all, players had plenty of items that they kept on hand without placing them on the auction house. There were only a scarce amount of players like Sinfully Handsome who would place items of unknown value on the auction house. Shurfeng also remembered this fact, and he thought that, by now, there should be quite a few players who have gotten their hands on a Flaming Sun scripture. My 1 gold coin. Sinfully Handsome wanted to cry. Originally, he thought that the Flaming Sun scripture's value could rival that of an epic ranked item. However, after seeing so many other players possessing this item, Sinfully Handsome immediately realized his mistake. If he had sold his copy for 1 gold coin, he would have made a huge profit elsewhere. Shurfeng felt great satisfaction after purchasing 30 copies of the Flaming Sun scripture. He would have completely forgotten about this item's existence if he had not discovered the Flaming Sun scripture on the auction house in the first place. 30 books should be enough for my purposes. Shurfeng looked at the 30 Flaming Sun scriptures laying in his bag, utterly pleased. Although he had spent 4 gold, 50 silvers, shrinking his assets slightly, the gold coins he possessed would only depreciate as time passed. It was much better if he used those gold coins to profit further. Thus, Shurfeng had spent so much money to purchase the Flaming Sun scriptures. In Shurfeng's previous life, plenty of players had obtained the Flaming Sun scripture. Unfortunately, none of them knew its purpose. Hence, they sold it at bargain prices. However, there was a ranger who had desperately bought these Flaming Sun scriptures. Even after the prices of the Flaming Sun scriptures rose to 1 gold coin per book, that player still bought them without hesitation, earning the suspicion of many. So many players started to investigate the Flaming Sun scripture. On one occasion, a party of players met with a ranger who grinded solo at the level 25 map, Flame God's Cave. Moreover, that ranger displayed a shocking scene of killing the boss and elite monsters there by himself. Later on, however, the players discovered that the reason the ranger could grind at the Flame God's Cave alone was all thanks to the Flaming Sun scripture. From then on, the secret of the Flaming Sun scripture was revealed, causing its price to skyrocket. In the end, even when the Flaming Sun scripture sold for 3 gold coins per book, there were still players willing to buy it. Right now, Shurfeng had only spent 15 silver coins to purchase each book. He had made a huge profit from this trade. In any case, Blackie and the others still needed a long time before they could return to White River City. Since Shurfeng had nothing better to do, he might as well grind the boss at the Flame God's Cave. After all, his current strength was too weak right now. He could complete neither the epic quest, Darkness Descends, nor the unique quest, Demon's Heart. Moreover, there were plenty of important quests in White River City that required a team to carry out. This was the tragedy that befell all solo players. Hence, grinding bosses was the best option available for Shurfeng at the moment. Most importantly, the Flame God's Cave was a valuable location specialized in dropping forging designs. These forging designs had made that ranger into a rich man, and he had earned over 600 gold coins from all the forging designs he sold, Becoming the envy of countless players soon after, Shifeng hurried towards the teleportation gate. He paid a fee of 24 silver coins and teleported to Red Flame Fortress, the nearest teleportation point to the Flame God's Cave. Chapter 200 Flame God's Cave. Red Flame Fortress was located in the middle of the scorching hot canyon. A large volcano loomed behind it. The terrain around this region was extremely hot all year round, and the air was similarly parched and blistering. A gust of wind here was like a wave of heat, and one wouldn't feel a hint of relief from it. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment of the canyon consisted of only scorched, barren earth and mountains. All around, web-like cracks decorated the ground. Just this sight would cause one to lose their appetite. As this was a virtual environment, players could fully experience the scorching heat. Being parched and drenched in sweat were only minor inconveniences, but one's vision blurring? That was a bigger problem. Moreover, battling in such an environment was extremely taxing to a player's stamina. Due to such a brutal environment, many players did not like grinding or questing here. Moreover, the scorching hot canyon wasn't the only level 20 to level 25 map. There were more than 20 such maps within the White River City region. The millions of players within the White River City region could simply choose any one of these other locations to grind and do quests. For example, the cooling lakeside, the shady forest, and such were all good locations. There was no need for them to torture themselves by coming to the scorching hot canyon for Shifeng. However, such a brutal environment did not affect him much. In addition to having activated the hidden passive skill, Basic Body Strengthening, Shifeng also had 20 points of fire resistance. As a result, the high temperature of the scorching hot canyon did not have any effect on Shifeng. Shifeng would not greatly exhaust his stamina by fighting in this hot environment either. Moreover, the majority of the monsters in the scorching hot canyon dealt fire-type damage, so this place was suitable for players like Shifeng, who had high fire resistance, to level. Shifeng's leveling efficiency would increase by at least 20% compared to leveling up at other maps in God's domain. Nature's power was very strong. If players wanted to level up quickly, they needed to overcome many of such natural environments. As players progressed down their paths in God's domain, the importance of resistances would also increase. This was why Shifeng grew excited when he learned that the Ice Blue Devil Flame increased both his fire resistance and ice resistance. After arriving at the Flame Red Fortress, Shifeng opened the system map. Confirming the location of the Flame God's Cave, Shifeng advanced towards it along a red dirt road. Although there were plenty of level 20 and higher monsters, such as the Fire Raging Bull and Violet Flame Wolf, along the way to the Flame God's Cave, Shifeng walked on the official road. There were normally high-level NPCs patrolling the official roads, and these NPCs were usually 15 levels higher than the map they occupied. Moreover, they patrolled in small parties rather than individually. If there were any foolish monsters that dared come close to the official road, these level 40 NPCs would immediately dispatch the offending beast. The moment they came within a 40-yard distance to the official road, the patrolling NPCs would discover these monsters and turn them into soup. Hence, all the surrounding monsters did not dare come within 40 yards of the official road at all, allowing players to travel safely through it. Around half an hour later, Shifeng finally arrived at the Flame God's Cave. The Flame God's Cave was situated close to a volcano at the outer edges of the scorching hot canyon. Plenty of elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses resided within the cave. However, even when players discovered this location, they would normally choose to turn around and leave as the monsters here were simply too strong. If monsters had not chased that party, they would not have run to the Flame God's Cave, incidentally discovering the ranger's secret of grinding bosses and elite monsters. However, only Shifeng knew of this secret. Right now the monsters in the Flame God's Cave were all level 25, and generally, only players who had reached level 20 would grind here. However, Shifeng's equipment had the Ignore Levels attribute, so he could barely grind here as well, though with much lower efficiency. Regardless, he would still be grinding level 25 monsters. Even if his speed were slower than a level 20 player, his gains would still be much greater compared to grinding level 14 monsters. As for why the monsters in the Flame God's Cave were so amazing, it was mainly because of the extraordinarily high damage of their fire-type attacks. Even if it were only a level 25 common monster, it could still kill an MT of the same level with just 2 or 3 moves. Not to mention, the monsters in the Flame God's cave all lived in groups, and one would usually meet 5 or 6 monsters at the same time. Even an MT with top-tier equipment could not handle so many monsters at once. There was also a large amount of elite and special elite monsters here. They could practically one-shot an MT of the same level. Hence, even when players knew about the Flame God's cave, there was still nobody daring enough to grind at this place. However, it was a different story when one had the Flaming Sun scripture. The Flaming Sun scripture could grant players a Flaming Sun's blessing effect. The effect was closely related to the surrounding environment. The denser the fire-type mana present in a location, the greater were its effects. The effect lasted for 2 hours. However, the introduction of the Flaming Sun scripture did not reveal such an effect, so players in the past couldn't discover its exact purpose. The Flame God's cave could be considered as one of the locations within Scorching Hot Canyon that had the densest fire-type mana. As a result, the fire-type damage of the monsters inside was extraordinarily high. However, precisely because of this same reason, the Flame God's cave was also a perfect place for one to use the Flaming Sun scripture. However, even with the Flaming Sun scripture, Shifeng needed to be extremely careful while he was here. After all, the Flame God's cave was a nest for level 25 monsters. With a level gap of 11 levels, these monsters could easily extinguish Shifeng's life with just 2 moves, and Shifeng would not even have the chance to resist before dying. Moreover, Shifeng's level was just too low. These monsters could detect him easily. Hence, he needed to act with extreme caution. The moment Shifeng carefully set foot in the cave, a wave of hot air swept past him from within the cave. Just when Shifeng's 5 senses heightened to their maximum limit, his system communications suddenly rang out. Crap. That nearly gave me a heart attack. Shifeng jumped, taken by surprise. He glanced at the system notification. Fortunately, monsters could not hear the system notifications. In the same way Team Chat worked, only specified players could hear them, while outsiders would remain unaffected. Flying Dragon. Why is he playing God's Domain as well? Shifeng wrinkled his eyebrows at the sight of the caller ID blinking before him. This Flying Dragon was none other than Shifeng's classmate and the 9th ranked in Jinhai University's fighting competition, Ling Feilong. However, in Shifeng's previous life, Ling Feilong only joined God's Domain long after the game's release. At that time, Shifeng had already become the guild leader of Shadow. For Ling Feilong to join God's Domain in advance, could this be the result of the butterfly effect? Shifeng lowered his head in thought. However, he soon revealed a smirk. In this life, he had not revealed his character's ID to anyone else. As for Blackie, Shifeng had long since told him not to reveal anything. Hence, no one in Jinhai University knew Shifeng was Yifeng. Similarly, nobody else knew that Blackie was Black Cloud in God's Domain. Blackie's friends only knew that he was getting by fairly well in the game. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Shifeng answered the call with a cold and imposing tone, as if he were a god looking down on an antling. Feilong immediately felt chills all down his body when he heard Shifeng's voice, followed by immense pressure. He felt like he had just walked out of a cold pool of water. His heartbeat instantly soared to 180 beats per minute. This is Yifeng, the god-ranked expert that caused even Martial Union to submit? His voice alone is already so imposing and threatening. The pressure he gives off is even stronger than Brother Zhang's. It's as expected of a god-ranked expert. No wonder Brother Zhang wanted me to recruit him. Ling Feilong was inwardly shocked, and he grew even more respectful towards Shifeng. Originally, Zhou Yuhu should have been the one to contact the god-ranked expert. However, Zhou Yuhu previously had a falling out with the god-ranked expert, so the responsibility had been pushed onto him, Ling Feilong, instead. Ling Feilong felt that his chance to shine had arrived as long as he could deal with this matter appropriately and gain the favor of such a god-ranked expert. His position in Shadow would rise quickly in the future. He would surely surpass Zhou Yuhu. After all, Zhou Yuhu had once found conflict with this god-ranked expert. In the future, Zhou Yuhu would certainly have difficulty getting by in Shadow. Before Ling Feilong had personally felt Yifeng's imposing aura, he always thought that nobody could be as strong as Brother Zhang. However, Ling Feilong was now completely certain that, if this god-ranked expert joined Shadow, even Zhang Luowei would have to submit to his strength. Meanwhile, Shadow would similarly fall under the control of this expert. How are you, expert? I am Shadow's representative, Flying Dragon. We sincerely want to recruit a God-ranked expert like yourself into Shadow. As for the treatment you will receive, please rest assured. We at Shadow will certainly not mistreat you. Ling Feilong's tone was both soft and respectful when he spoke. After all, the God-ranked expert before his eyes right now someone he needed to fawn over desperately in the future. He was truly afraid that this God-ranked expert would immediately disconnect his call. Chapter 201, Scripture's Might. Hearing Ling Feilong attempt to fawn over him and his respectful attitude while doing so, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. The shoe was on the other foot now. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. Judging from Ling Feilong's tone, Shifeng could discern that Ling Feilong intended to ride on his coattails. If you wish to recruit me, tell me what sort of benefits you plan to offer first, Shifeng calmly asked. Brother expert, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. As long as you join Shadow, you'll immediately become an elder of the guild. Moreover, our guild has a large backing behind us, and we have plenty of funding, so we can temporarily set your annual salary at 1 million credits. In addition, we'll give you 10% of Shadow's shares. I think you should know the value of guild shares, right? As long as Shadow rises to glory in the future, this 10% will far exceed tens of millions of credits. No other guild can offer you this kind of treatment, Ling Feilong explained, very satisfied with himself. His words even moved his own heart. That was 10% of the guild's shares. Right now, all of the guilds out there only offered high annual salaries when recruiting an expert. None of them would willingly hand over a portion of the guild's shares. Along with a guild's growth, the value of its shares would continuously rise. In addition to God's domain's growth potential, if Shadow properly developed as time went on, this 10% could represent billions of credits or more. Hence, all the large guilds would not simply offer their shares, and instead, choose the wise decision of offering a static salary. Who's making this promise? Shifeng was slightly bewildered. He did not think that Shadow would be so decisive in their actions. In Shifeng's previous life, although he was the guild leader of Shadow, he did not possess any shares of the guild. However, Shifeng had only recently become the guild leader at that time, so he did put too much thought into the matter. In the end, the guild kicked him out. One could say that the shares of a guild were the true proof of one's authority. If Shifeng had 10% of the guild's shares at that time, Lan Hailong would not have dared to casually expel him from the guild and sever all connections with him. Our guild leader made this promise. Of course, with your strength, the position of guild leader will doubtlessly be yours in the future. Ling Feilong unwaveringly started flattering Shifeng. Very well, Shifeng calmly laughed. He then, with a tone as cold as ice, arrogantly said, return and tell your guild leader this. If you want me to join Shadow, then I want 60% of the guild's shares and the position of guild leader. Otherwise, there's no deal. Finished speaking, Shifeng disconnected the call. Of course, he only said those words as a joke to toy with Ling Feilong. Even if Shadow were willing to hand over 100% of its shares, Shifeng would still reject the offer without hesitation. He swore that would never again wear the hateful name of Shadow. He simply said those words because he knew that Ling Feilong, Zhang Luowei, and Lan Hailong could never truly agree to such a request. After all, with 60% of the guild's shares, Shifeng would become the head honcho of Shadow. His word would be final. Whether it was Zhang Luowei or Lan Hailong, neither could endure being a subordinate of someone else. Such a domineering tone. No wonder he could force Martial Union, who is even stronger than Shadow, to take a huge loss. Unfortunately, he isn't a broad-minded person. If he had accepted the offer, based on the strength he possessed, he could have easily become the Shadow's true boss in the future if he wanted to. Although Ling Feilong admired Shifeng, he sneered disdainfully as he determined Shifeng to be a boorish fellow. Yet, without a backer to rely on, it was impossible for Ling Feilong to climb further up the ranks of Shadow. Zhang Luowei trusted Zhou Yuhu much more than Ling Feilong. Ling Feilong was simply an elite member of the guild in Zhang Luowei's eyes. So, it was imperative that Ling Feilong looked for a reliable backer. Meanwhile, a boor like Shifeng couldn't be a better backer. Although 60% of the total shares seemed a little high, if Ling Feilong expended a lot of effort, it was not an impossible number to accomplish. It seems that I'll have to rearrange his words before reporting back to Brother Zhang and Brother Lan. At this moment, Shifeng would have never imagined that his casual remark meant to anger Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei would become Ling Feilong's new goal. Inside the Flame God's cave, Shifeng took out one of the Flaming Sun scriptures from his bag. He then opened the book, reading the incantations inside. All of a sudden, the Flaming Sun scripture ignited, emitting dazzling golden flames. As if the fire-type mana within the Flame God's cave had transformed into soldiers, it all charged towards the golden flame, submitting to it. The golden flame was like an emperor among flames in reality. It wasn't just the fire-type mana that was affected. Even Shifeng's ice-blue devil flame felt restless, giving off the notion of submission. Just what kind of flame is it? Shifeng looked at the bundle of golden flame, his heart filled with curiosity. To cause even the Tier 2 ice-blue devil flame to submit, if this flame had a rank, I wonder what tier it belonged to? It should be at least Tier 3, possibly Tier 4. If Shifeng could absorb this bundle of golden flame, his strength might rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, this flame was not a mysterious flame, so Shifeng had no way of absorbing it. After a minute passed, the golden flame sank into Shifeng's body after it absorbed a sufficient amount of fire-type mana. Instantly, a new status effect appeared on Shifeng's status bar. Flaming Sun's Blessing increases fire resistance by 100 points and reduces damage from fire-type attacks by 90%. All fire-type damage received has a 20% chance to recover an equivalent amount of HP. Damage dealt towards fire-type monsters increased by 100%. Duration of 2 hours, effective only within the Flame God's cave. In reality, the Flaming Sun scripture's original purpose was simply for the convenience of players when grinding in a hot environment. However, when used inside the Flame God's cave, where the density of fire-type mana was extremely high, its effects increased by many-fold. Hence why the ranger in Shifeng's previous life was able to solo the elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses here. To begin with, Shifeng already had 20 points of fire resistance. Now that he gained an additional 100 points, normal fire attacks would only be an itch to him. Not to mention, there was also the 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks. This increase was just too awesome. With the Flaming Sun's Blessing, Shifeng boldly advanced deeper into the Flame God's cave. There were multiple pathways in the Flame God's cave, and it was extremely spacious. Players could easily get lost in the cave. This, however, was not a problem for Shifeng. The Flame God's cave was like his own backyard, and very quickly he located a lone level 25 lava hound lying on solidified, blackened lava hound, common monster. Level 25. HP 5, 400/5, 400. The lava hound was several sizes larger compared to a normal line. Its entire body emitted red flames, its skin was a dark yellow, and it had a pair of large, crimson eyes. Detecting Shifeng's presence, the lava hound abruptly stood. Its blood-red eyes glared at Shifeng as it let out a low, angry growl. The lava hound's sharp claws easily shattered a chunk of charred rock. Just as Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and silver lake, the lava hound spat a mouthful of flames at Shifeng without holding anything back. Shifeng activated the ice-blue devil flame, covering his entire body with a deep blue flame. He then charged at the ball of flames head-on. The lava hound's attack could originally devour close to half of the HP of an MT of the same level. However, when struck Shifeng, the attack merely caused around -10 points of damage. The damage the lava hound's attack dealt was even less than the attacks of a level 10 common monster. As expected, with 120 points of fire resistance, my resistance has reached extraordinary levels. Finished experimenting with his durability, Shifeng arrived in front of the lava hound and sent a chop slashing at its nape, drawing a pool of piping hot blood. A damage of -345 points appeared above the lava hound's head. The damage was barely within Shifeng's acceptable range. Moreover, due to the lava hound being 11 levels higher than himself, Shifeng's skill proficiency also soared with lightning speed. Every usage netted him 3 proficiency points. Although the lava hound was powerful, Shifeng only needed to take note of its AoE skills like the Flame Breath and Flame Explosion. Without the threat of these powerful skills, Shifeng only needed to deal with the lava hound's sharp claws. With Shifeng's extraordinary evasive techniques, in addition to his very high agility, He could easily dodge the attacks from the lava hound's sharp claws before even a minute had passed. Shurfeng had killed the level 25 lava hound, the monster leaving behind a flame crystal and several copper coins after it died. System. Level 25 lava hound killed. Level difference of 11. EXP obtained increased by 1100%. Obtained 16,500 EXP. Chapter 202, Scorching Lamia. Within the brightly lit Flame God's cave, Shurfeng advanced further into the cave relentlessly. The lava hound he previously killed had raised his skill proficiencies by quite a bit. However, that was it. In contrast, the EXP the level 25 lava hound gave was much less. However, this was not strange after all. The monsters within the Flame God's cave had both high attack power and HP but gave out very little EXP. Under normal circumstances, average players would not grind here at all. However, it was a different story once players had the Flaming Sun scripture. With it, they could easily deal with the monsters in the Flame God's cave. Moreover, the monsters here dropped flame crystals. Flame crystals were the main materials used for crafting basic fire resistance potions. By the time the majority of players reached levels between 20 to 30, they would discover that most party and team dungeons required a high fire resistance. Otherwise, they would have no way of raiding these dungeons. The level 25 large-scale team dungeon, the Flame Nest, for example, without basic fire resistance potions, players would have absolutely no way of conquering it. Yet, this team dungeon had loads of good equipment and items in it. Moreover, out of all the level 25 dungeons, the Flame Nest gave out the most guild reputation. Most importantly, there was a very small chance for players to obtain a Guild Mine certificate and Guild Medicine Garden certificate from the dungeon. These were both items that could allow a guild to develop itself further. Normally, only guilds with their own guild residence would be considered true guilds. Meanwhile, players could establish certain constructs within the guild residence to further aid in the guild's development. Among these facilities, two of the most important constructs were the Medicine Garden and Mine. These two constructs could provide the guild with a fixed amount of herbs and/or on a daily basis, and it could greatly reduce the guild's burden. It could also allow potion makers and forgers to have sufficient resources to increase their lifestyle skill proficiencies. Hence, as long as it was a guild that possessed their own guild residence, they would unhesitatingly raid the Flame Nest regardless of the price they had to pay to obtain these two certificates. As such, plenty of guilds had tried to raid the Flame Nest when their players reached between 20 and 30 levels, causing the basic fire resistance potion to become a high demand product. Even until now, Shurfeng had remembered that the basic fire resistance potions at that time had sold for 50 silver coins per bottle. Meanwhile, a single flame crystal sold for 15 silver coins. Thus, even at the cost of 3 to 4 gold coins, players would willingly purchase the Flaming Sun scripture. After all, they could easily obtain 25 to 30 flame crystals by grinding the Flame God's cave for 2 hours. In the Flame God's cave, a common ranked lava hound had a 3% chance of dropping a flame crystal, 3 times higher than the drop rate of fire-type monsters outside. Meanwhile, the level 25 elite monsters in the Flame God's cave had a 100% chance to drop 1 flame crystal and a 10% chance to drop 2 flame crystals. Of course, these monsters would also drop equipment. As for level 25 special elites, they had a 100% chance of dropping 2 flame crystals, a 20% chance to drop 4 flame crystals, and a 10% chance to drop 5 to 7 flame crystals. Level 25 chieftain bosses were even more rewarding. They had a 100% chance to drop 10 flame crystals, a 30% chance to drop 13 pieces of flame crystals, and 20% chance to drop 20 to 25 flame crystals. Players could easily earn up to 2 gold coins by killing a single chieftain boss. Not to mention, these bosses also dropped equipment and tools. Shurfeng continuously killed lone level 25 lava hounds as he advanced further into the depths of the Flame God's cave. Even when he met 2 lava hounds at the same time, he still easily dealt with them. Only, more time was necessary. The flame breath of the lava hounds could be easily dodged. Players only needed to take note of the lava hound's throat. When its throat glowed and gave off the color of fire, it was about to spit out flames. However, the damage of this move was only a small matter to Shurfeng. It dealt about only -100 damage in total to Shurfeng. As for the Lava Hound's other skill, Flame Explosion, it could cause extremely high flame damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius without 120 points in fire resistance and 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks. MTs of the same level would instantly lose 3/4 of their HP to this single attack. However, the Lava Hound's actions were obvious before it would cast this skill. It would raise its claws high, then slam them on the ground, creating an explosion of flames. However, the skill's effective range was wide, making it extremely hard to avoid. It was practically a sure-hit skill. Fortunately, Shurfeng's fire resistance was extremely high, and he would, at most, receive around -100 damage from the Lava Hound's flame explosion. Shurfeng had over 1,800 HP, so this damage was not significant. Another hour or so passed by, and Shurfeng finally arrived at the core area of the Flame God's Cave. On his way here, Shurfeng had killed many Lava Hounds, and due to the luck +3 provided by the Shadow's blessing he wore, he obtained a bountiful number of flame crystals. He could get 1 flame crystal for every half a dozen or so Lava Hounds he killed throughout his journey. Shurfeng had killed over 40 Lava Hounds, and obtained a total of 8 flame crystals. His experience had also risen to 37% of level 14. His leveling speed could already be described as flying. His skills, Chop, Thundering Flash and Thunder Flame Explosion, also rose to level 7, level 5, and level 3 respectively. If including the upgrade provided by the Abyssal Blade, these skills would be level 10, level 8, and level 6 respectively. These improvements had pushed Shurfeng's damage output to a whole new level once more. Unfortunately, the Lava Hounds Shurfeng killed did not drop any equipment. The same went for the forging designs that Shurfeng most desired. The core area Shurfeng had reached was a large, empty lava field. Molten lava flowed throughout the surroundings. At the highest point of the empty field sat plenty of bright crystals reflecting the glow of the lava into the surroundings, illuminating the spacious and empty field. The cooled accumulation of lava formed the land here. This place was more like a swamp than a durable stone road, and players would find it very hard to transverse across this lava field. A single misstep would instantly lead to players fall into a pit of molten lava. If players did not possess a definite control over their own bodies, they would find themselves at a serious disadvantage when battling here. Meanwhile, on the empty land a short distance away, Shurfeng discovered plenty of level 25 elite flame Nagas silently guarding. Occasionally, he could also spot a few level 25 special elite flame Naga warriors. Compared to the Lava Hound, these monsters possessed much more intelligence. Aside from attacking with flames, they could also deal a substantial amount of physical damage. These monsters also had exceptionally fast reactions, especially the Flame Naga warriors. These warriors wore armor and wielded a shield in one of their hands. They were practically shield warriors, and players would find them extremely difficult to deal with. Flame Naga, Elite Rank. Level 25. HP 20,000/20,000. Flame Naga Warrior, Special Elite. Level 25. HP 50,000/50,000. Soon after, Shurfeng lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the distant central region of this lava field. Due to the long distance, Shurfeng had to squint and focus his eyes for quite some time. Only after activating his extraordinary vision could he discover a beautiful figure laying atop a stone altar that was a Lamia. Unlike her Naga brethren, who possessed the heads and faces of a snake, although the lower half of this Lamia body was a snake's tail, her upper body was that of a human's. This Lamia possessed beauty that even women would envy. Her eyes were like red gemstones, giving off a dazzling glow. Her lustrous and seductive black hair was tied into twin ponytails. Exposed to the light of the flames, her delicate white skin shone like supple white jade. The most attractive parts of this Lamia were her elegant temperament and her exotic beauty. The bright silken blouse she wore was especially eye-catching, as it served to accentuate her delicate body and ample breasts further. Just a glance at this Lamia would easily captivate any intruder. It was truly hard to imagine that this delicate and beautiful Lamia was the Scorching Lamia Salou, the level 25 High Lord ranked boss of the Flame God's Cave. Sure enough, the benefits of pioneering a new land are plentiful. I have already found a high lord rank on this first trip. In Shifeng's previous life, most of the bosses Shifeng had met were chieftain rank, and only rarely could he meet a lord-ranked boss. Only with superb luck could one find a lord-ranked boss. Shifeng's eyes shone as he gazed at Scorching Lamia Salah's attractive appearance. His breathing became slightly hurried. He also grew excited, a never-before-seen resplendent smile appearing on his calm face. Of course, Shifeng wasn't captivated by Salah's beauty, but the bountiful wealth that a high lord-ranked boss represented. Not to mention, Salah was the High Lord of the Flame God's Cave. If he could kill her, he wondered just how much EXP and high-level items and equipment he could obtain if Blackie and the others knew Shifeng's current thoughts and appearance. They would definitely curse Shifeng for being inhuman. Not sparing even a weak and delicate Lamia, Shifeng was practically a beast. Chapter 203, Scorching Heart. Molten lava slowly flowed across the vast, empty field. Meanwhile, the Scorching Lamia Salah paid no particular attention to the intruder, Shifeng. She simply swished her tail, slithering to a pool of lava. With a splash, Salah dove straight into the scorching pool, frolicking with a content expression. If a normal player copied Salah's actions and jumped into the lava pool, they could lose their lives in a given minute. Even if they activated the Flaming Sun's blessing and received an additional 100 points to their fire resistance, they would still lose 300 HP every second they submerged in the lava pool. Taking a good, long look, Shifeng finally decided upon a plan. Scorching Lamia Salah, High Lord rank. Level 25. HP 500, 000/500, 000. A Lord-ranked boss was not as easy to deal with as a Chieftain-ranked boss. If it were a level 25 Lord-ranked boss, not to mention a 20-man elite team, even a 100-man elite team would still die at the boss's hands. A Lord-ranked boss was simply too powerful. The only way to kill these bosses was to gather thousands of players and use the advantage of numbers to exhaust these bosses to death slowly. Other than that, there was no other way around it. Meanwhile, the Scorching Lamia, who bathed in the lava pool, was even more intimidating than a normal Lord-ranked boss. Without the Flaming Sun scripture, even thousands of players would have zero chances of defeating Salah. On the other hand, Shifeng had a method of dealing with the Scorching Lamia. However, he first needed to clear out the surrounding elite and special elite monsters. Otherwise, he would be similarly helpless against the Scorching Lamia. Let's first lure them slowly and clear them, bit by bit. Shifeng then randomly looked for a solitary flame naga, boldly walking over to it. He did not intend to use any special means to lure these monsters, as Shifeng was only level 14 right now. When faced with level 25 elites, these elites would all charge at him in a craze as long as he came within 40 yards. Hence, he still needed to apply some techniques to lure only one flame naga, be it a snake-type monster or a naga. Both were innately born with exceptional hearing. Hence, players needed to be light on their feet when approaching these naga. If players made even the tiniest disturbance, they would find only their own death. Shifeng walked with a strong and steady pace atop the soft and unstable ground, and with relative ease, he attracted the attention of a flame naga. Immediately, Shifeng watched as the flame naga charged at him like a mad "Come." Seeing that the naga had taken the bait, Shifeng faintly smiled as he spun around and ran towards a distant rock cliff. The flame naga was well versed in close combat. Meanwhile, its only ranged attack was the Raging Flame Roar, and it belonged to the category of channeling spells. The skill had an effective area of 404 yards, and it needed 3 seconds to channel the skill fully. However, this skill did not pose any threat to Shifeng. On the contrary, melee combat with the Flame Naga was much more difficult as the chase continued. Although the Flame Naga was fast, Shifeng was not any slower than it either. The moment Shifeng arrived in front of the rock cliff, with no further paths of retreat remaining, Shifeng started climbing up the extremely steep cliff with great ease. When he arrived at the top of the cliff, he stuck out his tongue at the creature as he silently looked down at the Flame Naga. The Flame Naga was further incensed by Shifeng's blatant provocation, and it too started frantically climbing the cliff. Although Shifeng was not a ranged class, and he could not kite the Flame Naga, melee battle the Flame Naga was simply too dangerous. If Shifeng was slightly careless, the Flame Naga could kill him with just 2 moves. Hence, Shifeng intended to fight from a range. Seeing that the Flame Naga was about to climb the cliff, Shifeng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag. He then threw it at the Flame Naga. Pung. Ice fragments scattered, and cold air spread out to the surroundings. The Flame Naga instantly froze. Due to the Flame Naga's fear of the cold, the basic frost grenade managed to deal -300 damage to it. However, the Flame Naga possessed 20,000 HP, so this small amount of damage barely made a scratch. Frozen halfway through its climb up the rock cliff, the Flame Naga's immobile body fell. Two stones, protruding from the rock wall, halted the serpentine beast's fall, sandwiching the Flame Naga's body between the rocks as it hung halfway up the cliff. Be it attacking or dodging, the Flame Naga would find it extremely challenging to do either from its current position. It could not even carry out the simple action of turning its own body right now. Shifeng smiled at this sight. He jumped down from his elevated position, landing on one of the stones, trapping his opponent. He then started attacking the Flame Naga from behind. It was extremely easy to kill a Flame Naga that had zero means of retaliating. Shifeng sent a level 10 chop slashing at the Flame Naga's back, earning him a scream of pain coupled with a damage of -168 above the monster's head. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a level 25 elite was truly amazing. With the level suppression, in addition to the Flame Naga's superior defense, his attack could not even deal -200 damage even with the damage multiplier from the Flaming Sun scripture. Immediately after, Shifeng followed up with Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Double Chop, and Thunder Flame Explosion. A series of damages appeared above the Flame Naga's head. However, even with the damage amplification effect inflicted by Thundering Flash, the highest damage Shifeng had dealt with a single attack was barely over -200 points. Though there was the occasional critical hit of over -400 damage, the Flame Naga had a total of 20,000 HP. Aside from Shifeng's skills being capable of causing more than -100 damage to the Flame Naga, his normal attacks could not deal over -50 damage. Moreover, Shifeng had activated the Ice Blue Devil Flames effect before his attack. Seeing as the freezing effect was about to end, Shifeng threw another basic frost grenade at the Flame Naga, freezing his target once more. He then resumed his barrage of attacks. Although the Flame Naga had relatively fast regeneration, neither was the damage Shifeng was causing to it a small amount. 2 minutes later, the Flame Naga's HP finally fell to 20%. Simultaneously, the Flame Naga released a fierce roar. Flames covered its entire body, and shortly after, its body started trembling. Shifeng had long since been prepared for it. Immediately, he hid behind the corner of a rock boom. Countless flying flame blades shot out from the Flame Naga's body. These flame blades were the beast's scales, and their appearance signaled its ultimate move, Flame Bullets. The damage these flame bullets dealt was a combination of physical and fire-type damage. With Shifeng's current HP that was slightly over 1,800 points, these bullets could instantly send him into a critical condition. However, with the iron-like rock blocking these blades for him, Shifeng received no damage at all. After the waves of flame bullets ended, Shifeng threw out another frost grenade before resuming his attack. In the end, Shifeng killed the level 25 Flame Naga with relative ease. The instant the Flame Naga died, Shifeng's experience bar increased by a small portion. Shifeng was already level 14, and he needed an extremely large amount of EXP to reach level 15. His experience bar rising by a noticeable chunk showed just how bountiful the EXP the Flame Naga provided was. The Flame Naga also dropped 2 flame crystals, 1 bronze ornament, and tens of copper coins. Ornaments were the rarest of all equipment. Compared to jewelry such as rings and necklaces, ornaments were far more valuable. In God's domain, every player could equip 3 ornaments at most. As of this moment, however, Shifeng's ornament window was still a big, empty space. He truly did not imagine that he would inadvertently obtain a bronze ornament. His luck was simply too good. Scorching Heart, ornament, bronze rank. Equipment requirement, strength 80. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10. Fire resistance plus 3. Can be activated to cast a Tier 2 flame shield that can absorb a maximum of 1,000 flame damage. Although this ornament did not offer a large increase to his attributes, ornaments that could increase one's resistances were extremely rare. Every such ornament was valued at 6 gold coins or more. This is too great. I'm now level 14, and I have 114 points in strength and 131 points in agility. If I equip this Scorching Heart, it will increase both my strength and agility by 10 points, just enough for me to meet the requirements of 120 points in strength and 140 points in agility for the Blazing Meteor. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he held the flame-red-colored Scorching Heart. Shi Feng did not think that he could equip the Pseudo-Extraordinary weapon within such a short period after obtaining it. If he could equip the Blazing Meteor right now, his strength would definitely receive an explosive increase. He might even reach the standards of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Chapter 204, Battle Prowess of a Tier 1. If he could increase his strength to the standards of a Tier 1 swordsman, he could easily deal with the High Lord-ranked Scorching Lamia. The Scorching Lamia had 500,000 HP, possessing the superior battle recovery of a High Lord-ranked boss. The Scorching Lamia could recover 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. If players did not possess a DPS of 2,000, Salou was, essentially, invincible. This was one of the reasons even an elite team of hundreds of players could not exhaust a High Lord to death. Not to mention, the Scorching Lamia possessed frightening attacks and overly powerful skills. If players wanted to raid Salou head-on, it would be no different than seeking their own deaths. Even with a team of thousands of players, however, it would be a different story if they possessed the Flaming Sun. Scripture previously, before Shi Feng obtained the Scorching Heart, he had close to no confidence of successfully soloing the Scorching Lamia. He merely thought of giving it a try. In any case, he would not incur a huge loss. However, he now had some confidence in actually killing Salou. Although Shi Feng had never experienced the might of a pseudo-extraordinary weapon, according to Shi Feng's estimates, it should grant him the strength of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Immediately, Shi Feng retrieved the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, the Blazing Meteor, from his bag, equipping it on himself. Blazing Meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140. Attack power, value is set at player's strength 2. Strength plus 50, agility plus 65, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense, 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage, 10% chance to activate knockback effect, 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times additional skill, Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage cooldown, 3 minutes. The Blazing Meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger, Salou. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The Blazing Meteor can be reforged into an epic-ranked item after gathering epic-ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Yifeng. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded after equipping it, Shi Feng's attributes instantly soared. His strength reached 174 points, while agility reached 206 points. He was only a few attribute points away from being able to equip the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which required 200 points in strength and 120 points in intelligence. With the improvements provided by the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, Shi Feng's attack power with throwing weapons increased to 696 points, while his melee attack power with his right and left hand were 444 and 426 respectively. The base damage for his ranged attacks far surpassed his melee attacks. In addition, due to the Blazing Meteor ignoring +8 levels, Shi Feng would no longer face any level suppressions, which would greatly reduce his damage when dealing with level 25 monsters. As Shi Feng's agility attribute reached 200 points, he once again activated one of the hidden passive skills, Basic Disappearance. The passive skill increased Shi Feng's movement speed and attack speed by 20% and greatly decreased his stamina consumption during a battle. When he tread water, he could travel a distance of 10 yards with a single leap. His evasion also increased by 10% with such a boost. Shifeng's confidence increased once more. I can start clearing the place now. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the distant elites and special elites. Since his ranged attacks were more impressive than his melee attacks now, he would naturally avoid using his previous, inefficient battle techniques. He could simply copy the ranger in his previous life, using the basic kiting method to kill these Naga. That way, not only would the battle be swift, but he could also guarantee his own safety. At a spot 43 yards away, 2 level 25 elite flame Naga and 1 special elite flame Naga warrior currently conversed with each other in soft tones. None of them had noticed Shifeng's presence. In contrast, Shifeng, currently covered in deep blue flames, retrieved the flame-red, thin, needle-like blazing meteor from his waist. He aimed the blazing meteor at the flame Naga warrior standing between the other 2 flame Naga, initiating his attack shio. The blazing meteor shot through the air, transforming into a meteor and instantly piercing the flame Naga warrior's forehead. Simultaneously, the Ignore Target's defense effect and Quadruple Phantom effect both triggered upon impact. Before that flame Naga warrior could even manage a scream, -1526, -758, -758, -758, -758 appeared above its head. Even Shifeng dared not believe his own eyes right now. Although he had the support of the Flaming Sun scripture, the might of this single attack was still too powerful. A single, normal attack had destroyed over 4,500 HP from the Flame Naga warrior, which was close to 1/10 of the special elite monster's total HP. Shifeng only needed to repeat this attack 11 more times to kill a level 25 special elite in the entire God's domain. Aside from Shifeng, there might not be a second person capable of carrying out such a feat. Replying to Shifeng's brutal attack, the 3 Naga released angry roars. They revealed sinister expressions as they charged towards Shifeng, gradually splitting from the main force of the Naga. When the distance between the 3 Naga and Shifeng had shortened 20 yards, Shifeng threw a basic frost grenade at them. The 3 Naga immediately froze in place, damages of -300 appearing above their heads. Holding nothing back, Shifeng threw the blazing meteor at the 3 Naga relentlessly. The blazing meteor's effects constantly triggered, each attack dealing over -1,000 damage, while the occasional critical hit dealt over -2,000 damage. The 3 Naga were helpless. They could only attack Shifeng using fire-type spells. However, Shifeng always managed to predict the location of their attacks, so he could dodge the attacks beforehand, never letting any of the spells land on him. Before even 2 minutes had passed, the 2 elite and 1 special elite monster died. They contributed a large amount of EXP and multiple flame crystals to Shifeng. Possibly due to the Shadow's Blessings effect, the special elite Naga even dropped a level 22 mysterious iron ranked plate armor afterwards. Shifeng repeated this process of luring and killing the elite and special elite Naga. Although the process was mind-bogglingly boring, the fatigue on his spirit lessened greatly when Shifeng thought about the flame crystals and the various level 20 to level 25 equipment he could obtain. Unknowingly, more than 4 hours had passed. Shifeng had cleared out practically all of the Naga present in this lava field. Shifeng had also risen to level 15, and he was only a tad bit away from level 16. While Shifeng rested, he opened the ranking list for White River City. Right now, the first place on the ranking list was occupied by a level 13 player. Shifeng could not help his shock at this sight. How could there be someone leveling so quickly? Not much time had passed since players outside of Shifeng's team had entered White River City. Logically, it would already be amazing for players to reach level 11. Yet, there was actually someone that had reached level 13? Was this person hunting monsters of a higher level as well? Shifeng's mouth twitched when he saw the name of this first-ranked player, Lone Tyrant. Who was this person? How come I've never heard this name before? Meanwhile, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, occupied the second place on the ranking list. She was level 12 right now. Following closely, another level 12 player possessed the third rank. And level 12 players occupied the remaining top 10 ranks. This situation confounded Shifeng. This leveling speed far surpassed his expectations. Could this be due to the butterfly effect? Sure Feng wondered. Although players' leveling speed would indeed increase after entering White River City, it shouldn't increase to such a degree. Meanwhile, the 11th to 50th ranked players on the ranking list were all level 11. Reaching this level was still reasonable. If these players were all level 12 or 13, Sure Feng would truly be speechless. Although the first-ranked player had already reached level 13, that player could not even reach Sure Feng's shadow. If other players discovered this fact, they would definitely be shocked. After Sure Feng reached level 15, he had placed all his free attribute points into intelligence. He had done so to meet the requirements of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath as soon as possible. However, the points he added were only a drop in the bucket. It should be about time to deal with you now. After recovering to perfect condition, Sure Feng abruptly stood. He looked at the scorching Lamia still lounging in the pool of lava, a faint smile appearing on his face. Chapter 205, Queen's Rage. Just when Sure Feng contemplated raiding the delicate and weak-looking scorching Lamia, the entire White River City region flew into an uproar. The cause was no other than the White River City region's ranking list. A level 13 player actually held the first place. What is this? I've only managed to reach level 10 and enter White River City after much difficulty, yet there is already a level 13 player? What did this bastard eat growing up? I know, right? That lone Tyrant fellow previously ranked in the 10s, but he had suddenly shot up to first place, surpassing even the Snow Goddess. Lone Tyrant is from a guild called Dark Star. Isn't that a third-rate guild? How could they be so strong as to surpass the Snow Goddess? The official forums were already in a fiery uproar over this matter, and the previous issue relating to Sure Feng had become forgotten history. Inside the level 10, 10-man team dungeon, the dark crow Kavya black-feathered crow with a 6-meter-tall body lay motionless on the ground, a pile of items sitting by its side. Among these items, there were pieces of level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. There were even 2 secret silver-ranked items and a large number of rare materials. Meanwhile, standing beside this black-feathered crow was a fairy. This fairy possessed skin as white as snow and an appearance that could charm any mortal man. Her body was the very definition of absolute perfection. However, this fairy's eyes possessed a penetrating gaze with a boundless and intimidating chill. This woman who seemed to transcend mortal men was none other than Gentle Snow System. Ouroboros has cleared the hard mode of Black Crow Cave. Rewarding 300 guild reputation. Snow, someone's reached level 13 already. They're a lot faster than we are. Why don't we stop dungeon diving and resume leveling up? Possessing a similarly devilish body, Zhao Yueru pouted as she spoke, displeased. After going to a level 12 monster area while they were only level 9, they quickly discovered that they could constantly improve their battle prowess. Although it was extremely difficult to kill those monsters, in the beginning, they rose swiftly after experiencing many near-death situations and long periods of research and self-reflection. With their battle techniques having greatly improved, they felt that killing monsters 3 levels higher was no longer just a pipe dream. They also felt that they could achieve the feats Sure Feng had displayed in the past, similarly obtaining an effortless victory over a great number of players. After arriving at White River City, they immediately picked up the daily reputation quests. They then looked for an extremely good leveling spot, grinding there for a period. However, due to their equipment being slightly outdated, they decided to raid a dungeon to upgrade their equipment, making preparations to obtain the first clear of one of the level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Otherwise, a player from a measly third-rate guild wouldn't have surpassed them. Ignore him. Compared to levels, the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon is far more important. Moreover, after exceeding level 15, it won't matter, even if we manage to clear the hell mode of a level 10 large-scale team dungeon. Our equipment should be close to ready now, so let's start with obtaining the first clear of a level 10 party dungeon. When Gentle Snow noticed Lone Tyrant's name occupying the first position on the ranking list, a calm smile appeared on her pure and untainted complexion. Gentle Snow's team members revealed excited smiles when faced with Gentle Snow's decision. They could finally display their prowess for all to see. After all, they had all been experts in the past virtual reality games. Throughout this period, they had constantly strived and battled against high-level monsters. During their breaks, they would research the videos of experts, especially Shifeng's battle footage. Although the video was short, it held great significance. The more they studied Shifeng's battle, the more shocked they became. Unknowingly, their own battle techniques also began to improve madly. To put it another way, they had started to familiarize themselves with the realistic battle methods of God's domain. Simultaneously, they had also grasped a hold of their body's true strength. The hard mode of a team dungeon could not fully sate their thirst for growth. It was especially true after they familiarized themselves with their extraordinary condition. Right now, only Hell mode could truly excite them, just like when they were in the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. They wished to experience the feeling of having every single cell within their bodies tremble. In the past, they believed that their trembling represented fear. In reality, however, that trembling resulted from the excitement that grew in their hearts. Meanwhile, the other large guilds were similarly shocked by the sudden appearance of lone Tyrant but quickly dismissed this matter from their minds. The average players, however, were astonished. This incident had allowed the apex third-rate guild, Dark Star, to firmly establish a foothold in White River City. Even the second-rate guild, the Assassin's Alliance, was a step behind them. None of the top 10 players on the ranking list belonged to the Assassin's Alliance. Contrary to expectations, the Assassin's Alliance had 3 members ranked within the top 30. One of them was the guild leader, ranking 18th. The second person was Stabbing Heart, who ranked 26th. Finally, the Assassin's Alliance's top elementalist ranked at 29th. Yet, to the majority of the players within the White River City region, having such a rank was no different than having no rank at all. The fame of having such a rank was worlds apart from that of being in first place. Flame God's caveat: this moment, Shifeng had lured the level 25 High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia to a corner absent of any lava. Half of the Salah's amazing prowess relied on the presence of lava. Hence, by luring her away from the lava, the raid difficulty of the Scorching Lamia instantly reduced by half. However, even with such a reduction, Salou was still a High Lord ranked boss. She was not something average players could afford to provoke. Kneel before me and receive your punishment of flames. The Scorching Lamia's finger trembled, and suddenly, a whip of flames appeared from her finger. She then abruptly cracked her whip towards Shifeng's skull. The flame whip transformed into a streak of flowing light as it swung towards Shifeng's cranium. Queen's whip. This was the melee skill that the Scorching Lamia often used. If an MT of the same level did not possess the Flaming Sun's blessing, this single whip could instantly kill him. In addition, this skill was a wide-range AoE skill, and it had a maximum attack range of 25 yards. If players wished to use the advantage of numbers to deal with the Scorching Lamia, they would quickly find themselves cremated by her whip. After all, even an MT could not block this attack, let alone the other fragile classes. Faced with the incoming flame whip, Shifeng sprung himself into the air and threw himself to the ground. Although he easily avoided the flame whip, the whip's flaming trail still singed Shifeng, dealing slightly over -70 damage. However, Shifeng took this chance to pull quite a distance away from the Salou. He then jumped and twisted his body in the air, throwing the blazing meteor at the Scorching Lamia. A red glow shot forth, accurately piercing the left arm that the Scorching Lamia was about to lift. The attack activated the rarely seen burning flames effect, immediately causing -754 damage and inflicting a negative status effect that caused -400 flame damage per second for 10 seconds. Simultaneously, the attack also interrupted the rhythm of the Scorching Lamia's next attack. Despicable human. I will capture you and make you my pet. Rage surfaced on the Sailor's beautiful face. Immediately, she swung her tail with all her might. Her speed abruptly soared, instantly shortening the distance between Shifeng and herself almost. Shifeng took a look at the surrounding environment, abruptly halting his steps. He then turned to face the Scorching Lamia, throwing a basic frost grenade at her. Hard, iron-like rocks surrounded their current location. Not a single drop of lava was visible. This terrain would greatly limit the Scorching Lamia's most powerful skill, Queen's Rage. The skill allowed her to command the surrounding lava, transforming it into a wave that engulfed everything in its path. Even if Shifeng had 123 points of fire resistance, he still couldn't endure this fierce move. The Queen's Rage was the Scorching Lamia's ultimate team wipe skill. Aside from the Queen's Rage, Shifeng also needed to be careful of the arrows from the Scorching Snake Lady's bow, as this attack caused a combination of physical and flame damage. The Flaming Sun's Blessing did not provide any physical damage reduction. Hence, Shifeng could, at most, take 2 hits from her arrows before saying goodbye to his life. Hence, he needed to treat them with care. Chapter 206, High Lord Ranked Battle. Due to the Frost Grenade's effects, a layer of snow covered the black, charred land. Meanwhile, the Scorching Lamia's tail had frozen to the ground, her motions halted as a result. A hint of fury surfaced on her beautiful countenance. She raised her right hand, pointing a finger at Shifeng. Immediately, a large gathering of violent fire-type mana collected at her tender, jade-like finger. This was one of Salau's skills, Flame Burst. Flame Burst had a 2-second cast time, and it was a continuous attack skill that caused extremely high fire-type damage to the target. It could practically instant-kill a top-tier MT with full HP, and even if that MT possessed the Flaming Sun's Blessing, he would still receive a ton of damage. Watching the flames gathering at the Scorching Lamia's fingertip grow more violent, Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade. His eyes focused on the ferocious flames, and the instant she launched her attack, Shifeng simultaneously attacked with the Blazing Meteor. He intended to interrupt, or at least delay, the Scorching Lamia's assault. In God's domain, players could dodge spell attacks. However, they needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the attack. Otherwise, whether dodging a second too late or too early, the attack might land on its target. As casting spells would provide the caster with a lagging advantage, the caster could gain a clear grasp of their target's movements before launching their attacks. If players dodged before the spell released, they would become an easier target. Hence, the best time to dodge a spell was the moment the spell was released. However, once a spell discharged, it would travel to its target with blinding speed, making it extremely challenging to dodge. Of course, if players had very fast movement speeds, they could utilize that speed to their advantage, preventing the enemy caster from getting a firm lock on them. When faced with the High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia, however, it was beneficial to have such thoughts. Shifeng sent attack after attack with the Blazing Meteor, causing a series of damages of -743, -1502, -751, and -749. Although the damages looked awesome at first glance, to Salau's 500,000 HP, they were just a drop in the bucket. The Scorching Lamia also had a frightening battle recovery, so in reality, Shifeng did not cause any significant damage to her at all. However, as he had triggered the knockback effect of the Blazing Meteor, Shifeng managed to interrupt the casting time of the Scorching Lamia's Flame Burst. I will burn your soul with the flames of God. The Scorching Lamia's smile was imposing. At this moment, the tip of her jade-like fingers suddenly shone with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave. The temperature within the cave also increased by several folds. The light on Salau's finger was like a miniature sun. Suddenly, streak after streak of searing, white flames shot out from the Scorching Lamia's fingertip. One streak after another, the flames bombarded Shifeng like a heavy machine gun. The instant Salau launched her flames, Shifeng used his evasive maneuvers. However, he was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, one of the flames struck him, robbing the defensive blade of one of its limited charges. Although the first streak hit its target, Shifeng dodged both the second and third. The flames scraped past Shifeng's clothes, striking the rock wall behind him. Boom. Boom. The wall, which was normally as hard as steel, was as soft as water when struck by the white flames. Not to mention easily piercing through the rock wall, the flames even formed a 1-meter wide and 10-meter deep tunnel into the rock wall. What was even more shocking was that the tunnel seemed polished. The walls of the tunnel were smooth and sparkling, giving it a metallic sheen. This was the result of those molten white flames. If Shifeng had not used the defensive blade to block that attack, he would have evaporated out of existence. Although this was not the first time Shifeng had encountered this attack, he would still feel his heart skip a beat each time he witnessed this frightening power. This was the strength of a High Lord. A battle with a High Lord ranked boss was no ordinary battle. Instead, it was a superhuman battle that could cause the destruction and reformation of the surrounding terrain. When the bombardment ended, Shi Feng had exhausted the remaining charges on the defensive blade. However, the Scorching Lamia had halted her steps for quite a while now. Due to Shi Feng constantly throwing frost grenades at her, Salou could only take out her bow and attacked with her fire arrows compared to the flame burst. These fire arrows were much easier to dodge. Shi Feng managed to attack with the blazing meteor while simultaneously dodging the fire arrows, steadily depleting the Scorching Lamia's HP. However, Salou was no fool. She, too, knew how to dodge. Only, due to her frozen body, very rarely did she manage to dodge or block against an attack. 98%, 95%, 93%, 91%. Over an hour had passed, and Shi Feng didn't even know how many times he had thrown the blazing meteor. In the meantime, the Scorching Lamia's HP gradually decreased, finally reaching 80%. During this time, the Scorching Lamia had cast up to 9 flame bursts and Queen's Whips, but Shi Feng defended against all of them with either defensive blade or parry. At one point, a flame burst nearly killed Shi Feng. Fortunately, he quickly used an intermediate recovery potion, replenishing much of his missing HP. Although constantly attacking and dodging made the battle seem tedious, it would still be extremely worthwhile if such a tedious task allowed Shi Feng to kill a High Lord ranked boss. A High Lord ranked boss's drops were normally bountiful, and at the very minimum, it would drop a fine gold ranked item. There was even the possibility of dropping several dark gold ranked items. Fine gold rank or dark gold rank, players at this stage of the game could only dream of possessing either. Not to mention, before Shi Feng had even reached level 25, he already had a reliable source for level 25 equipment. After landing attack after attack on the Scorching Lamia, the Burning Flames effect had stacked up to 5 times, causing Salou to lose 2000 HP per second. The damage was just right to combat the Scorching Lamia's battle recovery. Suddenly, the Scorching Lamia's HP started rapidly decreasing. After another 2 hours, the Scorching Lamia's HP fell to 23%. If Shi Feng continued with this pace, the battle would conclude in, at most, 1 hour. At that thought, Shi Feng's hands moved faster as he further increased his attack rate. At this moment, Shi Feng's system communication suddenly rang. The caller was Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance. By now, Shi Feng had already gotten used to dodging Salou's attacks after repeating the process so many times. Since he had nothing better to do, he accepted the call. Brother Yi Feng, I wonder if I can request your help on a matter? Stabbing Heart spoke without adding any unnecessary flattery, getting right to the point. However, he immediately felt surprised by his own actions in suddenly seeking Shi Feng's help. After all, an expert's time was extremely valuable. Not to mention, the competition in White River City right now was far more intense than the competition in Red Leaf City in the past. After all, when all was said and done, Red Leaf Town only had a player base 20,000 to 30,000 in the past. Meanwhile, White River City had over 1 million players right now. Adding to the fact that plenty of experts had gathered at White River City, the intensity of the competition there had increased by several times. Help? I wonder what Brother Stabbing Heart needs me to do? Shi Feng asked. It's like this. I wish to invite you to raid a team dungeon with us. If we have the help of an expert like Brother Yi Feng, we will have a very high possibility of clearing the dungeon. Stabbing Heart was clearly embarrassed for asking which team dungeon is it? Don't tell me that you're looking at one of the 3 level 10 large-scale dungeons? Shi Feng was slightly astonished. He did not think that Stabbing Heart would look to him for help with a dungeon regarding the 3 large-scale dungeons. Shi Feng had no intentions of involving himself with them. After all, it would have a huge impact on the course of history. His first clear of Dark Moon Graveyard had already affected the progression of history. If he helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, God knew if something out of his control would happen in the future. Large-scale team dungeons were worlds apart from normal team dungeons. Their difficulty was directly increased by 2 to 3 levels. Even if Shi Feng gave his help, with the current state of the Assassin's Alliance, they could not even clear the normal mode of the dungeon. Chapter 207, Killing the Queen. Shi Feng did not want this timeline to develop out of his control. If Stabbing Heart really wanted to raid one of the 3 great dungeons, he could only sternly refuse. Stabbing Heart shook his head, faintly exclaiming, "It isn't one of the 3 great dungeons. It is just one of the 20-man team dungeons, the Beastman Munition Factory." That is a level 10 to level 13 team dungeon, and the equipment dropped there would be of great help to us when we raid the 3 large-scale dungeons. Although we've already cleared the normal mode of that dungeon, the hard mode is simply too difficult. We have been stuck at the first boss all this time, so we wish to seek your aid. Shurfeng's heart was slightly moved when he heard of the words, Beastman Munition Factory. That dungeon did indeed possess a lot of valuable items, especially the basic fire resistance potion recipe and the level 10 swordsman set equipment. Wind extinguisher. It would not be a bad idea to make a trip there for these items. Fine, but I have a demand. Shurfeng said. Brother Yifeng, there is no need to hold back. Stabbing Heart released a sigh of relief after hearing Shurfeng's agreement. He was deeply afraid that Shurfeng would refuse. I want all the recipes and forging designs we obtain from the dungeon. In addition, I want priority over all swordsman equipment. If you can agree to these conditions, I will have no problem offering my assistance. Shurfeng listed his demands. Stabbing Heart carefully considered Shurfeng's words. If he were the one leading the team this time, he wouldn't hesitate to agree to Shurfeng's demands. However, the leader of the team this time was the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword. So, Stabbing Heart had no authority to make this decision. Brother Yifeng, I have to consult with the guild leader about this matter. Can I give you a reply sometime later? Stabbing Heart said with less confidence. Sure. In any case, Shurfeng was not in a hurry. There was still some time before he could kill the Scorching Lamia. After Stabbing Heart disconnected the call, he immediately went up to the guild leader, Cruel Sword. Cruel Sword was currently a short distance away, clearing the monsters in the dungeon. Based on appearance alone, Cruel Sword looked very young, and his tall and robust body seemed full of energy. In actuality, he was already 39 years old. Normally, he wore a stern expression, and he would always look at others with an intimidating and penetrating gaze. His ferocious appearance was just like that of a warrior about to enter a battlefield. In fact, Cruel Sword was a mercenary in reality. However, he had long since retired from his squad. After his retirement, he joined the then weak Assassin's Alliance, and after enduring over 10 years of hardships, he finally managed to turn the Assassin's Alliance into an apex second-rate guild, gaining plenty of support and sponsors from large corporations. How did your negotiations with him go? Cruel Sword turned his head and glanced at Stabbing Heart, asking sternly. Previously, the Assassin's Alliance had been stuck at the first boss of the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory. Hence, Stabbing Heart suggested recruiting a god-ranked expert to help them. However, Cruel Sword felt that it was beneath him to do such a thing. What god-ranked expert? Everyone's just blindly overestimating him. If it weren't for the fact that Stabbing Heart had performed extremely well in recent days and been promoted to an elder of the guild, Cruel Sword would not have let Stabbing Heart contact Shurfeng at all. He agrees to come, but he has a demand. He wants all of the swordsman equipment and the forging designs and recipes that drop. Stabbing Heart carefully said, however, I feel that Yifeng is worth this price. After all, even the snow goddess greatly valued his performance. After listening to these words, Cruel Sword's coarse eyebrows furrowed. He clearly felt dissatisfied about Shurfeng's demands. Boss Cruel Sword, Yifeng is truly powerful. Without Shurfeng, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, might not have even obtained the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Stabbing Heart hurriedly said, Gentle Snow, is it? Cruel Sword's resolve slightly wavered after hearing this name. Just half an hour ago, Gentle Snow had shocked all players throughout the entire White River City region. Cruel Blade included. Gentle Snow had taken down the first clear of 4 level 10 party dungeons and 2 level 10 small-scale team dungeons. Moreover, it wasn't the first clear of hard mode, but the first clear of hell mode simultaneously. Her achievements signified the gap between her and the other guilds growing even larger. Moreover, Cruel Sword received information that Gentle Snow had already begun raiding the hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. If Gentle Snow really succeeded, she would no longer occupy the same playing field as the other guilds within the White River City region. It seems that Yifeng indeed has some capabilities. Since that is the case, agree to his demands. Cruel Sword was very curious about Shurfeng now. He wondered if Shurfeng was truly as strong as Stabbing Heart described him. In truth, Cruel Sword did not want any outsiders participating in the guild's expedition. However, the Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was becoming more insignificant as time passed, ignoring the first-rate guild, Ouroboros. Even the third-rate guild, Dark Star, would soon surpass them. The severity of this matter further increased due to the sudden appearance of that lone Tyrant, who occupied the first position on the ranking list. Dark Star then continued to successfully raid the hard mode of 2 small-scale team dungeons, greatly increasing their fame and surpassing the other guilds. On the other hand, aside from obtaining the first clear of several normal mode dungeons, the Assassin's Alliance had yet to even obtain the first clear of a single hard mode dungeon. Hence, Cruel Sword had personally organized an elite team to raid the Beastman munition factory. He intended to take this chance to obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon, increasing the guild's influence in White River City and ending the gossip of Assassin's Alliance's inferiority to Dark Star. Hearing Cruel Sword's command, Stabbing Heart immediately contacted Shi Feng. Excited, brother Yi Feng, our guild leader has agreed to your demands. I wonder if you can come here immediately? Stabbing Heart asked. At this moment, Shi Feng still battled the Scorching Lamia, so how could he possibly leave now? Making a rough estimate, he said, I still have some matters to attend to right now. I'll need around 2 hours before I can hurry over. Alright, then let's meet up at the entrance of the Beastman munition factory in 2 hours. Although Stabbing Heart wanted Shi Feng to arrive as soon as possible, Stabbing Heart did not dare insist on the matter since Shi Feng had his own matters to attend. After all, it was already stunning that Shi Feng would willingly help them out. I'll be there in 2 hours. Shi Feng disconnected the call, resuming his barrage of attacks on Salou. Just after the Scorching Lamia's HP fell below 20%, a change suddenly overcame her previously beautiful appearance. Crimson-red sacred runes suddenly appeared on her jade-white skin, releasing a frightening magic power. Moreover, her red gemstone-like eyes released a brilliant white light. Immediately, the Flame God's cave trembled. Cracks appeared on the ground, and very quickly, these cracks widened into large fissures that spewed molten magma. The lava formed a river as it moved and spread throughout the ground. This was the Scorching Lamia's strongest skill, Queen's Rage. Fortunately, Shi Feng had long since lured Salou to this location. Otherwise, the lava that spewed from the ground would not be limited to a single river. It would form a great ocean that could instantly turn tens of thousands of players into ashes, becoming fertilizer for this great piece of land. Immediately, Shi Feng activated gravity liberation. He jumped up into the air, and like a cannonball, he shot forth towards a rock wall some 10 meters away, successfully avoiding the incoming surge of lava. Approximately half a minute passed before the lava fully receded. However, the land was still dyed a crimson red, releasing piping hot steam into the air and the surrounding environment. If an average player set foot on this land, they would lose at least 500 HP every second in the best-case scenario. However, Shi Feng was different. He had 123 points in fire resistance, so he could completely ignore the ground's high temperature. After he landed, he immediately resumed his attacks on the Scorching Lamia. It was extremely exhausting for Salou to cast Queen's Rage. So, after using the skill, she would enter a period of weakness. During this period, she would not have any attack power remaining, and it was the best time for Shi Feng to kill her. If Shi Feng waited for the land to recover its normal state, the Scorching Lamia would have also recovered from her weakened state. In addition, her HP would also recover to 30% or above. The Scorching Lamia in a weakened state stood no chance against Shi Feng. The blazing meteor caused over -1,500 damage to Salou with every strike, with the occasional critical hit causing over -3,000 damage. 18%, 16%, 14%, 12%. By the time the Scorching Lamia had broken away from her weakened state, she only had 10% of her HP remaining. In the end, the Scorching Lamia entered a Berserk state, and her damage increased by several folds. However, with Shi Feng's frost grenades controlling her movements from beginning to end, Salou could not display her frightening might in melee combat at all. After another 10 minutes or so, the Scorching Lamia released a blood-curdling scream as her body fell to the ground. Instantly, Shi Feng's level increased by 1, reaching 17% of level 16. The bountiful EXP even shocked Shi Feng. Shi Feng then heard the sound of an explosion, and a large amount of flame crystals, equipment, and items appeared in place of the Scorching Lamia's body. Chapter 208, Beastman Munition Factory. It really is great to have the Shadow's blessing. Shifeng's eyes slightly twitched as he looked at the shining loot scattered across the ground. It was the first time he truly felt fortunate about the 3 points of luck. It seems that I should get more equipment that increases the luck attribute in the future. I can use it specifically when killing bosses. If he obtained jackpots similar to the Scorching Lamias as well, accumulating wealth would be a very simple task in God's domain. The term jackpot only applied to boss monsters, since bosses would give out more loot than usual. Normally, the number of items dropped was double or triple the usual amount, and players looked forward to such situations the most. Unfortunately, aside from obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, the chances of a boss dropping a jackpot were abysmally low. Depending on a player's luck attribute, the chances of obtaining a jackpot would also increase. However, Shifeng did not know the exact value each point of luck provided. He only knew that the higher the luck, the greater were the chances of obtaining a jackpot. If Shifeng's luck increased to 10 points, he might obtain another jackpot if he killed a high lord-ranked boss in the future. To players, nothing was more exciting than obtaining even more high-level equipment and items, as this was the Flame God's Cave. The Scorching Lamia's jackpot was extremely valuable. It was much more beneficial than killing 2 to 3 high lord-ranked bosses. This is ridiculous. Just a single Scorching Lamia dropped close to half of my previous harvest of flame crystals. Shifeng was immediately shocked after he collected and arranged all the loot previously. He had only obtained a total of 223 flame crystals from killing many level 25 common, elite, and special elite monsters. Yet, the Scorching Lamia gave him 102 crystals. If converted to gold coins, that amount would be worth 15 gold, 30 silvers. Moreover, this was only the price of the flame crystals. Compared to the flame crystals, the equipment and forging designs dropped were much more valuable. Aren't these the flame boots? Shifeng noticed a flame red-colored, delicate pair of boots. There were 3 gorgeous flame crystals embedded into each side, giving the boots a dazzling appearance. Flame boots, plate boots, dark gold rank. Level 25. Defense plus 175. Strength plus 21, agility plus 30, endurance plus 15. Movement speed plus 8. Fire resistance plus 5. Additional skill dash. Flame Rush. Increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Just the value of this piece of equipment exceeded 20 gold. In addition, Salou also dropped a dark gold ranked Shield. Light of Day, Shield, dark gold rank. Level 25. Equipment requirement, Strength 130. Defense plus 665. Block rate, 41%. Defense skill level plus 2. Strength plus 34, agility plus 10, endurance plus 32. Maximum HP plus 15%. Additional passive skill dash. Guardian Heart, reduces incoming damage from the front by 20%. In addition, all damage received reduced by 10%. Not to mention a shield. Equipment meant for MTs was usually abnormally expensive. Moreover, the attributes of this shield were extremely beneficial. If sold, its minimum price would be at least 40 gold. Aside from those 2 dark gold ranked items, there were 7 secret silver ranked items. 3 of them were level 25 mage equipment, 2 were level 25 healer equipment, 1 was level 25 leather armor, and the last was a level 25 two-handed axe. Every piece could sell for at least 3 gold coins. Meanwhile, the most precious of them all was the Raging Flames armor forging design. This was also Shifeng's first time seeing this item. Shifeng was immediately stunned when he read the introduction of this forging design. The Raging Flames armor was a level 25 secret silver ranked plate armor. Although its base attributes were ordinary, it was a very valuable item. It specifically catered to MTs when dealing with fire-type monsters. One could say that the Raging Flames armor was the best level 25 secret silver ranked breastplate. If utilized properly, the value of this forging design could exceed 100 gold. However, flame crystals were necessary to craft the Raging Flames armor. In addition, it also needed a rare secret silver ranked ore, resulting in a high manufacturing cost. However, it would be greatly desired once forged. In particular, when it was used in the level 25 large-scale team dungeon, Flame's Nest, It would be frighteningly effective. The Raging Flames breastplate gave 8 points of fire resistance and reduced the user's flame damage received by 20%. No other secret silver equipment could compare to this effect. Aside from the equipment, there was also a flame red-colored skill book. The words, Flame Burst, decorated the cover. This was the same skill the Scorching Lamia had used on Shifeng. Shifeng had personally witnessed this attack and knew full well the frightening might of that skill. Yet, such a skill was unexpectedly a universal skill that any class could learn without hesitation. Shifeng chose to learn the skill. He then called out the skill interface Flame Burst. Level 1 requires 100,000 EXP to upgrade to level 2. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 300% damage to the target attack count, 4 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Compared to other skills that required skill proficiency to level up, Flame Burst belonged to the special skills category. Instead of skill proficiency, it required EXP to level up. Shifeng greatly admired Salau's Flame Burst. If he could possess a similar might to the Scorching Lamia when he used the Flame Burst, he needed only a single move to instant kill a player of the same level. Just the thought of achieving such a feat invigorated him. However, the skill level was too low right now. It could not achieve such an effect, and all since his level was relatively high right now and his leveling speed was also very fast, Shifeng did not feel much heartache towards such a small amount of EXP. Hence, he immediately supplied 100,000 EXP to the skill, upgrading it up to level 2. The Flame Burst's damage increased to 350%, while the attack count remained unchanged. There was also no change to its cooldown. This time, 300,000 EXP was needed to upgrade the skill to level 3. However, Shifeng chose to upgrade it without hesitation. He needed several million EXP just to level up now, so 300,000 was not a significant amount. Instantly, Shifeng fell back down to level 15. The damage of the level 3 Flame Burst increased to 380%, while its attack count increased to 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes 30 seconds. This was a more noticeable improvement. Meanwhile, it now required 800,000 EXP to upgrade to level 4. Yet Shifeng still chose to upgrade it. The damage of the skill increased to 400%, attack count remained at 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. The skill needed 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 5. This time Shifeng similarly upgraded it to level 5 without hesitation. The damage of Flame Burst increased to 420%, attack count increased to 6 times, and cooldown decreased to 3 minutes 30 seconds. As a result of such a huge increase, however, Shifeng had fallen to level 14. If he wanted to upgrade the skill to level 6, he needed to supply 4 million EXP. Even if he dropped back down to level 0, he could not raise Flame Burst to level 6. It seems that I can only wait until after level 20 before upgrading the Flame Burst again. Shifeng felt it was unfortunate. However, a level 5 Flame Burst was sufficiently amazing already. It was certainly a very useful trump card. Shifeng had spent quite a sum of money on his trip to the Flame God's Cave this time. Not to mention using more than 2 stacks of basic frost grenades, he also used the Flaming Sun scripture. However, with such an astonishing harvest, the losses he incurred were negligible. There's still some time left. I'll get some rest before heading to the Beastman munition factory. Shifeng called out the system clock, discovering that he still had some time before the appointed time. Seizing this chance, he could get some repairs done to his equipment and store his loot into the bank. He would return to the Flame God's Cave again in the future when he had the time. The boss of the Flame God's Cave had a respawn time of 2 days. In other words, Shifeng would return to the Flame God's Cave to kill its boss once every 2 days. Not only could he level up quickly by doing so, but he could also obtain plenty of high-level equipment. This place was sacred ground for players. It was no wonder the ranger, who was the first person to discover this place, made a huge earning. Outside of the Beastman munition factory, Cruel Blade and the others had already gathered at the dungeon's entrance. They currently discussed their strategy to raid the dungeon. During the time they spent waiting for Shifeng, they challenged the dungeon twice more. However, the end result was still the same. Obtaining the first clear of a hard mode team dungeon was much more difficult than they had imagined. Although they had managed to clear the hard mode of a 10-man team dungeon, some other guild was already a step ahead of them by the time they cleared it. Right now, only the first clears of 20-man hard mode team dungeons were available. However, the hard mode of a 20-man team dungeon was obviously more difficult compared to a 10-man team dungeon. No matter how much thought they put into it, they could not come up with any methods to clear the dungeon. They could only wait for Shurfeng's arrival at the dungeon's entrance. This was also a good chance for the team to get some rest. Although Stabbing Heart had continuously recommended Shurfeng, Cruel Blade did not place much hope in him. After all, the Assassins' Alliance was an apex second-rate guild. Experts were a dime a dozen within the guild. Meanwhile, they had gathered 20 experts to raid the Beastman munition factory, but they still died under the first boss feat. What difference would an additional, independent player with good techniques make? Guild leader, someone's coming. One of the guild's scouting assassins suddenly spoke in the team chat. Chapter 209, Lone Tyrant. Hearing that someone approached, Stabbing Heart thought that it was Shurfeng. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. However, the person walking over was not Shurfeng at all. Moreover, it was not just a single player, but a group of players. This was a 20-man team. The members of this team all wore impressive equipment. Practically all of them wore a mix of bronze and mysterious iron equipment, with the majority being mysterious iron equipment. There were also a few players among them wearing level 10 class-specific set equipment that only dropped from level 10 team dungeons. Although they were only individual pieces, at this stage of the game, they were definitely considered top-tier equipment to guilds. The leader of this team was a Guardian Knight. Judging by appearances, the man looked to be around 25 years of age. There was a nasty smile on the man's face. The man wore a mix of red and white-colored heavy armor and carried a blood-red cross shield and longsword. Can't be right? That shield warrior has the complete Bloody Brilliance set equipment. That's a level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. The glow from his shield and longsword show that they are both of secret silver rank. How come I have never seen such equipment before? The members of Assassins' Alliance started a quiet discussion when they saw the leading Guardian Knight. The Bloody Brilliance set equipment could only be obtained from level 10 hard mode team dungeons. The fact that this group of newcomers had gathered a full set displayed just how powerful their team was. They seemed to be players from Dark Star. Making a careful observation, Stabbing Heart suddenly discovered that the guild emblem these players donned belonged to that of the guild, Dark Star. He then observed the leading Guardian Knight, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "He's Dark Star's Lone Tyrant." Cruel Sword's complexion immediately turned grim at these words. Lone Tyrant of Dark Star was currently number 1 on the ranking list. In addition, Dark Star had also managed to obtain the first clear of 2 hard mode dungeons. Due to the contribution of these 2 factors, Dark Star was already like the sun at high noon, and they were currently in their heyday. Cruel Sword did not think that Dark Star would make their move so soon. They were already attempting to raid a 20-man team dungeon. If they really obtained the first clear of a 20-man team dungeon, the Assassins' Alliance would truly be in an embarrassing position in White River City. After all, due to obtaining the luxury guidebook of White River City in advance, the Assassins' Alliance had made ample preparations before entering the city itself. As a result, they enjoyed a flourishing period after they entered White River City. Many players even thought that the Assassins' Alliance had the possibility to surpass the first-rate guilds. Hence, now that Dark Star was on the rise, players would naturally compare the Assassins' Alliance and Dark Star, resulting in the Assassins' Alliance's status in White River City becoming very awkward. Oh, isn't this the guild leader of the Assassins' Alliance? What a coincidence! Lone Tyrant laughed as he spoke to Cruel Sword. Unfortunately, you guys have simply wasted your time by coming here, as the first clear of the hard mode Beastman munition factory already belongs to Dark Star. The other members of Dark Star similarly revealed disdainful smiles as they looked at the members of the Assassins' Alliance. Currently, throughout the White River City region, Dark Star's influence surpassed that of the Assassins' Alliance. Moreover, Dark Star had a much shorter history than the Assassins' Alliance. The Assassins' Alliance's current success lay in the fact that they had a long-established history, so the benefits they provided to their guild members were slightly better. However, Dark Star would definitely surpass the Assassin's Alliance in the future. We'll see about that. Cruel Sword ignored Lone Tyrant's provocation, only coldly replying with a single sentence, "Only by personally experiencing it would one understand the difficulty of a 20-man hard mode dungeon." It would be meaningless to argue with a little bastard over who would obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon. When Lone Tyrant saw that his provocation had failed, he quickly lost interest and turned to leave. At this moment, a deep and low voice resounded by everyone's ears. "Sorry, I'm late." The person speaking was precisely Shifeng, as he had to repair his equipment, store his items in the bank, and register more hard stones on the auction house. He had wasted quite a lot of time before coming here. "Brother Yifeng, you're finally here." Stabbing Heart, who was originally enraged due to Lone Tyrant's provocation, immediately cheered up when he noticed Shifeng's arrival. He hurriedly went up and welcomed Shifeng. Meanwhile, this was the first time Cruel Sword had personally met Shifeng. He discovered that Shifeng still used a complete bronze set equipment. Shifeng's level and the quality of his other equipment were also indiscernible. Moreover, looking at Shifeng's age and appearance, he was obviously just an immature youth. He did not possess the sharp temperament of a top-tier expert at all. However, he had obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Dark Moon Graveyard with gentle snow. Coupling that with the widespread battle footage from before and the fact that Shifeng was the first player to enter White River City, Shifeng should possess some real skills. However, they were not here to fight other players in the dungeon. Although Shifeng had impressive combat capabilities, one could not clear a dungeon by depending on combat capabilities alone. Hence, Cruel Sword did not look favorably upon Shifeng. What a joke! So even the famous Assassin's Alliance has to invite someone to raid a team dungeon. Moreover, you've even invited an independent player. It seems that the Assassin's Alliance only amounts to this much. To think that I've always thought of the Assassin's Alliance as an actual opponent, I was truly blind. Lone Tyrant looked at Shifeng, then turned to look at Cruel Sword again before involuntarily laughing. Stabbing Heart wanted to flare up in rage. However, he had no counter to Lone Tyrant's words. After all, what he said was true. The other Assassin's Alliance members had also lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, their hearts harbored dissatisfaction towards Stabbing Heart. They were already disappointed with Stabbing Heart's previous decision of inviting Shifeng, so the humiliating situation now only made it worse. Yet, although they wished they could immediately chase Shifeng away, they dared not voice their opinions. After making fun of the Assassin's Alliance, Lone Tyrant's gaze shifted toward Shifeng. Pretending to be surprised, he sneered and said, "And here I thought the Assassin's Alliance had invited some amazing person. Isn't this Yifeng, the first player to enter White River City and the previous first place on the ranking list? I am truly sorry about this. I never imagined that you would be so easy to surpass, so I accidentally snatched away your first position. That's not right? Why can't I find your name within the top 100 of the ranking list? It seems that there is a limit to a person's good luck. Without any real strength, one would quickly be surpassed by others. Isn't that right, little brother Yifeng?" Although Lone Tyrant could not see Shifeng's current level, he did not think that Shifeng was anything amazing. Otherwise, why would he choose not to display his level? There was only one possibility for such an action, and it was because he was too shameful to show his level. Shifeng was clearly the first player to enter White River City, yet a majority of players surpassed him in levels. So it was very logical that he would choose to hide his level in shame. Brother Yifeng, let's just ignore him and enter the dungeon. Afraid that Shifeng would grow angry and leave, Stabbing Heart hurriedly dragged Shifeng away from the players of Dark Star. The players within the White River City region have constantly used the Assassin's Alliance as a comparison to Dark Star. Previously, I had felt proud of this matter, but now I can only feel embarrassment. Please don't associate Dark Star with you all anymore in the future. We really can't bear this sort of shame. Lone Tyrant did not care much about an expert who was already past his prime. He shifted his gaze once more to Cruel Sword, mocking him, an apex second-rate guild? They aren't even comparable to a third-rate guild. The Assassin's Alliance has truly declined. If I were them, I would have long since killed myself to avoid the embarrassment. They have actually allowed a lucky noob to join their team. Did they think that, by doing so, they could obtain the first clear of the hard mode Beastman Munition factory? Who are they trying to kid? How could you say such a thing? This is known as birds of a feather flocking together. A trash of a guild would naturally seek out a trash player to aid them. If this situation happened in our guild, we would have long since expelled such noobs from the guild. Allowing such trash to join our team would definitely lower our intelligence and strength. Hey, you've got that wrong. In reality, the Assassin's Alliance is so powerful that they are not afraid of having a noob as a team member. They could still clear the hard mode Beastman Munition factory with no problems, even with such a member on their team. This is definitely something Dark Star can't dream of comparing with. The relationship between Dark Star and the Assassin's Alliance had long since been similar to that of fire and water. Now that there was such a good opportunity, the members of Dark Star took this chance to ridicule the Assassin's Alliance immediately. The atmosphere on the Assassin's Alliance's side became abnormally depressing. The players from the Assassin's Alliance all resentfully glared at Stabbing Heart. Contrary to expectations, however, Stabbing Heart did not feel any heartache due to these hateful gazes. Instead, he felt apologetic to Shurfeng. Originally, Dark Star merely directed its ridicule at the Assassin's Alliance. Now, even Shurfeng had been dragged into this matter at this moment. Shurfeng could no longer stomach the situation. If this situation continued, they would have no chances of raiding the dungeon, and he did not wish to lose the opportunity. After all, he planned to obtain the wind extinguisher set equipment and basic fire resistance potion recipe from this trip. He did not wish to see Dark Star spoil this opportunity. Having no better choice, Shurfeng stood out from the crowd. With pupils as deep as black holes, he gazed at Lone Tyrant. He then calmly said with a smile, "I'm very curious about something. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard mode Beast Munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to?" Chapter 210 Eye-Opener. Shurfeng's words struck Lone Tyrant and the others. Immediately, the atmosphere became incomparably tense. Neither side spoke a single word, and both sides stood on the cusp of lashing out right now. However, nobody intended to make the first move after all. Everyone present understood that, if they took action right now, it would lead to an all-out war between the two guilds. Regardless of who won and who lost in this confrontation, both sides would take heavy losses. Hence, be it Cruel Sword or Lone Tyrant, neither wished for such a situation to occur, as both sides could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere. Getting the hard modes first clear ahead of us? With trash like you? Lone Tyrant's complexion abruptly turned cold. With a ridiculing smile, he spoke with contempt. "Good, very good. Let everyone see the truth, then. I really want to see if your strength is as good as that mouth of yours." After he finished speaking, Lone Tyrant led his team into the Beastman Munition factory. Moreover, they chose to immediately start with the dungeon's hard mode without warm-up or preparation. They clearly wished to prove to Shurfeng and the Assassin's Alliance just how wide the difference between them was. Why are they trying to act so bold? They will suffer defeat when the time comes. Stabbing Heart curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. Without personally experiencing the 20-man hard mode Beastman Munition factory, one could not truly gauge the difficulty of the dungeon. Otherwise, they would not have sought Shurfeng's help. They had only chosen this method as a last resort. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was in a precarious position right now, and they were in dire need of a breakthrough. Hence, they had to obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon. That's right. Dark Star is nothing. They'll cry with regret once they enter the dungeon. Guild leader, let's hurry and enter. We must teach those bastards from Dark Star the strength of the Assassin's Alliance. That's right. Guild leader, we must get the first clear this time. The players from the Assassin's Alliance wiped away their depression from before. They all cracked their knuckles as their thirst for battle grew. Shurfeng remained silent as he listened to everyone's enthusiasm with a faint smile on his face. However, due to Shurfeng's actions, the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Blade, viewed Shurfeng in a new light. Cruel Blade considered that Shurfeng might not just be all talk. Due to Shurfeng's provocation, the team's originally downcast mood underwent a complete change. Right now, everyone was indignant over the injustice they had received rather than depressed, and they immediately wanted to charge into the dungeon and slaughter the boss within. They wanted to obtain the first clear of the hard mode dungeon, letting the players from Dark Star witness their might. However, Shifeng did not give much thought to Cruel Sword's renewed opinion of him. After all, he had been a guild leader in his previous life as well. If one wanted to increase the unity of a team, they only needed one thing: they needed an enemy. In fact, Lone Tyrant was already an enemy of the Assassins' Alliance. Shifeng merely poured some oil on the already burning fire, further raising their fighting spirits. Naturally, high fighting spirits were only a mental boost, and it would not help the Assassins' Alliance to clear the dungeon. If the Assassins' Alliance wanted to clear the hard mode team dungeon, they still needed some other key elements. However, Shifeng did not reveal this fact. He merely quietly joined the Assassins' Alliance's team, entering the Beast Munition factory with Cruel Sword and the others. The Beast Munition factory was a dilapidated weapon manufacturing factory. Hence, the terrain inside the dungeon was not particularly complicated. Players only needed to walk down a single path to reach the boss. There were a total of 3 bosses throughout the dungeon. Although the number was low, each boss was extremely powerful. In 20-man hard mode team dungeons, the bosses were all high chieftain rank. Every one of them had powerful skills, and it was a normal occurrence for these bosses to instant kill an MT. If a team were not familiar with these bosses' skills, failing to grasp the timing of their attacks fully, it would not be strange for a team to team wipe over 10 times. In comparison to these bosses, however, players would have a much easier time clearing the elite monsters within the dungeon. I think that everyone should know what to do by now. However, since this is Brother Yifeng's first time entering this dungeon, I'll give you a short explanation on what you should expect later on. Your task is to go all out, dealing damage, while simultaneously evading the skills of the elite monsters. On another note, the monsters here have very high attack power, and they deal a ton of damage even to the MTs. Moreover, these monsters are immune to crowd control skills. Hence, healers will be under a lot of pressure. They will have no time to heal anyone other than the MT, so you need to be careful not to pull aggro. Cruel Sword explained patiently. Alright, that's it for my explanation. Let's first use the 4 elite monsters guarding at the entrance as practice for our coordination. Finished speaking, Cruel Sword directed 2 of the team's MT to charge at the 4 axe-wielding level 10 elite Beastman warriors. Beastman warrior, elite rank. Level 10. HP 50, 000/50, 000. As this was a dungeon, the monsters in here had both their HP and attack power greatly increased. They were much stronger compared to the level 10 elite monsters out in the fields. One of the 2 MTs was a shield warrior, while the other was a guardian knight. Each of them held the 2 monsters aggro. However, when Shifeng saw the damage these 2 MTs dealt to the monsters, he was immediately stunned. A normal attack from the shield warrior only dealt -32 damage to the Beastman warriors. When the shield warrior used heroic strike, he only dealt -66 damage. Meanwhile, the guardian knight fared even worse than the shield warrior. The guardian knight's normal attack only dealt -24 damage, while his divine strike only dealt -51 damage. Both of these MTs were level 10 players, and both of them wielded mysterious iron weapons. Even if it were a one-handed weapon, when faced with an elite monster of the same level, it should not deal such little damage. Thus, Shifeng was shocked by this sight he witnessed. Although the 2 MTs took care to evade the attacks of the monsters, they were very clumsy. As a result, the number of attacks they received exceeded the number of times they dodged. Moreover, each time they received an attack, they needed to retreat a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. The only fortunate thing was that the damage they received was not high. They received around -300 damage from each attack. Meanwhile, each MT possessed around 2,400 HP. With 2 monsters attacking each MT simultaneously, each MT received a rough total of -600 damage, a quarter of their total HP. This situation resulted in the healers suffering. However, Shifeng was similarly shocked when he discovered that both MTs possessed around 2,400 HP. What the heck? Isn't their HP a little too high? They both couldn't have only added their free attribute points into endurance, completely ignoring strength and agility, right? However, this was the only explanation that made sense. It explained why, Even though both MTs were clearly gaming experts, they required so much effort just to dodge an attack and why their damages were so pitiful. In contrast, a level 10 assassin, who similarly used a one-handed weapon, could deal over -100 damage to an elite monster like the Beastman warrior. They could even deal over -200 damage if they used a skill. The MT's strength was just abysmal. Their agility was similarly too low, preventing them from dodging attacks that they could have clearly evaded. It was obvious that the players of the Assassin's Alliance have yet to adapt to the battle methods of God's domain. They clearly possessed plenty of expert players, yet they were unable to exhibit their full potential. It was no wonder the Assassin's Alliance became an obscure existence during the early stages of the game. Only after half a year had passed since God's Domain's launch did they gain some achievements. If the Assassin's Alliance battled the boss of the Beastman munition factory like so, Surfeng would be surprised if they didn't team wipe. It was truly a wonder as to how they managed to clear a 10-man hard mode team dungeon. I wish to say something, is that alright? Surfeng looked at Cruel Sword, asking softly. Although the Assassin's Alliance now possessed Lone Tyrant as a great enemy, the members of the team still had negative opinions of Surfeng. They only kept their mouths shut due to his relationship with Stabbing Heart. However, if Surfeng dared push his luck, they would not sit idle. Speak your mind. As long as it benefits the dungeon raid, we will not reject it. Cruel Sword had managed to discern Surfeng's capabilities somewhat. He could somewhat understand why Gentle Snow would take a fancy to Surfeng. After all, Surfeng indeed possessed strength. Can we replace the two MTs? Surfeng asked, holding nothing back. Chapter 211, Brilliant Effect. Although Surfeng's tone was soft, power filled his voice. It caused the female healers nearby to tremble, nearly failing to cast their heals on the two MTs. The two MTs tanking the 4 elite monsters were similarly shocked stiff, receiving a direct hit from the giant steel axes of the Beastman warriors. Damages of over -400 points appeared above both MTs, and the two retreated close to half a dozen steps before they managed to stabilize themselves. The other damage-dealing team members also froze. They all stared at Surfeng with dumbfounded gazes, thinking that their ears had played a trick on them. Replace the MTs. What kind of joke was this? The two players tanking the elite monsters belonged to the top 3 MTs of the guild. Yet, Surfeng wanted to replace them with someone else? Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Surfeng's decision would be understandable if the two MTs had made an error while luring the monsters, or lost the monsters' aggro. However, neither of the MTs made such mistakes. So, why should they be replaced? Did they do something wrong? Cruel Sword asked. MTs were the core of a team. A powerful MT could greatly reduce the raiding difficulty of a dungeon. A team should never rashly replace their MTs. Nothing. Surfeng shook his head. Indeed, the two MTs did not make any mistakes up until this point. However, not making any mistakes did not necessarily mean that everything was fine, capable of holding aggro and taking blows. If this were a normal virtual reality game, there would be no problems if the MTs of a team could perform these two tasks. However, God's domain was different. Just carrying out these tasks was still not enough to secure a victory for the team. Since there are no problems, why should we need to replace the MTs? Cruel Sword wrinkled his eyebrows. The two MTs in question were furious right now, clearly displaying their displeasure. Surfeng was just someone they had invited, yet he dared criticize such powerful MTs like themselves? Wasn't he being too arrogant? Their ability to evade attacks is just too poor. To put it bluntly, they are taking too much damage. When they face a boss, even 4 healers will not be sufficient to keep them alive. Moreover, their damage output is too low. In a boss battle, even 1% of HP could decide victory or defeat. I'm guessing that when you guys faced the first boss of this dungeon, aside from having insufficient damage, your healer's mana ran dry as well. In the end, the result was a complete team wipe, Surfeng said with a smile. Listening to Surfeng's words, the two MTs immediately fell speechless. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Clearly, he had not mentioned the matter of their team wiped to Surfeng before. Yet, Surfeng correctly guessed each detail of their previous encounter. Everything Surfeng had just said was clear and logical, and Cruel Sword agreed that he needed to make some changes. I wonder if Brother Yifeng has any suggestions on how we can improve? What kind of MT do we need? Cruel Sword earnestly sought Shifeng's guidance. The other members of the Assassin's Alliance were no fools, either. They had discerned the meaning behind Shifeng's words. As a result, the dissatisfaction they felt towards Shifeng in their hearts lessened greatly, while respect slightly grew. Each of them perked up, focusing Shifeng's wise opinion. It's very simple. Look for 2 Guardian Knights who have allocated their free attribute points in the ratio of 2 strength, 1 agility, 2 endurance. It would be best if they have learned both Guardian Aura and Power Aura. Shifeng unhurriedly spoke unknowingly. Shifeng had suddenly become the heart of the team within moments. Cruel Sword had found 2 Guardian Knights from his guild that fit Shifeng's requirements. However, these Guardian Knights' techniques were not anything impressive, and their equipment was subpar at best. One of them was White Feather, and he only possessed slightly over 1,700 HP. The other Guardian Knight was called Water Lake, and his HP was just over 1,800 points. Furthermore, the two's defense was lower than the previous MTs by more than 200 points. They were on completely different levels. However, Shifeng saw nothing amiss after examining the two's equipment. The remaining problem would be their techniques. Shifeng then continued by explaining to the 2 Guardian Knights how they should battle the elite monsters and how they should dodge attacks. As for how much of his explanation they actually understood, that would depend on their own comprehensive abilities, following which, Shifeng instructed one of the Guardian Knights to activate Guardian Aura, increasing the defense of the entire team by 20 points. He then instructed the other Guardian Knight to activate Power Aura, increasing the strength of the entire team by 5 points. Shifeng also switched his title to Might of 1,000, greatly increasing the attributes of the entire team. As a result, the HP of the 2 Guardian Knights almost reached the 2,000 HP threshold. The team's jaws dropped when they witnessed the brilliant effect brought about by Shifeng's Might of 1,000 title, increasing all attributes by 10%. This was an outstanding weapon for dungeon raiding. Such an increase was the equivalent of raising every team member's equipment by an entire rank. With such a brilliant effect, they had far more confidence in dealing with the bosses of the dungeon. Hence, everyone started clearing the elite monsters with great excitement. When they first started out, everyone still felt skeptical about Shifeng's decision to replace the 2 MTs. It was simply illogical to replace their previously powerful MTs with weaker ones. However, shortly after the 2 Guardian Knights began tanking the elite monsters, they immediately discovered that there was a massive difference. Although the Beastman warriors dealt around -450 damage to the 2 Guardian Knights with each hit, these Beastman warriors only managed to land 1 out of every 3 attacks. In comparison, the previous 2 MTs would receive 2 out of every 3 attacks, taking an additional -150 damage every 3 attacks. With such a glaring difference in damage, the burden on the healers greatly lessened. Moreover, as they faced more battles, the 2 new MTs gradually evaded with better efficiency, taking fewer hits as a result. This had allowed the healers to expend less of their mana, thereby increasing their endurance. By the time they arrived before the first boss of the dungeon, Karur, the healers no longer felt any pressure in healing the 2 Guardian Knights. They even had time to attend to the other team members. Karur was a large and ferocious beastman. He was twice as large as a normal beastman, and his body was fully covered in steel-like, scarlet muscles. On his back, Karur carried a mammoth magical saber that was as long as he was tall. Meanwhile, Karur himself was a level 12 high chieftain-ranked boss with a whopping 450,000 HP. Brother Yifeng, I wonder if you have any ideas of how to best raid this boss? When facing with Karur once again, Cruel Sword's thoughts started growing heavy. After all, Karur had already team-wiped them multiple times. MTs should hold aggro properly, while everyone else should evade Karur's skills. That should be it, I guess. Shifeng casually spoke after giving the question some thought. Everyone in the team immediately sent contemptful glares at Shifeng. Wasn't this just a bunch of nonsense? Wasn't that obvious? Alright, MTs, take action. You 2 should take turns tanking the boss. Whoever's HP falls to a critical state should immediately back off and let the other tank. As for everyone else, try to use your attacks to assist the 2 MTs. Shifeng instructed. Shortly after, the 2 Guardian Knights charged at Karur. According to Shifeng's knowledge, the hard mode Karur only had 2 moves. One was the Blade Storm. It was a skill that turned Karur into a tornado, causing minus 600 damage per second to all enemies within a 12-yard distance. The skill had a duration of 20 seconds. The other skill was Avatar Slash. When Karur used this skill, he would immediately vanish from everyone's sight. He would then randomly reappear behind 3 to 5 players, attacking them and causing minus 500 static damage. Simultaneously, he would inflict players with a damage amplification effect, causing them to take 10% more damage for 2 minutes. To make things worse, this effect stacked with these two skills at Karur's disposal, the boss prevented players from turning this raid into a prolonged battle. Otherwise, once the damage amplification effect stacked so many times, Karur's Avatar Slash could instant-kill any player. At that time, there would be no way for the battle to continue. Hence, there was only one requirement when facing Karur: resolve the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more difficult it would become taking the lead. The Guardian Knight, Water Lake, brandished his sword, sending a punishment at Karur's head. The attack only caused minus 126 damage. Compared to the elite monsters from before, Karur's defense was clearly a notch higher. Moreover, such a small amount of damage was practically negligible in the face of Karur's massive 450,000 HP. Contrast, as Water Lake failed to dodge Karur's counterattack, the boss's saber sent him flying. A frightening damage of minus 1,134 points appeared above Water Lake's head, instantly devouring over half of his total HP. Following which, White Feather promptly dashed forward and activated Righteous Fury. He then used Shield of Vengeance to attract Karur's aggro. The 4 healers on the team did not dare make any mistakes. They immediately cast their heals on Water Lake plus 234, plus 215, plus 221, plus 225. A cleric then released an instant cast skill, Recover, on Water Lake. Every 3 seconds for 15 seconds, the target would recover 70 HP. Simultaneously, a druid also used Life Bloom on Water Lake, recovering 43 HP every 2 seconds for 12 seconds. Immediately, Water Lake's HP recovered to 90%. He then returned to his position on the front lines, coordinating with White Feather to tank the boss. Chapter 212, Raiding Karur. By taking turns attacking Karur, the 2 Guardian Knights quickly established a strong hold on Karur's aggro. However, compared to when they battled elite monsters, the pressure on the healers had visibly increased. Moreover, both Water Lake and White Feather were clearly unfamiliar with the boss's attack patterns. Their movements were somewhat stiff when dodging attacks. Right now, they could only dodge every other sent at them. Even so, compared to the last time the Assassin's Alliance had raided Karur, the healers were having a slightly easier time keeping these MTs alive. The healer's mana consumption made this obvious. Originally, Cruel Sword still worried that the 2 Guardian Knights could not manage. However, based on the results before him, it was clearly an unnecessary thought. The healers managed themselves with perfect order right now, unlike the several raids before where they had to cast their heals desperately, without caring about any proper order. The 4 healers couldn't even catch their breaths unless they wanted the previous 2 MTs to die instantly. In reality, such failures were very common. In God's domain, level 10 players had a large threshold to overcome. The levels before level 10 were merely an adaptation period. Once players reached level 10, they would no longer receive any preferential treatment. Hence, entering a level 10, 20-man hard mode team dungeon at level 10 was the equivalent of entering a level 5, 20-man hell mode team dungeon at level 5. How could it possibly be easy? In addition, bosses would have much higher intelligence. It would take a certain degree of skill to hold the aggro of a boss and prevent it from attacking the ranged classes and healers. MTs especially needed to know how to pin down and restrain the boss monsters, as just having aggro did not mean that the boss would only hit the MT. After all, even with aggro, boss monsters would still find an opportune moment to massacre the healers, the weakest players on the team. When this occurred, MTs had the task of restraining the boss, preventing it from attacking the healers. Hence, the requirements for an MT's techniques were very high. If the previous MTs were currently tanking the boss, they would fare much better than Water Lake and White Feather regarding techniques. They had simply made a mistake during the allocation of their free attribute points. However, There was no way to reset one's attribute points in God's domain, so these two players could only be replaced. Moreover, for a long time, these two players would have to allocate all the free attribute points they obtained from leveling up into both strength and agility. Otherwise, they would cripple their characters. Everyone, start attacking now. Berserkers and swordsmen, assist the MTs in blocking some attacks. Focus your attacks on the boss's weapons or arms, and aim your attacks where they can interrupt the boss's attack. As for ranged classes, focus on dealing as much damage as you can. Surpassing commanded immediately. A group of players charged forward to give Karur a beating, while the ranged players launched their bombardment at Karur. 124, -137, -108, -189, -175. One damage after another appeared above Karur's head. However, the damage was not particularly high. Among these, the highest damage dealt belonged to the Berserker, Cruel Sword. His normal attacks could deal around -266 damage with each hit, while a Violent Strike could deal up to -448 damage. Right behind Cruel Sword was Stabbing Heart. As Stabbing Heart was an assassin, his normal attacks could only deal around -120 damage with each hit. However, his attack rate was much faster than Cruel Sword's. Meanwhile, a 5-star Eviscerate decimated 587 HP from Karur. Ranking in third was the team's cute and lovable little sister, the Elementalist, Munition. She was the captain of the Assassin's Alliance's Elementalist team, and her techniques were first-rate. She was also one of the famous female Elementalists in Star Moon Kingdom. She could rank within the top 100 Elementalists within Star Moon Kingdom. Every one of her attacks could deal around -300 to -400 damage, but due to her spells requiring a long time to cast, her overall damage was slightly less than the two aforementioned players originally. Cruel Sword had intended to say to Surpassing, "Look, isn't our team's damage output powerful? Why don't you join our guild? The position of first vice leader will be yours if you do." However, when Cruel Sword saw Surpassing charging at Karur, subsequently slashing his sword at Karur, Cruel Sword was immediately dumbfounded. His words shrunk back into a secluded location in his mind. Surpassing's two casual slashes dealt damages of -395 and -376 to Karur. Immediately after, Surpassing followed up with a level 10 chop. The skill achieved a critical hit, instantly causing -2137 damage to Karur. He then continued by using Thundering Flash, dealing damages of -643, -832, and -1102 to Karur, as well as inflicting a damage amplification effect. Surpassing then abruptly jumped up into the air. As he descended, he smashed the abyssal blade covered in the power of thunder and fire down onto Karur's head. Suddenly, Karur let out a soul-piercing scream of pain. Thunder Flame Explosion instantly caused -3312 damage, and everyone on the team, aside from Surpassing, became slack-jawed when they witnessed this scene. If Water Lake had not reacted quickly by using Mach, followed by Righteous Punishment, Surpassing might have snagged most, if not all, of Karur's aggro. Stabbing Heart. Just where did you find a swordsman expert as amazing as him? Munition's exquisite lips parted as she gaped and involuntarily questioned Stabbing Heart. As Munition had not started out in Red Leaf Town, she was not particularly knowledgeable about Surpassing. Since the launch of God's Domain, she had always focused on leveling up and raiding dungeons. Even after she entered White River City, she had not met many players who could surpass her. Hence, Munition naturally considered herself as a top-tier expert. However, Surpassing had utterly shattered that belief. The highest damage she could deal was only around -700 points, and that was when she achieved a critical hit. Meanwhile, Surpassing could casually deal over -700 damage with a single hit. Right now, he had even dealt over -3000 damage to a high chieftain ranked boss. Munition felt extremely embarrassed to think that she actually thought of herself as a top-tier expert. What a joke! Hee hee, isn't this Big Brother amazing? Shortly after I started playing God's Domain, I discovered Brother Yi Fang's prowess. With such a massive damage output, the first clear of this hard mode dungeon will definitely be ours this time. Stabbing Heart gleefully said. After all, He was the one who had invited Shifeng to this raid. Now that Shifeng performed so valiantly, shocking everyone on the team, Stabbing Heart felt extremely proud. Scram. You're not Yifeng, what's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, then show me that you can deal over 1000 damage. Mu Qing glared at Stabbing Heart. Little sister Mu Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I compare to brother Yifeng? He is the publicly acknowledged God-ranked expert of White River City. His damage alone can trump over a dozen players. I would be satisfied if I had even a third of his damage. Stabbing Heart smiled bitterly. Shifeng was a great expert just like Gentle Snow. He and Shifeng were on entirely different levels, so how could he compare to Shifeng? Previously, the players who still had some complaints about Shifeng now had none. Shifeng was simply too amazing. Not only were his attacks incredibly powerful, but the timing and techniques he applied to interrupt the boss's rhythm continuously were also praiseworthy. Every time one of Shifeng's swords attacked Karur, his other sword would simultaneously strike at Karur's saber, shifting the boss's attack slightly. This situation allowed the two MTs to dodge Karur's attacks with far more ease, greatly reducing the burden on the healers. At this moment, everyone finally understood what a true swordsman was. Aside from having fierce attacks, Shifeng could also nimbly assist the MT. With such a swordsman on the team, raiding the dungeon became much easier than before. By making a rough estimate, their chances of victory had risen by at least twofold. At this moment, Cruel Sword suddenly sent a private message to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, you're one of the great beauties in our guild. You can see how amazing Yifeng is. It would be a shame not to recruit him into our guild. It wouldn't be too good for a brute like me to invite him directly. Can you use your charms to persuade him to join us? If you manage to pull Yifeng into our guild, I can guarantee that your current treatment will increase by threefold, and you will also be promoted to an elder of the guild. Cruel Sword also tried to think of a few other methods to recruit Shifeng into the Assassin's Alliance. However, he immediately discovered that the Assassin's Alliance did not have any great benefits to Shifeng. With Shifeng's techniques, even first-rate guilds would willingly wage a bloody battle with each other to recruit him. As for the price tag the Assassin's Alliance could offer, any first-rate guilds could easily double or triple the amount. Hence, the only option Cruel Sword had remaining was to play the relationship card. Looking at Shifeng's age, he should only be in his early 20s. He was at the age where he should be both vigorous and passionate. Meanwhile, a great beauty like Mu Qing was perfect for this situation. Although Cruel Sword hated resorting to such methods, the competition in God's domain was just too intense. There were plenty of guilds using similar tactics. If he continued being conservative, he might regret it in the future. Guild leader, are you for Grail? Mu Qing excitedly asked. Of course. Cruel Sword earnestly replied. Guild leader, leave it to me. With this young lady's charm, I will definitely recruit Yifeng into our guild. Mu Qing laughed coquettishly, her large eyes shifting towards Shifeng. Cruel Sword had similarly notified Stabbing Heart of his plan. However, Stabbing Heart simply shook his head and smiled bitterly after he heard it. Stabbing Heart really wished to say, if even a saint like Gentle Snow and a demoness like Zhao Yueru failed to capture Yifeng's heart, I'm afraid Mu Qing will not have any chances at all. Although Mu Qing was indeed a beauty as pretty as a flower, when Stabbing Heart gazed at Mu Qing's flat chest and recalled Gentle Snow's and Zhao Yueru's outstanding lethal weapons, they were on entirely different levels. However, Stabbing Heart did not try to ruin Mu Qing's beautiful fantasy. At this moment, Karur's HP had decreased to 50%. Suddenly, Karur let out an angry bellow. Everyone, get away from the boss. Shifeng knew that Karur was about to use Blade Storm. With Shifeng's reminder, the elites of the Assassin's Alliance quickly distanced themselves more than 20 yards from Karur. Shortly after, Karur started spinning, transforming into a tornado that engulfed everything around it. Even after Karur's Blade Storm ended, nobody from the team had died. At worst, there were some players who had their HP damaged to a critical point. However, they were healed back to full HP by the healers very quickly, following which, the team proceeded to decrease Karur's HP to 40%. Karur then started using his Avatar Slash. Although Karur only used Avatar Slash once every 20 seconds, there were bound to be some players who were extremely unlucky. chosen as targets for 7 or 8 consecutive times. For these unlucky players, surviving would be difficult regardless of how they held Ona's one team member after another fell. Karur's HP also decreased to 10%. Karur went berserk. His speed and attack power soared by 30%, and he now had a critical hit affect White Feather, unfortunately, received a critical hit. Even with Protection Blessing activated, he instantly lost over 1,400 HP. Moreover, when White Feather received this hit, he only had around 60% of his total HP remaining. Hence, he instantly died. White Feather's death greatly increased the pressure on Water Lake. To make things worse, there were only 12 players left alive in the team, while Karur still had 4% of his HP remaining, almost 20,000 HP helpless. Shurfeng could only choose to use one of his trump cards. The flame burst during the short 2-second cast time. Karur had used Avatar / once more, instant killing 3 more players. One of the 3 players killed was even a healer. This was truly a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Karur still had 3% of his HP, which meant that he had around 13,000 HP remaining at this moment. The abyssal blade in Shurfeng's hand started glowing a dazzling white. The white glow surrounding the abyssal blade shone like a miniature sun. Its presence alone raised the surrounding temperature by several-fold. Shurfeng activated Wind Blade and arrived behind Karur. Lightly jumping up, Shurfeng brandished the abyssal blade at Karur's back, instantly forming 6 sword images. The 6 sword images resembling the sun instantly devoured Karur, causing frightening damages of -2,153, -2,203, -2,178, -4,356, -2,206, -4,422 to appear above Karur's head. Under this tremendous might, Karur's 4-meter-tall body shot like a cannonball towards a steel wall. An indentation in the shape of Karur immediately formed on the steel wall. Meanwhile, Karur was thoroughly charred black, as void of life as a stone. Chapter 213, Dark Warlock Salou. Karur's down. We won. What was that skill? How could it be so frightening? The surviving members looked at the charred Karur, all involuntarily gulping a mouthful of saliva. The scene Shurfeng displayed before was simply unheard of. It was as if the thing he brandished was not a sword but a miniature sun. Even when standing at a distance of over 30 yards, they could feel the scorching temperature through the pain and burning of their skin. Meanwhile, the damage Shurfeng had dealt was even more shocking. Of his 6 last strikes, not one had dealt lower than -2,000 damage to the High Chieftain ranked boss. Among them, there were even 2 that achieved a critical hit, causing over -4,000 damage. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful skill. Stabbing Heart jaw also hung open. Although he knew that Shurfeng was amazing, he never imagined that he would be this amazing. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Originally, he had prepared for another failure. He never thought that Shurfeng would have a move like this hidden. Shurfeng had sent a level 12 High Chieftain boss flying and instantly caused more than -10,000 damage. This was definitely the highest damage Cruel Sword had seen so far. At this moment, Cruel Sword's gaze grew even more fervent when he looked at Shurfeng. He couldn't help but wish that he could drag Shurfeng into the Assassin's Alliance right this instant. Mu-Ching reacted quickly. This moment was her best chance to get closer to Shurfeng. Hence, Mu-Ching immediately walked up to Shurfeng's side, acting excited as she pulled on Shurfeng's arm. Big brother Yifeng, this move of yours is just too amazing. Just what sort of skill is it? This is my first time seeing such a skill. Mu-Ching eyed Shurfeng as she spoke in a soft and supple tone, her slender eyelashes constantly fluttering. Admiration filled her gaze, and her expression was fragile, invoking any man's protective instincts. Flame burst. It's a universal special skill that any class can use. Shurfeng could clearly feel a sense of warmth and softness on the arm she clung to. However, he did not put much thought into it. He deemed that Mu-Ching had only done such a thing due to her excitement. Hence, he casually gave her the answer. A special skill, is it? How unfortunate. Originally, I thought of inviting brother Yifeng to help me grind for one. Mu-Ching's excitement withered when she heard Shurfeng's words. One could only come across something like a special skill serendipitously, It was not something that one could obtain through effort. Indeed, how could such a powerful skill be so easily obtained? Let's take a look at the drops, then, Shi Feng said with a laugh, looking at Mu Qing's disappointed expression. Reminded by Shi Feng, everyone finally recalled the fact that Karur, who had just died, was a high chieftain-ranked boss. The loot he dropped would doubtlessly be bountiful. They had forgotten this fact due to their shock at Shi Feng's strength, following which, the surviving healers started reviving their fallen allies. Only when everyone was revived did Cruel Sword begin to collect the loot. Karur had dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment, and all of them were mysterious iron rank. Compared to the boss of a 10-man dungeon, Karur had dropped an extra 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Among the 5 pieces of equipment, there was a level 10 Great Shield, a level 10 Longbow for Rangers, a level 10 Breastplate for Berserkers, a level 10 Staff for Healers, and the last piece was a level 10 Breastplate for Swordsmen. The breastplates for Berserkers and Swordsmen in particular were pieces of said equipment. As for money, everyone in the team received 32 coppers. In general, it was a great harvest, as Shi Feng previously had an agreement with the Assassin's Alliance. The Wind Extinguisher Breastplate was given to him directly. Wind Extinguisher Breastplate, Chest Piece, Plate Armor, Mysterious Iron Rank. Level 10. Defense plus 83. Strength plus 7, Agility plus 10, Endurance plus 6. Restricted to Swordsman. Part of Wind Extinguisher set equipment, 1/6. 2-piece effect. Increase damage by 10%. 4-piece effect. Increase attack speed and movement speed by 15%. 6-piece effect. Ignore levels plus 3. When attacking, 15% chance to increase attack power by 50 points for 20 seconds. Regarding attributes or set effects, the Wind Extinguisher set equipment definitely possessed a qualitative increase compared to the Silver Moon set equipment. Shi Feng's best available option was to gather this whole set now and upgrade his equipment. However, it would not be an easy task. After receiving the Wind Extinguisher breastplate, Shi Feng was in no hurry to swap it out with his current breastplate. After all, once he made the change, he would lose one of the set effects of the Silver Moon set equipment. He only intended to make the change after he collected 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. After distributing the equipment, everyone advanced towards the next boss. Now that Water Lake possessed a level 10 Mysterious Iron ranked shield, his defense and HP had both increased significantly. As a result, they easily dealt with the monsters they met on their journey. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at a fighting arena. In the middle of the arena, Warlock, a Beastman assassin, stood there. He was also the second boss of the Beastman Munition factory. Warlock, high chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 400, 000/400, 000. Although Warlock's HP was lower than Karur's, Warlock was, in reality, much harder to deal with than Karur. Unlike Karur, Warlock was an assassin. During battle, Warlock would unpredictably disappear and reappear at another location. He would also frequently attack players while ignoring aggro, choosing to attack players on the Ren line rather than those on the front line. More importantly, Warlock had 3 skills that rendered players speechless. The first skill he possessed was Armor Break. Every one of Warlock's attacks would inflict a stackable armor break effect. To any plate armor classes, this could be a fatal skill, as once the armor break effect reached 10 stacks, their defense would essentially reduce to 0. Even if it were an MT that possessed over 2000 HP, Warlock could still kill them with just 2 to 3 hits. Before the healers could replenish the MT's lost HP, the MT would have already succumbed to Warlock's stunning attack speed, dying helplessly. The only fortunate aspect for players was that the armor break effect only had a short duration of 30 seconds. Players rating Warlock only needed to swap out their MTs when the effect stacked up to 5 times. Warlock's second skill was Killing Feast. When activated, Warlock would attack all enemies within an 8-yard radius a total of 16 times. Throughout the duration of this skill, Warlock would enter a state of invulnerability. Moreover, Warlock would carry out these 16 attacks very quickly. He would finish all 16 attacks in just 2 seconds. When Warlock activated this skill, there were only the 2 MTs within range, these 2 MTs would die with a 100% guarantee. Thus, players needed to share the burden of this attack. This would also place an extreme pressure onto the healer's. Morlock's third skill was called Vanish. When activated, Morlock would randomly ambush a player. If the ambushed player were a cloth armor class, then, without question, that player would die. Only players that belonged to a plate armor class would have any hopes of surviving Morlock's ambush. At this moment, everyone in the team looked towards Shurfeng, intending to obtain his opinion on how to deal with this second High Chieftain boss. Contrary to their expectations, Shurfeng did not tell them any strategies to raid the boss. Instead, he instructed one healer and 2 MTs to test the waters. Otherwise, he might have to explain how he obtained his strategy. After making a few tests, Shurfeng started explaining his strategy for the initial stages of the boss fight. In reality, the plan was very simple. All plate armor classes would become tanks during the early stages of the raid, taking turns tanking Morlock. After all, Morlock's damage was not particularly high. It would only become powerful after the armor break effect stacked so many times. So, as long as one belonged to a plate armor class, they could withstand Morlock's damage naturally. It was the same when dealing with Morlock's killing feast. In short, players only needed to surround and beat up this boss. After 8 minutes passed, Morlock, the second boss of the Beastman munition factory, fell. The main reason for Morlock's fall was because Shurfeng was simply too strong. Shurfeng had practically tanked Morlock by himself. Shurfeng was extremely nimble when dodging Morlock's attacks, and Morlock could very rarely land an attack on him. This, in turn, resulted in a decrease to Shurfeng's damage output. With a stable tanker like Shurfeng, the healers enjoyed a rather easy time throughout this raid. They could spread their attention towards other members of the team, allowing everyone to have an easier time dealing with the boss. Problems only arose when Morlock used Vanish and appeared behind a cloth armor class. These unfortunate players could only curse their own bad luck as they accepted their deaths. Chapter 214, Dungeon Cleared. After Morlock died, he dropped a total of 4 pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Everyone received a share of 34 copper coins and a large amount of EXP. Meanwhile, Shurfeng obtained a pair of wind extinguisher leg guards, increasing his collection of the wind extinguisher set equipment to 2 pieces. Everyone on the team looked at each other with a smile after they had killed Morlock, a High Chieftain ranked boss, with such ease. They all felt blissful from the fact that Shurfeng had joined their team right now. No one on the team felt the same panic they had when they first entered the dungeon. They could joke around with each other and had even become pals with Shurfeng. Occasionally, they would even ask Shurfeng to teach them a few battle techniques. While Shurfeng gave out casual pointers, the team members' admiration for Shurfeng gradually grew under Shurfeng's casual guidance. Many players in the team exhibited noticeable improvement. Soon after, everyone arrived at the final throne room. Here, they met the final boss, the Dark Warlock Salou. Dark Warlock Salou, High Chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 500, 000/500, 000. Elsewhere, while Shurfeng and the others had arrived before the final boss, Dark Star's lone Tyrant still tangled with the first boss of the Beastman munition factory, Karur. As of this moment, lone Tyrant and his team had already experienced 3 team wipes. Moreover, Karur's avatar slash had caused all 3. They had not improved one little bit since their first battle. Lone Tyrant grew hysterical at this situation. He did not know why a 20-man dungeon would have such a huge increase in difficulty compared to a 10-man dungeon. After pondering for a long time, Lone Tyrant discovered the reason for their failures. This boss needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. However, our overall damage simply isn't enough to finish him. Unless the team's equipment is further upgraded, the possibility of clearing this dungeon doesn't exist. Do we really have to go and upgrade our equipment before trying again? Lone Tyrant wore a hesitant expression as he glared at Karur. Due to his previous boasting, he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, Lone Tyrant suddenly came to a realization. If the damage of his own team were insufficient to deal with Karur, then the Assassin's Alliance, who had poorer quality equipment, would have even less of a chance of killing Karur. At this moment, the team from the Assassin's Alliance must certainly be stuck at the first boss as well. When Lone Tyrant thought about this, his mood immediately lifted. He decided to reflect on their raiding strategy, giving the boss another try. Meanwhile, in the magnificent throne room of the Beastman munition factory, The Assassin's Alliance had already investigated the Dark Warlock Salou's skills. Aside from Dark Arrow being Salou's most basic attack, Salou was immune to all controlling effects. Salou also possessed 2 killing moves. One of them was a skill called Shadow Wound. When cast, the boss would fire 12 dark arrows. Each dark arrow would cause -800 damage and inflict a fear effect that lasted 6 seconds. The other was a skill called Summon Flame Giant. The Flame Giant was a level 12 special elite with 50,000 HP. Each Flame Giant that Salou summoned possessed self-immolation effect that dealt -300 flame damage to all targets within a 10-yard range every second. The Flame Giant was also the largest hurdle to overcome when raiding the Dark Warlock Salou, as the self-immolation was an AoE. If any players other than MTs received -300 flame damage every second, they would last 4 to 5 seconds at most. Meanwhile, Salou would summon an additional Flame Giant every 1 to 2 minutes. Factoring in the fear effect from Shadow Wound, many players in the team would die under the combination of these 2 skills. Even if this combination did not immediately kill them, with 3 Flame Giants running about, they would similarly end in destruction. 3 Flame Giants would mean -900 total damage per second. Even Shurfeng could not last 3 seconds under this damage, much less the other players in the team. However, if they focused their attacks on the Flame Giant summoned instead, they would waste precious time. As a result, Salou would fully recover his HP due to his battle recovery. A battle of attrition like this would only end with the healers exhausting their mana and a team wipe. Meanwhile, after sending a group of half a dozen players to test the waters, everyone learned Dark Warlock Salou's true strength. As a result, their hearts sunk and their confidence wavered, ignoring the fact that each of Salou's dark arrows could cause -800 damage to their MTs and -1000 damage to everyone else. The Flame Giants alone were extremely difficult to deal with. After all, none of the melee players could go near a Flame Giant, and even if only the MTs tanked it, the healers still wouldn't be able to cope with the high damage. Not to mention, there was also Salou's AoE skill, Shadow Wound, that would suddenly cause -800 damage. The Flame Giant itself could cause over -300 damage to the MT with its attacks. Coupling that with the Flame Giant's self-immolation effect, its prowess could rival that of a boss. If they suddenly received an attack from Salou's Shadow Wound in addition to the Flame Giant's attacks, even their MTs might instantly die. Moreover, if they did not kill the first Flame Giant within 1 to 2 minutes of its summoning, Salou would summon the second Flame Giant. Under the simultaneous attacks of 2 Flame Giants, their MTs wouldn't have a chance with their current equipment and levels. It was impossible for them to face Dark Warlock Salou head-on in battle. Thinking up to this point, everyone's moods grew somber. Isn't this only hard mode? Why is the difficulty so high? What would happen if this were hell mode? Stabbing Heart was similarly bitter after seeing Dark Warlock Salou's capabilities. The guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword, wrinkled his brows, falling into deep thought. Salou's raiding difficulty was clearly much higher than the previous 2 bosses. As expected of a final boss, it won't be easy to clear this hurdle. At the very least, Cruel Sword did not have any good methods to raid Salou. Everyone was discouraged. Why don't we give it a try first? It's not like we're completely helpless right now, Shurfeng suddenly said in the team chat. Shurfeng's words were like a ray of hope. Brother Yifeng, can we really raid this boss? Mu Qing blinked her mesmerizing eyes, her delicate body sticking close to Shurfeng as she asked. It should be possible. We can only find out if we try it, right? Shurfeng merely shrugged as he spoke, his calm appearance giving Mu Qing a slight surprise, following which, Shurfeng gave a brief overview of his raiding plan. Shurfeng's plan was simple. He, alone, would kite the summoned Flame Giants, while the other members of the team would focus their attacks on the boss. In this situation, 3 of the 4 healers on the team would be responsible for healing the MTs, while the last healer would be responsible for keeping Shurfeng alive. However, this plan was very risky. Its success relied heavily on Shurfeng's ability to kite the Flame Giants. As the throne room did not provide a wide area for movement, Shurfeng needed to be mindful of his positioning. Any mistakes could lead to a team wipe. However, nobody rejected Shurfeng's proposal. They did not even have the slightest opinion about Shurfeng's plan. They had long since been convinced of Shurfeng's strength. Since Shurfeng shared his plan, he must be very confident about it. Thus, they believed that Feng could really pull it off. Water Lake, you'll activate Darkness Aura. White Feather, you'll activate Crusader Aura. Let's start the raid then. Feng Sida Guardian Knight's Darkness Aura could provide an additional 5 points dark resistance to allies, decreasing the darkness damage they received. Meanwhile, the Crusader Aura could increase allies' movement speed by 10%, letting everyone have an easier time evading the Flame Giants. With these two auras, the team would have a much easier time raiding the boss. Water Lake was the first to dash at Salou. While Salou was still in the process of casting a spell, Water Lake smashed Shield of Vengeance into Salou's face, causing -181 damage. Water Lake then followed up with Righteous Punishment, dealing -201 damage. However, neither of these attacks had interrupted or delayed Salou's chanting, and shortly after, a streak of dark light skewered Water Lake through the chest, causing -800 damage to him. A moment later, 3 healing lights landed on Water Lake's body, recovering over 700 HP of his HP. After Water Lake solidified his grasp on Salou's aggro, Feng instructed the other players to initiate their attacks. After a moment, Salou pointed his staff towards the sky. A large, azure-green fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the throne room. Immediately, Feng tossed out the blazing meteor at the azure-green flame giant, causing -621 damage and instantly becoming its main target. Seeing the flame giant charging at him, Feng spun around and fled, luring the flame giant away from the rest of the team. He then started circling around the hall with the flame giant right behind him. As Salou's HP continued decreasing, the flame giants he summoned also grew stronger. Unfortunately, Feng lured away all of the flame giants Salou summoned, spoiling his fun. After more than 10 minutes, Salou released a resentful bellow. His body fell to the throne as he passed away. Chapter 215, Basic Fire Resistance Potion. From beginning to end, Feng had lured a total of 9 flame giants, kiting them around the throne room. Due to his actions, the flame giants had not been able to showcase their prowess even once in this entire battle. As a result, the Dark Warlock Salou became very easy to deal with, breathing his last under everyone's heavy bombardment. Even an amazing boss could not compete against a reincarnated player. Their only fate was to be a plaything unto death. Seeing Salou fall, everyone jumped in celebration. The Beastman Munition Factory belonged to the category of expedition dungeons. Unlike the Dark Moon Graveyard, which was a survival dungeon, players only needed to kill the final boss in an expedition dungeon to clear it. There was no need to leave the dungeon for the clear to be official. At this moment, the White River City Region System announcement had already appeared. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. As it was not the first clear of Hell mode, the main god system would not be so generous as to reward them with reputation points. Normally, players would only receive EXP for obtaining the first clear of hard mode. Also, the race for team dungeons was categorized into 2 types, hard mode and hell mode. Normal mode was not taken into consideration as no time challenge existed. Normally, the main god system would implement a clear time for team dungeons. The clear time set by the system depended on the type of team dungeon and its difficulty. Meanwhile, the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory's clear time was set at 3 hours. The main god system would usually set the clear time at a very high bar. Only if players had achieved the standard of an elite team, determined by the main god system, would they have a chance to clear the dungeon in this set amount of time. Meanwhile, under Feng's command, the Assassin's Alliance had only spent 2 hours and 22 minutes to clear the hard mode Beastman Munition Factory, surpassing the estimated time. This proved that the team's strength was already above the standards of a normal elite team. However, everyone on the team knew full well that this achievement was all due to Feng's contributions. After a round of mad celebration, everyone finally welcomed the most exciting moment. They began examining the item drops of the Dark Warlock Salou, the final boss monster of the Beastman Munition Factory. Compared to the previous 2 bosses, the loot from Salou was far more bountiful. Salou had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 5 were level 10 mysterious iron ranked helmets, each being a part of a set equipment for different classes. With great luck, Salou even dropped a basic fire resistance potion recipe. As for the final item, it was a secret silver staff meant for Elementalist's elemental scepter, staff, secret silver rank. Level 10. Intelligence plus 15, strength plus 4, agility plus 4, endurance plus 10. Increases elemental damage by 5%. Increases casting speed by 10%. Durability 80/80ths. With just a glance, one could immediately tell that this was a top-tier staff meant for elementalists. When the mages in the team looked at the details of this staff, drool nearly leaked from their mouths. Although these mages had quite a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment on their persons, their weapons and equipment were all below level 10. They were clearly much weaker compared to level 10 weapons and equipment, not to mention a secret silver-ranked staff. Cruel Sword immediately handed the elemental staff to Munition. However, nobody in the team expressed any dissatisfaction about Cruel Sword's decision because Munition's strength was indeed very powerful. Moreover, her damage was ranked number 1 amongst all the mages present. Following which, Cruel Sword handed the Wind Extinguisher Helmet, Wind Extinguisher Arm Guard, and Basic Fire Resistance Potion recipe to Surpassing. Similarly, nobody in the team had any gripes about this decision. If it weren't for Surpassing, they would not have cleared this dungeon in the first place with this. Surpassing now had 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. Although he did not possess all 6 pieces, they were sufficient for him to replace the bronze-ranked Silver Moon set equipment. Brother Yifeng, you've helped us out so much, yet, you're only taking so few items. I am truly embarrassed about this, so please let me pay you another 100,000 credits as compensation. Otherwise, if the other guilds discover this matter, they will definitely make mock us for being insincere. Cruel Sword said with a laugh as he looked at Surpassing, putting aside the advertising benefits brought about from obtaining the first clear of the hard mode Beastman munition factory. Just the equipment they obtained was already of considerable value. It was especially true for the secret silver ranked elemental scepter. The value of this staff alone could compare to half a dozen pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Hence, spending an additional 100,000 credits to compensate Surpassing was a minor matter. To put it another way, the Assassin's Alliance had made a huge profit from this deal. After all, the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon held extraordinary significance, as up until this moment, any guild had yet to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Obtaining the first clear of the hard mode Beastman munition factory had undeniably allowed the Assassin's Alliance to break free from their awkward position in White River City. They no longer had to suffer the suppression from Dark Star. Of course, by giving Surpassing 100,000 credits, Cruel Sword also had the intention of deepening the relationship between Surpassing and the Assassin's Alliance. Cruel Sword still wished to recruit Surpassing into the guild. Surpassing could easily see through Cruel Sword's intentions. However, he merely smiled in reply, receiving all that Cruel Sword offered without hesitation. Cruel Sword had no idea that Surpassing did not really care about this equipment. Even if it were the Wind Extinguisher set equipment, it was simply a temporary set of equipment for Surpassing. Meanwhile, amongst these items, the one Surpassing paid the most attention to was the Basic Fire Resistance Potion recipe. Basic Fire Resistance Potion. After consumption, increases fire resistance by 15 points for 1 hour. Currently, this item had no market value. However, when the various large guilds started raiding the level 25 Flame Nest, the value of this Basic Fire Resistance Potion recipe would soar beyond one's imagination. Its worth would not be less than a piece of fine gold equipment. Players were not allowed to use the Flaming Sun scripture when in a dungeon. Meanwhile, equipment that increased a player's fire resistance was extremely rare. The quickest way to increase one's fire resistance was through the use of a Basic Fire Resistance Potion. If players did not possess this potion, raiding the Flame Nest would only be possible in their dreams. If Surpassing started looking for a potion maker to craft the Basic Fire Resistance Potion now, he would carve out an additional path to wealth for the future. Even 10 pieces of secret silver equipment could not rival what he could earn with these potions. Brother Yifeng, are you free tomorrow? At this moment, Muqing walked over to Shifeng after receiving a silent hint from Cruel Sword. Sweetly, she said, "My party is planning to raid the old ruins, a high-level 10-man team dungeon, tomorrow. However, one of the original party members had applied for leave due to some personal matters. I'd really love it if you would join me. Will you?" After a team dungeon was cleared, it would have a cooldown period of 3 days. Hence, they needed to wait for 3 days before they could enter the Beastman munition factory. Again standing to the side, Cruel Sword inwardly clapped his hands at Muqing's performance. Relationships needed care and gentle nurturing. Although he could tell that Shifeng had no particular interest in Muqing, with increased interactions, who was to say would happen in the future? "I still have something that I need to do tomorrow. Let's find some other time to go dungeon diving." Shifeng could naturally tell what Muqing was trying to do. However, he simply waved his hand and tactfully rejected her. Although the old ruins was a high-level team dungeon, there was nothing there that could rouse his interests. He would only waste time by going there. Now that he had changed into the 4 pieces of wind extinguisher set equipment, his attributes had greatly increased once again. He should be able to attempt the continuation of the epic quest, Darkness Descends. Now Muqing's innocent eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She did not think that her charm, which had only brought her success so far, would fail against Shifeng. Was she really lacking in charm, or were Shifeng's defenses just too high? Chapter 216, Surpassing Imagination. Beastman Munition Factory Boss, we've already team-wiped 4 times now and have lost 20% of our experience. If we are to continue to die, at this rate, we might not even be a high enough level to enter the dungeon's entrance. Why don't we give up? Alright then, everyone, get some rest. Afterwards, we'll head to a 10-man dungeon to upgrade our equipment. Lone Tyrant currently wore a gloomy expression on his face. They had tried all sorts of methods to raid the high chieftain-ranked boss, Karur, yet, ultimately, they still failed due to a lack of damage. Before, he had even made a solemn vow to kill Karur. Now that he thought about it, he felt that his decision had been slightly rash. Fortunately, the players from the Assassin's Alliance had absolutely no chances of clearing the dungeon. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated just as the members of Dark Star were resting. Suddenly, 2 system notifications relating to the Assassin's Alliance rang out beside everyone's ears. In the beginning, the members of Dark Star thought that they had heard wrong. Hence, they quickly called up the announcement interface. The extraordinarily large and clear words proved them wrong. The Assassin's Alliance had indeed obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory immediately. The atmosphere surrounding the members of Dark Star sunk. Why was there such a large difference between their 2 teams? Weren't they supposed to be stronger than the Assassin's Alliance? How could the Assassin's Alliance have already obtained the first clear, while they were still stuck at the first boss? Lone Tyrant felt like he had just been given 2 tight slaps to his face when he looked at these notifications. His cheeks felt as if they were on fire. He felt even worse when he recalled Shifeng's words from before. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard-mode beast munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to? At this moment, those words were like sharp swords, continuously slashing at Lone Tyrant's pride. Lone Tyrant truly never imagined that such a situation would occur. However, Lone Tyrant was no fool. He did not believe the Assassin's Alliance had relied on only themselves to clear the dungeon. The only possible way they could do so was with Shifeng's help. Just where did this mysterious person come from? In reality, Dark Star wasn't the only one to have been shocked by this piece of news. When the announcement spread throughout the entire White River City region, it had grabbed the attention of many other guilds. The Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was self-evident from the fact that their development speed had surpassed even that of a first-rate guild. However, Dark Star's fame had recently suppressed Assassin's Alliance, adding to the fact that they had not produced any significant results from the team dungeons. Their status in White River City had become slightly awkward. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the Beastman munition factory, their fame instantly soared. This allowed the Assassin's Alliance to regain their rightful reputation. From now on, their development speed would definitely be faster than before. White River City's Adventurers Association. Brother Zhang. The Assassins Alliance has obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Ling Failong suddenly rushed into Shadow's guild hall, announcing the news with a face filled with excitement in God's domain. As long as guilds registered themselves at the Adventurers Association, they would be provided a free lounge for their own personal use in the various large cities. Guilds could carry out meetings and rest in this room, and they could also receive quests from the Adventurers Association. Why are you shouting? Who doesn't know of this matter? Zhou Yuhu, who was resting in the corner of the room, rolled his eyes at Ling Failong. Of course, I know of this. However, there is another hidden truth to this matter. Ling Failong shot a glance at Zhou Yuhu, before shifting his gaze towards the person sitting in the guild leader's seat. Zhang Luowei, a hidden truth. Speak. Ling Failong's words caused Zhang Luowei, who had previously been indifferent towards this matter, to grow interested. Ling Failong's previous report about his efforts to recruit Yi Feng had nearly caused Zhang Luowei to lash out in anger. Shi Feng had actually demanded to become the guild leader of Shadow. Did Yi Feng even place him in his eyes? Moreover, he had asked for 60% of the guild's shares. What did he take them for? Did he really think they were fools? Meanwhile, the most shocking thing was that Ling Failong had actually suggested that Zhang Luowei accept Shifeng's conditions. Hence, Zhang Luowei now looked down on Ling Failong, resulting in Ling Failong receiving cold treatment within the guild. Brother Zhang, look at the Assassins Alliance's first clear name list. Yi Feng is among the names. Ling Failong called out his system interface, pointing at the Assassins Alliance's first clear name list as he spoke excitedly. So? Zhou Yuhu laughed disdainfully. If they really allowed Yi Feng to join Shadow, he would no longer need to remain in the guild. The Assassins Alliance is a through-and-through second-rate guild. They were clearly on an expedition to clear the Beastman munition factory, yet, why would they suddenly let an outsider join their team? Previously, for a long time, the Assassins Alliance could not even obtain a single first clear of a level 10 team dungeon. However, they are now the first ones to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Why is that? This matter definitely has something to do with Yi Feng. Yi Feng's relationship with the Assassins Alliance is anything but shallow. Originally, the Assassins Alliance was only a normal second-rate guild. However, after entering White River City, their development speed suddenly soared like crazy. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. Again, why? Yi Feng was the first person to enter White River City, and the White River City guidebook is also selling like hotcakes now. There is a very high likelihood that Yi Feng sold the guidebook to the Assassins Alliance in advance, allowing them to make ample preparations beforehand. Hence, after they entered White River City, they developed with flying speeds. Right now, Yi Feng has even helped the Assassins Alliance obtain a first clear. Regarding fame or background, the Assassins Alliance now stands at the very top of White River City. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. This is a clear proof of Yi Feng's capabilities. If Yi Feng joins Shadow within a month, we can stand our own ground in White River City. Ling Failong had made a thorough investigation of Yi Feng, and the more information he uncovered about Yi Feng, the more frightened he became. Yi Feng's accomplishments far surpassed his imagination. This was also the reason Ling Failong became even more determined to hug a golden leg like Shi Feng at that time. What would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? Don't even think about it. In the future, if you ever dare to mention Yi Feng's name to me again or tell Lan Hailong about this matter, you better be prepared for the consequences. Zhang Luowei's countenance suddenly turned livid. With a tone filled with killing intent, he said, Yi Feng is just a clown, jumping about on the stage. The Assassins Alliance is an apex second-rate guild with an immense background. Their guild leader, Cruel Sword, is even a long-established expert. He has personally nurtured the Assassins Alliance to its current status, so it is not unusual for him to produce such results. To begin with, what sort of impact could that Yi Feng even have? In my opinion, that Yi Feng would, at best, take on the role of a bystander. Being reprimanded by Zhang Luowei in such a way, Ling Failong immediately revealed a fearful expression. Hurriedly nodding his head, he said, Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang. I definitely won't mention this again in the future. Inwardly, however, Ling Failong smiled brightly. He was even more assured of Yifeng's might now. After all, if Zhang Luowei did not feel greatly threatened by Yifeng, why would he be so angry at the mention this expert? In fact, Ling Feilong had long since told Lan Hailong about this matter, and Lan Hailong had instructed him to contact Shi Feng secretly once more. Once he attained certain achievements in God's domain, would he still be afraid of not being able to earn money? With wealth, would he still need to be afraid that Zhao Ruoshi wouldn't welcome his embrace of her own volition? Her family might very well obediently hand her over to him. Just as everyone discussed the Assassin's Alliance's first clear, Shi Feng had already swapped out his old equipment for the 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment and had arrived at the library of White River City. Compared to the dilapidated house used as a library in Red Leaf Town, the library at White River City was a true library. Not only did it possess a majestic atmosphere, but its appearance was also splendid and magnificent. It was like a Babylonian shrine, and it was situated right in the heart of the city. The people going through the entrance of the library were mostly nobles of White River City and mage-class NPCs. There were even some who possessed Tier 2 classes. Hence, the library was not a place where the common folk could simply visit. Meanwhile, Charlin, the Tier 3 divine official whom Shi Feng searched for, currently recuperated within this wealth of knowledge. Chapter 217, Thoughtful Rain. At the entrance of White River City's majestic library. Aside from a large number of NPCs entering and leaving the premises, there were also plenty of players surrounding the library's entrance. However, no matter how hard they tried, they still could not enter the library. Hence, a majority of these players were currently trying to befriend some of the NPCs here, increasing their intimacy in the hopes of these NPCs taking them along into the library. There were even some attractive female players that tried to seduce the NPC nobles. Meanwhile, the players that attempted these actions were mostly mages such as elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners. As for why these players tried to get into the library, it was mainly because of the amazing skills they could learn within the library. Aside from obtaining these skills from monsters and dungeons, the library also possessed some of the more common, high-level mage skills. As for healers, they would have to visit the Light Temple to learn their respective skills. Meanwhile, all melee classes could learn new skills from their respective class instructors in the Apocalypse Temple. These players had read about the library in the White River City guidebook by Shi Feng. Hence, they had all come here to obtain new skills. After all, compared to upgrading their weapons and equipment, it was much easier to upgrade their arsenal of skills. As long as players could learn some of these high-level skills, their overall prowess would massively improve. However, learning a skill was very expensive. Players also needed to do a series of quests and waste precious time to obtain a skill. Hence, Shi Feng never thought of obtaining his skills through such means. After all, the skills he had learned so far were not any weaker than those high-level class-specific skills. So, he naturally would not waste time trying to obtain them. Seeing Shi Feng walking towards the library's entrance, the spectating players by the sidelines revealed sneers on their faces. Look, another new guy is trying to enter. How many players has that been already? Let's watch the guard kick him out. Most of these players had suffered a loss at the hands of the gatekeeper. As none of them possessed an entry pass, the guards had chased them all away. There were also some players who tried to cause a scene after being refused entry. However, these players were either jailed or sent flying away with a kick. Just as Shi Feng was about to walk towards the tightly shut large steel doors, a female elementalist pulled on Shi Feng, stopping him. The guards here will kick out any player without an entry pass. It is best if you do not try to approach them, the female player warned Shi Feng. Shi Feng already knew this. However, since the other party had approached him with kind intentions, Shi Feng turned his head and looked at the female player that had stopped him. Immediately, Shi Feng discovered that the female player who stopped him was very beautiful. Amongst all the female elementalists he knew, only the flame witch, Zhao Yueru, might trump this girl's beauty. Moreover, the equipment on this girl fully comprised of mysterious iron equipment. Although her weapons and equipment were all below level 10, they were still extremely valuable. As the girl before him was an independent player, it was much more difficult for her to obtain such equipment compared to a member of a guild. However, for some unknown reason, Shi Feng felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at this female player. Yet, he could not recall when he had met her before. He then used observing eyes and took a look at this girl's name. Thoughtful Ranger Feng had no recollection of this ID, and he was very sure that there was no female expert in his previous life with such a name. Since she was not a female expert, why did he feel a sense of familiarity with her? Shi Feng shook his head. There was no point thinking about it if he couldn't remember. It might just be a misconception due to his reincarnation. Thanks, Shi Feng said. Thoughtful Rain faintly smiled. She thought that, since Shi Feng had shown his appreciation, he must have a kind personality, unlike others who would reply to goodwill with malice. Hence, she pointed towards the group of players a short distance away that was currently surrounding a few NPC nobles, softly saying, your attitude isn't so bad after all. If you wish to enter the library, it is best if you obtain an entry pass first. You can also try to befriend one of those NPC nobles. They possess some entry passes. Miss Rain, are you trying to enter the library as well? Shi Feng asked but those NPC nobles are simply too vile. So, I was just about to leave in search of an entry pass somewhere else. Thoughtful Rain nodded her head. However, when she recalled those fat and oily NPC nobles, an expression of disgust appeared on her face. Since that is the case, why don't you enter the library with me? Shi Feng asked. He had no ulterior motives in inviting her along. He was simply trying to repay Thoughtful Rain's kind reminder. Enter? Thoughtful Rain asked in confusion, do you have an entry pass? No. Shi Feng shook his head. He then smiled as he explained, however, I have other methods. It shouldn't be possible, right? The guards here will only allow those with an entry pass or those related to the library to enter. Thoughtful Rain revealed an unconvinced expression as if saying, you're tricking me. Shi Feng merely smiled at her reaction, not bothering to explain. He then walked towards the large metal doors. Before Thoughtful Rain could stop Shi Feng, the guard on duty had already noticed him. The spectating players in the distance all started snickering at the thought of the misfortunate about to befall on Shi Feng. This noob is trying too hard to impress the beauty he just met. I want to watch the guard put him in his place. With his figure, I'm guessing that the guard will send him flying over 10 yards. If he continues making a ruckus, the guard might even capture him and hang him by the library's entrance for display. That isn't right. The guard kicked that last berserker over 10 yards. I bet that he will fly 15 yards away. Just as everyone wore mocking smiles, the guard moved forward and blocked Shi Feng's path. Halt. The powerful and mighty guard at the entrance suddenly blocked Shi Feng with his spear. He then coldly said, you will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library. I'm a demon hunter. Will that do? Shi Feng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title, asking, so, it is Lord Demon Hunter. Please pardon my rudeness. The gatekeeper immediately retracted his spear, showing Shi Feng extreme respect. This situation immediately stunned the spectating players standing at a side. Their mouths gaped as the scene left them speechless. Even after they tried countless methods to obtain an entry pass from the NPC nobles, they still failed. Yet, the noob before them had actually made the gatekeeper kneel before him in respect just by uttering a single sentence. Could this be the rumored secret signal? Or was it the entry password? Shi Feng nodded towards the guard. He then pointed at Thoughtful Rain, saying, she is a friend of mine. However, she does not possess an entry pass. I wonder if she can enter with me? I can be her guarantor. Of course. Since she is a friend of the Lord Demon Hunter, she is naturally allowed to enter. The guard took a look at Thoughtful Rain, immediately noticing that she was an exquisite beauty. He then returned his gaze to Shi Feng, an understanding look on his face as he hurriedly said, in addition, here is a library member's emblem. This will allow Lord Demon Hunter's friend to enter the library freely in the future. Saying so, the guard respectfully passed the library member's emblem to Shi Feng. Shi Feng was slightly stunned. God's domain had only undergone one evolution as of this moment. He never thought that these NPC guards would be so intelligent already. Though he felt slightly shocked, he had no hesitation when accepting the library member's emblem from the guard. An entry pass could only provide a single entry into the library for players. However, one could not complete the process of learning a new skill with a single trip. Meanwhile, there was no limit to the number of uses for the library member's emblem. Players could enter the library without any restrictions if they possessed this emblem. Originally, obtaining the library member's emblem for a friend was a special right reserved for nobles in White River City. Shifeng did not think that even a demon hunter would have such rights. Miss Rain, please hold onto this library member's emblem properly. In the future, you simply need to wear it on your person, and none of these guards will bar you from the library, Shifeng said, handing the emblem to Thoughtful Rain, who was currently still in a daze, following which, the two of them entered the library under everyone's stunned gazes. Some of the players were immediately dumbfounded. A few female players also revealed their envy as they watched Thoughtful Rain at this moment. The players who had previously mocked Shifeng ran up to the library's entrance halt. The gatekeeper blocked all the players, coldly saying, "You will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library." "I'm a demon hunter. Will that do?" These players repeated Shifeng's words, inwardly praising themselves for their clever minds. "How brave. You actually dare to impersonate the Lord Demon Hunter." When the guard swept a glance over these players, he failed to discover any of them in possession of the Demon Hunter title. Immediately, the guard flared with anger. In the end, all these smart people ended up in tragedy. Chapter 218, Starstreak Trading Firm. After Shifeng and Thoughtful Rain entered the library, Thoughtful Rain's eyes flashed with a hint of shock when she saw the spectacular scene inside the library. The interior of the library was like something from a fantasy world. Countless documents and materials were displayed all around the library, and a massive, transparent crystal globe occupied the center. This crystal globe was like a supercomputer. One could search for any information available pertaining to the Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, numerous open-air meditation rooms made of magic crystals decorated the surroundings of the crystal globe. Inside these meditation rooms, players could either research new spells or practice using their current spells. Normally, only Tier 3 and above mage classes would research new spells. The players at this stage of the game had yet to possess a deep understanding of magic, so researching new spells was out of the question for them. Moreover, the spells that players currently used were only entry-level spells. However, along with the increase in their levels, the spells they used would also grow more complex. If they did not possess a specific degree of understanding of magic, they could stop dreaming of casting any high-tier spells. As a result, many mages in God's domain had given up on their adventuring career, switching to a lifestyle class instead. In fact, magic wasn't the only thing that had stringent requirements for players. It was the same for battle techniques. The more powerful a battle technique was, the higher its requirement would be of a player's control over their body. As a result, this requirement had created a gap in strength between the players of God's domain. It was one of the reasons that some players could advance to a Tier 5 class, while some failed even to reach Tier 3, although it would be of some help if players increased their levels and attributes. Such factors would make little difference the further players advanced in God's domain. This was also the reason why God tier powerhouses were so rare. Thus, Shifeng continuously trained his body day in and day out, in addition to spending a large number of credits to purchase nutrient fluids to improve his body's physique. It was all meant to improve his brain's potential and performance. Only by developing his brain's potential could he master his body in the game and obtain extraordinary battle prowess. He could then advance to a Tier 5 class and take the challenge to advance to the Tier 6 godhood, reaching the pinnacle of God's domain. Let's part ways here. I still need to look for someone. If you want to learn high-level skills, the Tier 2 instructor over there can help you. Shifeng pointed towards a mage in white robes standing by the large crystal globe. Thank you. Thoughtful Rain appeared slightly embarrassed as she expressed her gratitude. Originally, she had intended to help Shifeng. Never would she have imagined that she would be the one who received help instead. She then said, "Seeing as you are so familiar with this place, are you perhaps a professional player?" "I guess you can put it that way." Shifeng nodded. "Let's add each other as friends, then." "I don't normally play games, so I usually buy my game equipment from others. In the future, if I am looking to purchase equipment or do a quest, I can also look to you for some help." Thoughtful Rain beamed a smile as she sent Shifeng a friend request. "That's fine, but if you need help with a quest, it would be best if you contact me about it in advance." Shifeng accepted the friend request. He did not think that, by coming here to do a quest, he would actually meet a potential female customer when his workshop started its operations in the future. Aside from raiding dungeons to obtain equipment, they would also need to look for tycoons and various corporations for sponsorship. However, it was extremely difficult for an upstart workshop to obtain sponsorship from a large corporation. Newly established workshops usually depended on rich players who were willing to spend large sums of money. Only after becoming a large guild would a workshop attract the sponsorship of large corporations. Although Shifeng's workshop had yet to start its operation officially, there was already one customer waiting at the front door. His luck was relatively good. After Shifeng left, Thoughtful Rain inspected Shifeng's IDO. He is Yi Feng, White River City's #1 expert. As Shifeng had kept his ID hidden, it was only revealed after Shifeng accepted her friend request. Although Thoughtful Rain was not a gaming expert, having a poor understanding of the gaming world, Shifeng's fame had long since shaken the White River City region. He had also received many titles such as White River City's #1 independent player, God-ranked expert, and so on. Furthermore, Shifeng had also personally penned the luxury version of the White River City guidebook she had bought. So, how could she not know who Shifeng was? No wonder why I thought he looked familiar. It turns out that he is Yi Feng. This looks interesting. Thoughtful Rain's bright red lips slightly lifted upwards as she lost herself in her own thoughts. On the library's uppermost floor, Star Moon Hall. Several level 180 Tier 1 knights stood guard outside of Star Moon Hall. These knights wore rigid expressions. Under normal circumstances, even normal nobles were not allowed into the Star Moon Hall. However, these knights did not stop Shifeng this time. On the contrary, they immediately parted the crystal doors for Shifeng upon his arrival. He'd been bitterly waiting for you for so long. Why have you only decided to come now? Charlene asked, smiling sweetly from her seat next to a shiny, stone table. The woman currently wore a set of pure white, magical robes. The delicate and luxurious robes radiated a faint silvery glow, making Charlene appear as though she were a flawless noble saint. She crossed one thigh over the other, revealing fair, supple skin. It was almost as if Charlene was trying to toy with Shifeng at this moment. Charlene was no longer a level 20 Tier 3 divine official, but a level 180 Tier 3 divine official. Aside from the few Tier 4 tyrants, Charlene could very well be considered the most powerful person in White River City. Why are you standing there, daydreaming? Come over here and sit. We have plenty of time to have a lengthy chat. Charlene smiled faintly as she pointed towards the empty seat beside her. Shifeng instinctively shuddered when he faced a gold digger like Charlene. He felt as if he were being stared at by a nine-tailed fox, his wallet no longer safe. However, to obtain the clue for the epic quest, Shifeng had no choice but to advance. Taking a seat beside Charlene, Shifeng took out 10 gold coins, placing them on the table. He then asked in a soft tone, "Esteemed Lady Charlene, I've brought the 10 gold coins you requested. I wonder if you can tell me the location of the Bible of Darkness now?" Charlene made a slight waving motion and the gold coins on the stone table immediately flew to her lily-white hand. Giggling, she played with the shiny coins in her hand. Didn't think that your money-making speed would be so fast. This big sister has truly underestimated you. After storing the gold coins, Charlene unhurriedly said, "However, I now have a new piece of information. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Moreover, this information is extremely accurate. It will definitely help you in locating the Bible of Darkness." Shifeng's lips involuntarily twitched at Charlene's words. She was going to ask for more money. "Say it. How much do you want?" Shifeng truly felt regretful now. Due to the successful sales of hard stones, Shifeng now had over 70 gold coins on his person. If he had known something like this would happen, he would have stored all his money in the bank before coming to the library. However, there was also another possibility. Only when players possessed a certain amount of money could they trigger the revelation of new information. If so, without a doubt, Shifeng had reached this goal. Not much. An additional 40 gold coins would be enough. Of course, you can choose not to listen to this new information. I'm not trying to belittle you, but with your current strength, it is impossible for you to locate the Bible of Darkness by relying on the old clue. Are you sure you don't want to know this new clue? Charlene blinked her eyes at Shifeng, her body radiating a holy aura. Those affected by this aura would find it hard to refuse Charlene's request. A total of 50 gold coins at this moment. Shifeng wanted to shout, "Why don't you just rob me and be done with it?" However, Shifeng endured it. As long as he could obtain the reward for the epic quest, spending 50 gold coins was nothing in comparison. Here is 40 gold coins. Shifeng ground his teeth as he placed another 40 gold coins on the stone table, forming a small, gold mountain. Charlene's eyes shone as she saw the small mountain of gold. After snagging the gold coins, she unhurriedly took out a letter and handed it to Shifeng. She then said, "This is a contract for White River City's Starstreak trading firm. As long as you bring this contract to President Henry, he will tell you how to reach the Dark Denver." Chapter 219 Background. Starstreak trading firm? Shifeng was slightly confused by Charlene's words. After all, this was the second phase of an epic quest. Yet, Charlene did not send him on a dangerous mission, but simply to find a person instead. The difficulty of this task was simply inconceivable. Could money really make the devil turn millstones for you? Can spending money reduce the difficulty of a quest? Shifeng wondered. Giving the situation some thought, it wasn't exactly impossible right now. A first-rate guild's daily liquid funds only amounted to 6 to 7 gold coins at best. Even if Fantasy Extinguisher had the full support of the first-rate guild, the Fantasy Shrine, it would have been impossible for him to gather 50 gold coins. Even if the Fantasy Shrine possessed 50 gold coins, they would not simply allow Fantasy Extinguisher to spend it. After all, a large guild could make major improvements to itself with 50 gold coins. If Shifeng had not received a daily income of over 100 gold coins from selling the hard stones, he would not pay 50 gold coins, even if it killed him. According to the main god system's principle of equal value exchange, there was a very high possibility that he could reduce the difficulty of the epic quest by paying 50 gold coins. In any case, Shifeng did not lack money right now. After all, he had a daily income of over 100 gold. His earnings could rival the total sum of all the famous guilds' liquid funds in White River City. It was not an exaggeration to say that his personal wealth could rival an entire city's. If he could reduce the difficulty of an epic quest by paying some money, he would definitely do so. If he had known about this earlier, he would have waited a few more days before coming to meet Charlene. If he gathered 500 or 600 gold coins, he might be able to go to the Dark Den immediately to complete the quest. He would save plenty of time and trouble. "Thank you, Lady Charlene." Shifeng respectfully received the contract. "I have faith in you. Don't make me wait too long." As more time passes, the strength of the great demon will also increase. At that time, even I might not be able to challenge it. As for you, you'll just have to live the remainder of your life as a walking corpse. Charlene warned. System, second phase of the epic quest, Darkness Descends. Gospel Project, accepted quest content. Go to Starstreak trading firm and look for President Henry for more information about the Dark Den. Rewards unknown. Although Shifeng did not know the exact contents of the quest, he felt that it should not be as easy as he had previously imagined. After all, he was only meeting Henry to learn more information and not heading directly to the Dark Den. Starstreak trading firm was very famous throughout White River City. The range of operation of the Starstreak trading firm was not limited to White River City alone. It also operated in the 7 cities surrounding White River City. It was a massive trading firm with such a wide reach. The amount of information they possessed would be immense as well. It was no wonder Charlene sent him to meet President Henry. Soon after, Shifeng bade farewell to Charlene. If he remained here, the remaining 20 gold coins in his pockets might very well end up in Charlene's pockets instead. After leaving the library, Shifeng hailed a horse carriage and hurried over to Starstreak trading firm. As the horse carriage galloped through the wide streets, Shifeng could see players who had just arrived at White River City all around. Through the passing of time, the atmosphere in White River City had grown livelier. There was a high possibility that, in just another few days, the streets of White River City would be packed with people. 10 minutes or so later, the horse carriage halted in front of the storefront of Starstreak trading firm. The Starstreak trading firm's store appeared luxurious. The building had a total of 6 floors. This store was definitely one of the tallest buildings in White River City, making it extremely eye-catching. Moreover, it was situated in a very good location, right in the heart of the trade area. The bank of White River City was also just next door. While the auction house was only a short distance away, there were only 8 shops in total situated within this golden district. Among them, 3 shops occupied the largest areas, each occupied 2 to 3 times more land than the other shops. Naturally, Starstreak Trading Firm was one of these shops. Moreover, Starstreak Trading Firm similarly occupied such a golden district in the other 7 cities. It was obvious just how powerful the background of Starstreak Trading Firm was. During the initial stages of God's Domain, countless first-rate guilds had tried to form connections with the Starstreak Trading Firm to conduct business. Unfortunately, these guilds failed to meet even the shadow of President Henry. Yet, right now, Surfeng could get in touch with President Henry through his quest. Surfeng couldn't help but admit that an epic quest was truly awe-inspiring. Although the price of failure was similarly horrifying, as long as he could complete it, the benefits he could obtain were unimaginable. The best example for this was the Demon Hunter title and Demon Mask Surfeng had received from completing the first phase of the Darkness Descends quest. These 2 items had been of great help to him. I wonder what sort of rewards I could obtain from completing this phase of the quest? Surfeng inwardly felt anticipation as of this moment. Surfeng had finally realized why the Fantasy Shrine would hold nothing back in helping Fantasy Extinguisher complete his epic quest. After all, the profits they could reap from this quest was just astonishing. If a mere independent player like him could receive such profits, what could a guild accomplish? Hence, this was the reason the Fantasy Shrine had risen to the top of Black Dragon Empire during the early periods of the game in the past, suppressing all the other first-rate guilds. Unfortunately, Fantasy Shrine was doomed to normality in this life. Unless Fantasy Extinguisher managed to find another epic quest, Fantasy Shrine would not have any chances of achieving prominence. However, such a discovery was extremely unlikely in the past. Surfeng had only accepted 1 epic quest throughout the decade he had spent in God's Domain. Moreover, he had only received it by chance when he was around level 150. One could imagine just how rare an epic quest was at this moment. Surfeng suddenly received a system announcement. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. This system announcement undeniably caused a sensation among the players in White River City right now. The independent players who had arrived in White River City all had impressive techniques. Meanwhile, a large majority of them were unwilling to join a small guild. They all wished to join a large, top-tier guild. However, these independent players would not determine a guild's strength solely through the fame of the guild. After all, every time a guild started out in a new virtual reality game, they had to start from the very bottom. Moreover, there would always be some nameless guild suddenly rising in the ranks, becoming the tyrant of this new virtual reality game. Similarly, there was also plenty of well-known guilds that had vanished without a trace. Hence, players would usually determine a guild's strength through their dungeon raiding capabilities. This situation also caused the system announcements to be extraordinarily important to guilds, as this was the basis of reference for independent players. In fact, the players who had previously intended to join the Assassin's Alliance had all changed their minds to join Ouroboros instead. After all, not only was Ouroboros a first-rate guild, but they had also obtained the first clear of a Hell Mode dungeon. Regarding wealth, influence, or strength, Ouroboros was far more powerful than the Assassin's Alliance. Even an idiot knew which guild to choose. This was the difference in backgrounds. As expected of Gentle Snow, her speed is astonishing. I've only just recently helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon, yet, in the blink of an eye, she too has obtained one already. If she had not suddenly stopped playing God's Domain, she might have turned Ouroboros into a super guild in the past. Surfeng inwardly exclaimed, how great would it be if he could recruit Gentle Snow into his own guild? If Surfeng incorporated the Cleric God, Violet Cloud, the Tyrant Bear, Cola, the Skillful Fire Dance, and his own past experiences into his own guild, they would have no trouble becoming a first-rate guild, or even a super guild. In the future, thinking up to this point, Shifeng suddenly felt that he really needed to upgrade his team's strength. After all, a guild couldn't rely on a handful of apex experts for support. They needed a stronger backbone. The best-case scenario for Shifeng right now was to recruit some of the future powerhouses who were still obscure existences right now. However, the guild he established by himself did not possess a deep background or great fame. These experts were no fools. If Shifeng tried to recruit them, they might not even consider the option before rejecting him. Hence, the foremost thing Shifeng needed to do was to establish a guild with a strong background and limitless potential. Only by doing so could he attract those nameless experts. Chapter 220 Tier 4 Magic Scroll. First floor reception hall of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm's store was different from normal stores. As it specialized in big businesses across cities, it had its own specialized reception room set up in the building. At the same time, there was also a sales area located on the first floor of the building. The sales area sold various merchandise such as clothing, weapons, equipment, potions, alchemy products, magic scrolls, and much more. This place was just like a supermarket. In reality, a trading firm was different from the auction house. As the auction house charged players exorbitant processing fees, the items sold there were far more expensive than the items sold in normal stores. Earning money in God's domain was no simple task. Hence, rather selling their wares at the auction houses, losing 15% of their profits in the process, a large majority of the players in God's domain would prefer to spend more time selling their wares at trading companies or stores. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? The beautiful and dignified young lady at the receptionist counter smiled at Shifeng. I wish to meet President Henry. Please tell President Henry that Lady Charlene sent me to speak with him. Shifeng said, please wait for a moment. I will notify the president immediately. The receptionist immediately took out a multicolored communication crystal, transferring Shifeng's information through the crystal. After several minutes, Mr. Yifeng, the president is waiting for you in the president's office on the third floor. Thank you. Immediately, Shifeng walked towards the spiral staircase in the distance. When he arrived before the president's office on the third floor, he met two level 150 guards who stood by the office's door. Average players were absolutely not allowed to enter the president's office. In the past, countless guild executives had queued up in front of this office. They had wished to meet with President Henry to discuss matters of renting out the first floor of Starstreak Trading Firm's store for business. Unfortunately, they did not manage to catch even the shadow of President Henry. However, when Shifeng walked up to the office, the two ferocious-looking guards immediately parted the sturdy, mahogany doors for him. Inside the luxurious and spacious office, a man in his 50s sat on a sofa in the middle of the room. The man had an elegant and dignified appearance. This person was indeed President Henry of Starstreak Trading Firm, and he was a well-known financial magnate in White River City. Your Excellency, Yifeng, please sit, President Henry said when his eyes met Shifeng's, his finger pointing to the beast-skin sofa before him. President Henry, this is the contract that Miss Charlene wanted me to bring to you. Shifeng sat down. He retrieved the contract from his bag, handing it over for Henry's inspection. No need. Before you arrived, Her Highness Charlene had already notified me of your coming here. I've also learned some information about you from Her Highness Charlene. The young truly are promising, Henry praised. He then said, since you are here now, I feel reassured. Reassured? What are you reassured about? Shifeng had a bewildered look on his face. Just what was President Henry saying? Also, just what did Charlene tell Henry? Oh, did Her Highness Charlene not tell Your Excellency about it? Confused, Henry said, this contract was set between me and Her Highness Charlene. As long as Her Highness can save the Starstreak Trading Firm from its current predicament, she will obtain 20% of Starstreak Trading Firm's shares and the Tier 4 magic scroll that was obtained from the ancient ruins. You say 20% of the company's shares and a Tier 4 magic scroll? Shifeng's expression froze. Charlene was simply ruthless. Charlene had sent him to deal with the predicament, yet she would receive a Tier 4 magic scroll in addition to 20% of the company's shares. That's right. I've already mentioned this to Her Highness. As long as your excellency can save us from this predicament, that Tier 4 magic scroll will belong to your excellency, Henry said, nodding his head. May I know what kind of magic scroll it is? Shi Feng was incredibly curious about the Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, the most powerful magic scroll Shi Feng had seen was only a Tier 4. If he sold the scroll, the minimum price for it would be 500 gold coins. If it were an amazing Tier 4 magic scroll, he could even sell it for over 1,000 gold coins. However, players who obtained a Tier 4 magic scroll were not usually willing to sell it. It is a Tier 4 position teleportation scroll. With it, one can teleport to anywhere they wished within an instant. However, this scroll was made using the technology of an ancient civilization. In our current era, we have no way of replicating such technology. Hence, this scroll is the only one that currently exists in Star Moon Kingdom. It is priceless, Henry said pridefully. This scroll was his most precious treasure. He had always been reluctant to part with it. If it were not for the trading firm facing a great predicament, he would never willingly offer this Tier 4 magic scroll as a remuneration. Hearing Henry saying so, Shi Feng came to a realization. If he had the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could teleport directly to the Dark Denver. He would not even have to waste time searching for its exact location. It was no wonder Charlene was so confident in her information. President Henry, I wonder what sort of predicament your trading firm wishes me to solve? Shi Feng asked. To be honest, bandits have snatched one of our shipments carrying precious merchandise, costing the trading firm massively. To make up for the loss, our trading firm had to pay a large sum of money as compensation, which in turn resulted in our trading firm facing its current crisis. So, I hope that your excellency can help us resolve this predicament. Otherwise, if this problem drags on for another month, our trading firm will have to declare bankruptcy, Henry unhurriedly explained. Then, President Henry, are you telling me to get rid of those bandits and retrieve your stolen merchandise? It would be best if that is possible. Then, which band of bandits stole your merchandise? The Black Scorpion Corps of Black Cloud Ridge, led by Black Scorpion himself. He is a level 180 Tier 3 Shadow Warrior. If you can get rid of him and retrieve our merchandise, I would greatly appreciate it. Hearing the words, Tier 3 Shadow Warrior, Shi Feng nearly fell off of his seat. Was President Henry telling him to deal with a Tier 3 NPC? Only players who did not know how to write the word, death, would accept this request. Not to mention a month, Shi Feng would still fail this task even if he had 2 years to complete it. This had to be a joke. Shi Feng had originally thought that the epic quest's difficulty had been reduced. Rather, wasn't this the exact opposite? Noticing Shi Feng's troubled expression, Henry once more unhurriedly said, if your excellency feels that this request is too difficult, there is a second option. It is also for this reason that Her Highness Charlene sent your excellency here. Shi Feng slightly recovered from his shock as he heard that there was a second option. In reality, our trading firm also feels that it is impossible to retrieve the merchandise. The only possibility for Starstreak trading firm to get through this predicament is for us to collect 30,000 gold coins within a month. Her Highness Charlene has always praised your excellency as a business prodigy. If your excellency manages our Starstreak trading firm, I believe that we can achieve that goal. Seeing Henry's anticipating gaze, Shi Feng only wanted to curse. Just because he managed to earn a few coins, he was suddenly a business prodigy. What kind of sick joke was this? Earning 30,000 gold in a month. Moreover, he didn't actually have 30 days at all. Considering the time when the great demon would appear, Shi Feng would, at most, have 20 days to earn 30,000 gold coins. Even if he currently earned 100 gold or so per day, 10 days would only net him 1,000 gold, while 30 days would only net him at 3,000 gold. That was only 1/10 of the required amount. Players were still stuck in the initial stages of God's domain right now, so it was impossible for anyone to make that much money. If one added a week's earnings of every player in the White River City region together, it might equal 30,000 gold. How was he supposed to earn that sort of money? He might as well become a bandit and snatch the money from someone else. No, that's not right. Even if he tried to steal it, there was no way he could get that much money. Before Shi Feng could reject the quest, a system notification popped up before him. System, Epic Quest Phase 2, Gospel Project, Accepted Quest Content. You have become the manager of Starstreak Trading Firm. Earn 30,000 gold coins within a month and resolve Starstreak Trading Firm's predicament. Rewards unknown. Chapter 221, Astonishing Decision. It's not even going to give me a choice? Shurfeng laughed bitterly as he looked at the system notification. Shurfeng did not even have the right to reject an epic quest. Shurfeng was truly confused as to how Fantasy Extinguisher had actually managed to complete this epic quest. In theory, he shouldn't be able to complete the quest even if he sacrificed the entire fantasy shrine. When converted to credits, 30,000 gold coins was the equivalent of 300 million credits. One could even buy a large company with that kind of money. Moreover, compared to the difficulty of earning 300 million credits, in reality, it was much harder to earn 30,000 gold in God's domain. Naturally, it was impossible for Shurfeng to earn 300 million credits in reality right now. To speak frankly, if he were capable of such a thing, he would have long since done so. Why bother playing God's domain at all? However, it would still be better for him to develop himself in God's domain, as God's domain had more prospects. Earning credits in God's domain would be much faster than earning credits in reality. Your Excellency Yi Feng, from now on, the entire Starstreak Trading Firm will be under your command. We will carry out any orders you give. Also, I would like to introduce you to someone. If Your Excellency needs anything, simply let her know, Henry said, clapping his hands once. At this moment, the large doors of the office suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with golden blonde hair stepped into the office. The girl with blue eyes wore a beautiful purple dress. The edges of her dress brushed against the red carpeted floor. The girl had a fair and pretty face, and her long wavy hair, which reached her buttocks, fluttered in the wind as she moved. Her bangs covered her sea blue left eye, while her uncovered right eye looked just like a shiny, blue gemstone. As she walked closer to Shurfeng and President Henry, her thin red lips formed a tranquil, yet attractive, smile. Anna, from today onwards, His Excellency Yi Feng will be the acting president of Starstreak Trading Firm, while you will be His Excellency's assistant. You must properly assist His Excellency, understood? Henry asked. Yes, President. I will not disappoint His Excellency Yi Feng. Following which, Henry sent a beaming smile at Shurfeng as he said, Your Excellency Yi Feng, from today onwards, the Starstreak Trading Firm's fate will be in your hands. Anna is very familiar with the Starstreak Trading Firm, and she is also very intelligent and capable. If you have any commands, please don't hesitate to let her carry them out. System. Player has activated the NPC administration system. Please call out the NPC administration interface to manage your subordinated NPCs. Seeing Henry's smile, in addition to Anna's attractive appearance, Shurfeng was slightly stunned. He could almost feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Henry obviously worried that Shurfeng would not give it his all in helping them. Thus, Henry had given Shurfeng this benefit. Fine. Leave the matter of Starstreak Trading Firm to me, then. Shurfeng laughed bitterly. He never imagined that he could obtain a beautiful assistant in God's domain. Not even a guild leader would enjoy such treatment. Also, Shurfeng felt relieved at the fact that he was not required to give 30,000 gold to Starstreak Trading Firm. Instead, he only needed to help the trading firm make 30,000 gold. Without a doubt, the difficulty of the quest had greatly reduced. Immediately, Shurfeng called out the system interface, investigating the NPC administration interface. Anna, Yi Feng's assistant. Gender, female. Age, 20. Loyalty, 50. Charm, 86. Physique, 60. Wisdom, 91. Level, 50. HP, 10,000. Her wisdom is so high. Shurfeng was shocked when he saw the information displayed in God's domain. Wisdom determined an NPC's potential. Normally, NPCs would not have wisdom exceeding 50 points. If an NPC's wisdom reached 60 points, they would possess extraordinary statuses in God's domain. Meanwhile, those with 70 points in wisdom were usually tier 2 mages. As for NPCs who had 90 points in wisdom, they were usually characters such as Charlene, a tier 3 divine official. However, Anna was far more amazing than Charlene. Charlene had a tier 3 class, so her attributes would have been increased, resulting in her wisdom reaching 90 points. However, Anna did not possess any class right now. If Anna obtained a Tier 3 class, her wisdom would exceed 100 points. Although it was only a difference of 10 points, wisdom increased slower as it reached higher numbers. Similarly, the difference between a single point in wisdom would also become greater. An NPC with 100 points in wisdom was the equivalent to Magistrate Weissman of White River City, an Apex Tier 4 wizard. With such a powerful subordinate, Shifeng's mood improved greatly. Although 30,000 gold was a huge sum of money, if Shifeng earned it through the Starstreak trading firm, he would still have a thread of hope of succeeding since he was already capable of earning 100 gold per day by himself. If he utilized Starstreak trading firm's influence, he had a very high possibility of earning the 30,000 gold coins. After all, Starstreak trading firm had shops based in 8 cities, and every one of them was in the heart of the trade areas of each respective city. Meanwhile, the total population of these 8 cities exceeded 5 million players. With such a large player base, it would be very easy for Shifeng to make money. Thinking up to this point, a flash of inspiration struck Shifeng. All this time, he thought of opening a shop in White River City. Only, he did not possess the sufficient reputation or money to do so. After all, not to mention purchasing a shop located within the trade area, even the cheapest shop in White River City required players to have 500 White River City reputation points in addition to 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Although the price looked high, in reality, it was not as expensive as one would imagine. After all, the hardest part of purchasing a shop was the required 500 reputation points. By the time players obtained 500 White River City reputation points, a lot of time would have passed, and they would have long since collected the necessary coins to purchase a shop. Moreover, the coins at that time would not be as valuable as right now. At that time, 1 gold coin would at most be worth around 200 credits, unlike the current situation where 1 silver coin could sell for more than 100 credits. By becoming the acting president of the Starstreak Trading Company, Shifeng had essentially obtained the most valuable shops in 8 different cities. What did this situation hint at? Nobody had a better understanding of this situation than Shifeng. Shortly after, under Anna's lead, Shifeng left the president's office to tour the Starstreak trading firm. In truth, however, even without exploring the place, Shifeng already had a thorough understanding of the Starstreak trading firm. NPCs were different from players in that they could only sell common goods. Even the equipment they sold was common rank, and very rarely would there be a bronze-ranked item for sale. However, it would be a different story altogether if the store were run by a player. On top of everything else, Shifeng was also the officially acknowledged chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. Just as Anna guided Shifeng around the Starstreak trading firm, a few players who came to purchase some necessities such as food, water, scrolls, and potions were immediately dumbstruck when they noticed the duo. That NPC is beautiful. Just who is that player? Isn't he too good at getting the ladies? He has even managed to land an NPC sister. This won't do. I need to convince him to teach me. The scene of Shifeng and Anna walking together immediately attracted the attention of plenty of players. In reality, such attention wasn't just due to Anna's beauty. It was also due to the fact that Shifeng had managed to get together with a female NPC. Such a feat was far more stunning than just getting together with a beautiful female player. Countless male players glowered at Shifeng in envy. Meanwhile, this information spread throughout the forums like a storm, especially the footage of Shifeng and Anna strolling through the sales area. This footage became a sensation among players, and it allowed them to gain a new perspective on God's domain. Fortunately, Shifeng had not used his true appearance at that time. Instead, he wore the identity of Black Flame. This should be enough. Shifeng looked at the surrounding onlookers as he revealed a faint smile. The reason he had asked Anna to come out for a stroll was precisely to attract attention. He then spoke to Anna. I've decided to change the Starstreak trading firm's business model. I wonder if that would be all right? Anna's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She looked at Shifeng with a confused expression as she thought, he has just taken the position as the acting president, yet he is already taking such a bold and decisive action? Is this person really a business prodigy? However, Shifeng was her boss. Moreover, President Henry had already instructed her to listen to Shifeng. Hence, she nodded her head, saying, if Your Excellency wishes to change the business models, I wonder what your excellency needs me to do. Very simple. I wish to hire adventurers to craft items for me, then sell the items they have crafted. So, I need you to get someone to refurbish the 8 shops we own. The first and second floors of the building will be used to sell our wares, while the 4th to 6th floors will be rebuilt as a workspace. Also, get the news out that we are hiring lifestyle players. Whether they are just normal people or adventurers, as long as they reach our standards, we will offer them 30% more than what others are offering. Listening up to this point, Anna grew shocked. This wasn't just a change in the business models. This was practically a change of occupation. Chapter 222, Trump Card. Immediately after Feng gave his command, Anna started making the necessary preparations. Compared to a normal NPC, Anna was simply too smart. In just a short amount of time, she had already finished carrying out Feng's request. During the time Feng brainstormed on how he was going to utilize the Starstreak trading firm to earn 30,000 gold, the entire Starstreak trading firm had also started its renovation. Following Feng's request, the first and second floors were outfitted with sales counters. The first floor sold only the commonly used items, while the second floor would sell exquisite and precious items. Meanwhile, the 4th to 6th floors were refurbished into workshops for lifestyle players. Out of those 3 floors, the 4th floor consisted of solely forging rooms, while the 5th floor consisted of potion-making rooms. The 6th floor consisted of workshops for the remaining classes and a warehouse meant for the use of both NPCs and players. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm's renovation had attracted the attention of many players due to the footage of Feng and Anna from before. Plenty of players had arrived at the trading firm to take a look out of curiosity. Yet, by the time they arrived, they discovered that the Starstreak trading firm was actually undergoing renovations. This situation made all the players grow even more curious. Just what was going on here? Your Excellency Feng, the matter you requested has been completed. Does Your Excellency have any other instructions? Anna spoke gently as she walked up to Feng, a tranquil smile on her face. Good. How many people did you manage to recruit? Feng asked. From the 8 cities, we've recruited 245 potion makers. Among them, 209 are basic potion makers, 29 are intermediate potion makers, and 7 are advanced potion makers. In addition, we also recruited 228 forgers. Among them, 188 are basic forgers, 31 are intermediate forgers, and 9 are advanced forgers. Anna took out a name list and placed it on the table. That's quite a lot. Feng was very satisfied as he looked at the number of NPCs on the list. If a first-rate guild's upper management saw such numbers, they would surely be shocked beyond recovery. After all, these were all genuine potion makers and forgers. They were not apprentices. With such a frightening force, one could instantly turn a third-rate guild into a super guild. This was the amazing aspect of the Starstreak trading firm. If it were a player-established store, they could not recruit nearly this many high-level NPCs. The best NPCs they could recruit would only be apprentices. On the other hand, the Starstreak trading firm had easily recruited this many potion makers and forgers. These NPCs were far more capable than player apprentices. The only downside was their slightly lower efficiency, slow improvements, and much lower growth potential. Your Excellency, I feel that it isn't very appropriate to offer such a high salary. Since we are hiring so many people, we will also have to provide an equally large number of materials. We will take a huge loss through this transaction. If we continue down such a path, not to mention a month, the Starstreak trading firm will go bankrupt within 10 days. Anna said worriedly. In order to hire all these people, the Starstreak trading firm had offered 30% more than the market price. The trading firm also had to bear the failures of these crafters. This was simply madness. Moreover, whether it was potions or equipment, neither could earn them a lot of money. The sales of these items were similarly average. Only those master-level characters would earn a lot of money from their craft. Right now, they were simply taking a loss by recruiting so many people. Anna truly could not understand why Feng would invite all these people to work here. Wouldn't it be better to purchase the finished products from these crafters? That way, their trading firm would not have to suffer any losses. Unfortunately, Anna had no idea just how important these potion makers and forgers were to the current players of God's domain. You don't need to bother with this. The remaining thing we need is to convince the basic potion makers to continuously make the basic recovery potions and basic mana regeneration potions that they are adept at making. As for the intermediate and advanced potion makers, get them to make intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. For the forgers, get all of them to make only whetstones. Shifeng said with a smile. There were plenty of NPC potion makers and forgers in God's domain. Meanwhile, only players with their own shops had the right to hire these NPCs. Otherwise, even when players provided the materials, these NPCs would refuse to make anything for these players. However, there was a downside to getting these NPCs to make items. Simply put, they were slow. The number of items they could craft within a day was fixed. As for the advantage, NPCs had a much higher success rate, so they did not waste as many materials as players did. Meanwhile, during the later stages of God's domain, as player-made items grew in abundance, the usefulness of these NPCs would similarly start to wane. Right now, however, these forgers and potion makers were of great use to Shifeng. It was especially true for the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion. These two items were very useful to players, as they could save their lives during a crucial moment. Although these two items were common products, and their respective recipes were also available for sale at the Potion Making Association, the players at this stage of the game were simply incapable of crafting them. Meanwhile, these two potions were only available for purchase from hidden NPCs, and only a limited amount was sold each day. They were items that a majority of the players in God's domain had no chance of enjoying. If these NPC potion makers crafted these two potions, their success rate would be more than 70%. The materials needed to make an intermediate potion were only around 30 to 40 copper, yet each completed bottle could sell for 5 to 6 silver coins. If Shifeng deducted the cost of hiring, he would still make a profit of 4 to 5 silver coins. So, why wouldn't he carry out this transaction? Players needed these items the most right now. If the Starstreak trading firm sold these items, they would make a killing. There were also the whetstones. This was an item that all players lacked. Currently, each stack of hard stones sold for 13 silver coins, while a stack of whetstones sold for 40 silver coins. When comparing the success rate of forging apprentices and an official forger, how could the former even hope to win over the latter? The only problem was materials. As the Starstreak trading firm had previously only purchased finished products from forgers and potion makers, they did not have any materials of their own stored up. Now, they needed to provide the materials for these crafters. Although the trading firm could purchase the more common materials at low prices, Shifeng needed to be the one to gather the materials required to make intermediate recovery potions, intermediate mana regeneration potions, and whetstones. However, Shifeng was not afraid of this. The herbs needed to make the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion were not very expensive after all. These herbs were utterly useless to players right now. The players in God's domain at the moment were still apprentice potion makers. Crafting basic recovery potions was already impressive. Why would they bother wasting materials to make unrewarding potions? As a result, the herbs required to craft intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions were very cheap. As for hard stones, Shifeng wasn't worried. After all, he still had a humongous stock in his warehouse. He had enough for these NPC forgers for a long time. Moreover, he could also continue purchasing them from Aqua Rose. He would not lack hard stones at all. He would also sell these items in 8 different cities. With all of these advantages, it would be challenging not to make a profit. Moreover, Shifeng also revealed one of his trump cards: advanced whetstones. Advanced whetstones were much stronger than a normal whetstones. Not only did they recover twice the amount of a weapon's durability, but they could also increase the weapon's damage. Shifeng had already intended to sell each for 7 silver coins, and one stack would sell for 1 gold, 40 silvers. As long as he placed the advanced whetstones on the second floor, a majority of the players would fight over it, especially the large guilds. Oftentimes, just a 1% difference in damage could decide the victory or defeat of a boss raid. Meanwhile, the advanced whetstone provided a 3% increase to a weapon's damage. So, how could the various guilds who were currently in a rush to raid dungeons miss out on this item? They would definitely be in a mad rush to purchase them previously. Shifeng had kept all the advanced whetstones for his personal use. Later on, he passed some of them to his teammates, leaving him with 800 or so for himself. With this amount, the Starstreak trading firm should be able to last a relatively long time. However, Shifeng's plans were not limited to this. Now that he had such a large market available to him, he should fully utilize it, as he would not have a similar chance like this in the future. Hence, Shifeng thought up this plan. He intended to fully manipulate the Starstreak trading firm to help him set up his own shop in the future. Afterwards, Shifeng left the follow-up work to Anna, while he departed the Starstreak trading firm alone. Chapter 223, Popular Starstreak. Inside a hotel in White River City, along with God's Domain's evolution, players understood the importance of rest. If they grinded monsters without rest, not only would their stamina decrease, but their concentration would also fall. Hence, after a day of battle, players would now rest at the hotel, having a drink and chatting with each other. Players discovered that places like restaurants, hotels, and bars allowed them to recover stamina and concentration more quickly. After relaxing for 2 or 3 hours, they would feel refreshed and filled with energy. Did you hear? The Starstreak trading firm seems to be undergoing renovations. I heard that they are going to release new products for sale. Who doesn't know about this? After I made some inquiries, I found out that the Starstreak trading firm has also recruited tons of potion makers and forgers. The trading firm is even hiring lifestyle players right now. However, no players have dared apply for a position yet, thinking that it wouldn't be a reliable job. I wonder what sort of new items they are going to sell? Aside from the common usage items, what else could an NPC-owned store sell? They can't possibly offer bronze equipment or rare potions, right? That sounds about right. While the players in the hotel conversed, a male player suddenly pushed open the saloon doors, panting big news. Starstreak trading firm has finished its renovations and has officially opened for business. The panting ranger exclaimed to his companions loudly, "Why are you making a fuss? Aren't they just reopening their business? We don't lack basic potions or common equipment right now, so we don't need to replenish our stock." As the leader of the party, the shield warrior rolled his eyes as he watched this embarrassing companion of his. Others would make fun of them for the ranger's unsightly appearance. Indeed, just like the shield warrior had feared, the other players in the hotel sent belittling glances, mocking smiles on their faces. "Listen to me," that ranger excitedly said. "I saw whetstones inside the shop. There are also intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. Moreover, the basic potions are cheaper than anywhere else." "What did you say? There are whetstones?" The shield warrior froze, stunned. The entire hotel fell silent. "Let's go. Take us there immediately. We have to buy all of them now." The shield warrior abruptly stood up, casting charge and arriving at the ranger's side. Grabbing the ranger by the arm, he immediately rushed out of the hotel, running towards the Starstreak trading firm. The other players inside the hotel were dumbfounded by this scene. "What? Crap, they're going to buy out the whetstones. We need to hurry as well." After entering White River City, players' need for whetstones had not decreased in the slightest. On the contrary, their need had grown. It was especially true when they faced high-level monsters, as the durability of their weapons reduced at a much faster rate. As a result, the popularity of whetstones had exploded. The available supply was far from meeting the demand. By the time everyone had arrived at the Starstreak trading firm, a sea of people had already obliterated the shop's doors. Aside from whetstones, the players present also fought to purchase the intermediate recovery and mana regeneration potions like madmen. Meanwhile, this information had quickly spread to the ears of the various guilds. "Guild leader, I've already collected a large sum from all our members, and we've managed to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones. This amount should be enough to last us a long time." Stabbing Heart spoke through the system communicator. "Good. The moment the money-making team sends over the latest batch of gold coins, immediately return all the money we borrowed from our members," Cruel Sword excitedly said. Aside from the Assassins Alliance, other guilds also frantically gathered funds. "Snow, just what is happening at that Starstreak trading firm? Why would they suddenly start selling these items?" Zhao Yueru wrinkled her crescent brows when she looked at the latest news that she had just received. She then said helplessly, We've already spent a lot of money to purchase our previous stock of hard stones. We don't have any money to purchase any more right now. I've heard that the Starstreak trading firm is also selling limited edition advanced whetstones right now. Rumor has it the advanced whetstones effects are at least double that of normal whetstones. In addition, it also provides a 3% damage buff. Although it is slightly more expensive, costing 7 silver coins per piece, we would have a much easier time raiding the dungeon bosses with them. Gentle Snow shook her head, a helpless expression appearing on her beautiful face as she said, under normal circumstances, NPCs would never sell these items. However, there is something strange going on. A player has created a connection with the Starstreak trading firm. I'm just wondering who could possibly achieve such a feat also, who would possess enough funding to supply so many whetstones and intermediate potions. This is simply unbelievable. Send someone to investigate this matter immediately. Recently, she had managed to raise 20 gold coins and had purchased hard stones with that money. Yet the Starstreak trading firm now sold whetstones. She had not received any information before this incident, causing her to suffer disaster currently. The issue of weapon durability had caused a roadblock in their dungeon raiding progress. Everything would be too late by the time their guild's forgers managed to turn those hard stones into whetstones. Other guilds would have long since surpassed them. They needed to obtain the whetstones right this instant, especially the advanced whetstones. Meanwhile, inside an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association, Shifeng currently crafted advanced whetstones. He did so to increase his forging proficiency and earn money. The present market was not the same as before. With the Starstreak trading firm around, he could now sell the advanced whetstones he made in 8 cities. Although the advanced whetstones were somewhat expensive, players from the 8 cities would still buy them. Even if Shifeng forged advanced whetstones 24 hours a day, he still wouldn't meet the demand of the 8 cities currently. Gold coins poured into the Starstreak trading firm's accounts with every passing moment. Shifeng did not even dare open the money system notification. Only 1 short hour had passed since Starstreak trading firm reopened, yet, already, it had earned over 300 gold coins. However, this was only the beginning. Things would become more exciting later on. Aside from making money, Shifeng's goal in making advanced whetstones was to upgrade himself to an advanced forging apprentice. If he became an advanced forging apprentice, he could learn the advanced book of magic he had obtained from Stonehammer Town previously. He only had White River City as the sole market for his wares. Now, however, he had 8 markets. He also did not need to foot any of the high processing fees, so he could not waste this chance. Shifeng intended to gain an impressive reputation and prestige among the 8 cities. However, the advanced whetstones alone were not enough to achieve this result. Moreover, advanced whetstones could not increase his reputation, as these things did not carry his personal mark. Only the Starstreak trading firm would gain reputation from these advanced whetstones. Most importantly, after everyone had a taste of the benefits of the advanced whetstones, they would fervently investigate how they could obtain the recipe. After all, the recipe for the advanced whetstone was not unique. Players could obtain them from multiple team dungeons. By the time Shifeng opened